About a month before the events of the main My Hero Academia series, Midoriya's middle school class went on an excursion to the Life Foundation Company. As you have probably heard, there is a theory that if quirks had manifested in our society, then we would already be exploring space. The Life Foundation was created to rectify this. We have done great strides in space exploration. The Life Foundation Company is the first company to send people to the moon in a very long time. These rock samples on your left are a combination of both moon rocks and meteorites we found on the moon. Midoriya leaned in while taking notes on the rocks, finding them super interesting. He sketched some of the rocks before he was hit over the head by Bakugo. Midoriya stumbled and accidentally hit the display stand containing the rock samples. Bet you wish society was like that! That way you wouldn't be so worthless, Deku! Before he walked away. Midoriya turned, seeing as the group was walking away. He tried to write down his notes, but a black goop started oozing out of one of the meteorites and moved around inside the tank. Come on, Midoriya. You don't want to be left behind, do you? Midoriya finished his notes and ran off. But the black goop had gotten out of the display stand and attached itself to Midoriya's backpack. No, sir, I don't. The founder of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake, was a quirkless growing up, but he found his passion in science and wanted to expand our understanding. Knowing that, you can still be useful even without a quirk. Midoriya smiled, thinking that could be him. What are you smiling about, Deku? Carlton Drake was skilled. You are just useless. After the trip was over, the students went home. Midoriya got home and greeted his mother before he dropped his backpack off in his room and went to do homework at his desk. Hey, Izuku, dinner will be ready in no time. Thanks, Mom. The black goop jumped out of the backpack and moved towards Midoriya. Son, it's ready. Midoriya got out of his chair and went to the living room. The black goop decided to hide under Midoriya's bed. Coming. Midoriya ate dinner, and after eating, he finished his homework and watched his favorite All Might video. After that, Midoriya went to bed. About an hour after Midoriya fell asleep, his arm fell out of the bed. The black goop attached itself onto Midoriya's arm, slowly covering his whole body. Midoriya had a dream where he goes to UA, and with the tutelage of All Might, he learns to become a hero. But as the black goop crawled through his body, the dream began to crumble. Midoriya found himself in a black space, surrounded by some white webbing. What's happening? Where am I? A big man wearing all black with white eyes and a white spider symbol on his chest appeared before Midoriya. Who are you?
I am Venom, a member of the Clintar species. A symbiote of sorts, if you will.
What do you want?
Wrong question, kid. I want to live. To increase our chances of survival, our species looks for hosts. We make them stronger, faster, and copy their abilities. You freed me, and you and I are compatible. Almost a perfect symbiosis.
What do you mean I freed you?
Earlier today, you bumped the meteorite stand. I was stuck in one of the meteorites. It bumped against the wall, creating a small crack. One that I escaped through.
If you were free, why are you here? What do you want from me?
Look, Midoriya, I really don't like repeating myself. I am here to make a deal with you. I can make you stronger, faster, give you the power you need to become just like him.
A vision of All Might appeared before them.
I can help you achieve your dream of becoming a hero. All you have to do is accept the symbiosis. Do you?
Midoriya hesitated for a moment before thinking it over. Yes, I do. Both of them shook hands, and Venom smiled. An alarm started ringing, and Midoriya woke up. What a weird dream. The symbiote inside Midoriya started bonding with him, but Midoriya didn't notice. Midoriya had breakfast and went to school as he normally did. Things only became different once he went to PE class. Okay, guys, today we'll be doing long jumps. But remember, no quirks are allowed. The students lined up and started jumping over the sandpit. Bakugo had achieved 4.3 meters. Good luck beating that, Deku! Midoriya started running and jumped over the pit, missing it by 10 meters. The whole class looked at Midoriya, stunned. Midoriya looked at his hands. What was that? He moved his hands reflexively, making the Spider-Man gesture with his hands. 2 webs shot out of his hands, hitting both the PE teacher and Bakugo. The whole class began mumbling about Midoriya manifesting a quirk. He's one of those late bloomers. That's very rare. Bakugo thought to himself. So he manifested a quirk, huh? Maybe he isn't so useless after all. The teacher freed himself from the web. Very impressive, Midoriya. Didn't know you had it in you. But rules are rules. Even if it was accidental, you used your quirk. Go to the principal's office. Midoriya went to the principal's office and sat outside. So cool! I finally manifested a quirk!
No, you didn't.
Who was that?
You can call me Venom. I'm your new partner. We are bonded now.
What? Who gave you permission?
You did. We had that talk. Remember?
I thought that was a dream.
Never mind that. We are partners now. So we are in this together.
After that conversation, Midoriya was called into the principal's office. The principal was surprised that this had happened. He thought Midoriya had been called in because Bakugo hit him too hard or something. But since Midoriya was such a good kid, he only got a warning. After PE came lunch period. Midoriya bought his food like normal and sat to eat. Bakugo and his group sat next to him. Midoriya ignored them, focusing on eating his food, which he ate in about 2 minutes. Why am I so hungry? I need more.
You are eating for 2 now. By the way, when you refill, don't get vegetables. Only meat. Need meat.
Okay. A month passed, with Midoriya now using his free time to train with Venom, to become stronger, and also to get better acquainted with Venom. One day while Midoriya was walking home, he passed under a bridge while taking a shortcut. When behind him, a slimy villain came out of the sewers. Come here, kid. I need your body. I didn't know he was in the city. Just don't struggle. The slime villain tried to get into Midoriya. But out of Midoriya, a black goop appeared, as it formed a small head.
Sorry. Occupied.
What the hell? As All Might came out of the sewer, Venom hid back in Midoriya's body. The slime villain saw All Might and tried to run away. But All Might threw a Detroit smash at the villain, separating him into pieces. Never fear, for I am here! Holy crap, All Might! Can I get an autograph? Certainly! All Might gave Midoriya an autograph, and proceeded to round up all the pieces of the slime villain.
Is that really him? The strongest hero?
He is. What was that? Nothing. All right then. Goodbye. And All Might jumped off. Wait, I have so many questions.
Was that really him?
It was.
Why did he feel so weak?
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it. I just imagined his aura would be a lot more powerful.
The next 10 months passed rather quickly, with Midoriya training to become stronger and practicing with Venom. He and the symbiote did become better friends, and Midoriya cleaned up Dagobah Municipal Beach as practice. The day of the UA entrance exam had arrived. Midoriya made sure to eat a lot of food, so he had enough stamina for the exercise. After breakfast, Midoriya went to UA. He stopped at the gate to contemplate the school. Bakugo passed by him, bumping into him. Out of the way, Deku. And good luck. Midoriya started walking. This is the first step towards my dream. I will be a hero. And Midoriya tripped over his foot. Or maybe I'll just die. A tendril shot out from Midoriya's leg, stabilizing him.
I've got you covered.
Thanks, V. Midoriya looked right next to him. A girl was standing there with a hand stretched out. They both looked away at each other, awkwardly. I'm sorry. I saw you fall and was gonna help you out with my quirk, but you got yourself. Midoriya laughed a bit. It's no problem. Thanks anyway. My name is Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. I'm Ochaka Uraraka. Isn't this super nerve-wracking? I'm just so nervous. Don't worry about it. You'll do great. Both of them wished each other luck and went towards the exam area. While walking, Venom spoke up.
Why did you just produce norepinephrine while talking to that girl? Are you attracted to her?
No, shut up. President Mike explained the exercise like he always did. Midoriya began mumbling, but Venom stopped him before he made a fool of himself. After the explanation, Midoriya and the other students made their way to the training grounds. Midoriya spotted Uraraka and went to say hello, but was stopped by Ida. It looks like she is trying to focus on the trials ahead. Maybe you should leave her to it and focus on the trials yourself. You're right. A black goop began manifesting around Midoriya, making a form-fitting suit with white eyes and a spider symbol on his chest. Are you ready? Then go! There's no countdowns in real battles! The exercise had begun, and Midoriya ran to fight. He smashed into one of the robots, ripping it apart with ease, and moved on to the next. Midoriya took down about 23 robots by either ripping them apart, falling on them with great speed, or just crushing them or eating them. Then the big 0-point robot appeared, making everyone scream and run away. Midoriya shot out a web and was about to flee too, when he heard a scream. Midoriya began running towards the robot.
What are you doing?
I don't know. My legs just started moving. We need to save her.
What's the plan?
The robot was about to step on Uraraka. Midoriya jumped under the foot and lifted it up, keeping her safe.
You okay?
A bit hurt. It's just some debris fell on me.
Okay then.
Midoriya began growing in size, and the symbiote started expanding some tendrils around the foot of the robot. Midoriya pushed it up and toppled the robot. Thank you. Midoriya's mask came off. Don't mention it. It's you! Midoriya fell and sat on the ground panting. Yeah, it's me. Okay, that's the end of the exercise! Recover Girl walked on the site and healed Uraraka and Midoriya, since he damaged his muscles a bit during the last stunt. A week passed, and Midoriya sat at home looking at his favorite video on the internet. That was us, you know.
Yeah, and it will be again.
Izuku! It's here! A letter from UA! Inko rushed in and handed Midoriya the letter from UA. Midoriya opened it, finding a small disc inside. He placed it on the table, and a hologram came out of it. All Might! Congratulations, young man! You have gotten into the prestigious school with flying colors. I am excited to say that you are now a part of a hero academia. Midoriya got 37 combat points and 14 rescue points, getting into UA High. I did it.
No, Midoriya. We did it.
A couple of days after Midoriya got his acceptance letter from UA, he went through the forms and registrations needed to send to UA in his room. Okay, so we should discuss the hero suit. We already updated the quirk registration to register you as my quirk. So, seeing as you can cover the suit up and make it part of you, what should we do?
Something cool. I don't really know. You are the one that's always planning these things.
So, are there any weaknesses I should know about so we can make the suit to get around them?
Fire. Don't like fire. It really hurts. Oh, and sonics. Some that are above 86 gigahertz.
Midoriya grabbed his notebook and started doodling a design. So, we need to encompass those weaknesses. The suit should be resistant to blunt trauma just in case. Also, we should adapt it for fire. Making it fireproof means you can hide behind it if need be. Something we have to take into account if we ever face Kacchan. The sonics are a problem though. I don't see a way around this. Also, in case anything happens where I lose you, we need to add a couple extra weapons to the suit.
A firearm. Rubber bullets. This can hurt and distract opponents without being lethal. I know that's a concern for you.
Thanks. Also, a couple other items like smoke grenades, tear gas, and a gas mask will be useful to add. with pouches for medical supplies and chocolate and other food. Since I know it satisfies your need for human flesh, that sound good?
Yes, but now I'm hungry.
When we are done, we can go get some chocolate and a milkshake.
Yes.
So, just need to add up the cost of all the items, and we just barely fit under the clothing allowance. Now I just need to send these in, and we have a hero suit. Let's go. We'll get some chocolate on the way. Time passed, and the first day of UA had arrived. Midoriya left his house after he tied his shoes. His mother called out, "Are you sure you packed everything you need? You didn't just pack action figures, did you?"
Why is she pestering us? We have everything we need. We should get rid of her.
"Yeah, I got everything I need, Mom." Midoriya tried to leave, but before he could, his mother spoke up once again. "Izuku, I'm very proud of you." Midoriya smiled before he left. "I'll see you later, Mom." "You can't say things like that, V. She is my mother.
I still don't know what that means.
She brought me into this world."
So, she is your spawner.
In a way, yes. But she also took care of me and made sure I was safe and happy.
Not like the same setup on my world, but okay. I won't say stuff like that about her.
Thank you. A while later, Midoriya arrived at UA and started running through the halls. Class 1A, 1A, Class 1A, Class 1A, come on, where is it?
There it is.
Midoriya found a ginormous door.
Why is it so big?
I don't know. I was just about to ask the same question. And Midoriya stood in front of it for a moment.
Why are we standing here?
Just contemplating. I do wonder, who is in my class? Midoriya opened the door to a raucous argument. "Take your feet off that desk now! It's the first day, and you are already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin! You're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the Sume Private Academy." "Sume, huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one." "You would threaten me? Your own classmate! Are you sure you're in the right place?" Bakugo scoffed and leaned back, noticing Midoriya was standing next to the door. Ida looked at where Bakugo was looking and saw Midoriya. "It's you." Everyone looked at Midoriya. Hi?" Ida made his way to Midoriya. "Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida, from the..."
Why is he repeating himself?
"Yeah, I know. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you." "Midoriya, you realize there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive, and I completely misjudged you. I admit, as a student, you are far superior to me." Midoriya was about to refute Ida's claims when Uraraka came up behind him. "Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. The black suit guy. Midoriya, right? I'm so glad you passed the practical exam. Thanks for saving me."
Why are your norepinephrine levels rising?
"Shut up, V. What do you think we're doing today, besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet them." Suddenly, a yellow sleeping bag came up behind Uraraka and scared her. "If you're just here to make friends, might as well pack up your stuff now. Welcome to UA's hero course." The teacher, named Aizawa, got up from the floor. "It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." Everyone stared at Aizawa, wondering who he was. "Right, let's get to it," he said as he grabbed a sports uniform from his sleeping bag. "Put these on and meet me outside." A little after, in the PE grounds, Aizawa informed the students that they would be doing a quirk assessment test. "But orientation, we're gonna miss it," Uraraka said. "If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we are not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit." The class was a bit surprised at this statement before Aizawa turned to them. "You have been taking standardized tests all your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn." Aizawa turned to Bakugo. "Bakugo, you managed to get the most points in the entire exam. What was your farthest softball throw in middle school?" 67 meters, I think." Aizawa told Bakugo to use his quirk this time and gave him a softball. Bakugo threw the ball and backed it up with a huge explosion, which caused the ball to reach 705.2 meters before burning up. The class got very excited. "All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. 705.2 meters? Are you kidding me? Kaminari said. Mina piped up, I want to go, that looks like fun. Sarah replied, nice, we get to use our quirks as much as we want. Aizawa responded, so, this looks like fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and playtime. Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to determine your potential. Whoever comes in last will be expelled, effective immediately. This scared the entire class. Inside Midoriya's head, Venom spoke up.
This guy is mean.
Still, I think we can pass. But just in case, let's do our best here. We can't get expelled. Uraraka spoke up. But that's not fair. Even if it wasn't the first day, you just can't expel us. We worked hard to get here. Oh, and natural disasters are fair? Or power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents? No, the world is full of unfairness, and it's a hero's job to combat the unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. The first test they would do was the 50-meter dash. Midoriya spoke to Venom. Okay, V, need your help here. Let's go as fast as we can.
Got it.
The Venom symbiote began overtaking Midoriya's body, making the suit he had in the entrance exam. Aizawa saw this and thought to himself, so, he's the boy with a strange substance, a transformation-type quirk. Midoriya ran and completed the dash in 4.7 seconds. Thanks, V. We didn't do so bad on this one, but we should probably step it up.
Okay.
Next was the grip strength test. Midoriya manifested Venom around his hand and pushed as hard as he could, managing to get a score of 147 kilograms. In the standing long jumps, Midoriya used the full Venom suit, and when he jumped, he used tendrils to hit the ground, propelling him even further. Midoriya managed to miss the sandpit. Aizawa kept thinking to himself, so, Midoriya can manipulate the transformations to make objects. An interesting quirk, since it seems to strengthen his physical abilities as well. The next test was the repeated sidestep jumps. Midoriya began, and Aizawa used his quirk on Midoriya, since Midoriya began a moment before the timer started. The Venom suit peeled off, returning into Midoriya. What's going on?
He was trying to block your alpha waves. What activates quirks? It would be suspicious if you didn't stop using your power.
I erased your quirk. You started too early. It would have been irrational to let you waste your strength, if it's now going to count. Let's try that again. Midoriya began doing the sidestep jumps without the suit. What's wrong with being found out?
If we are found out, we'll be experimented on by the bad people.
Okay then. But who are the bad people?
Don't know. Don't remember.
That's enough, Midoriya, Aizawa said, as he felt Midoriya had had enough. The next trial was the softball throw. Midoriya managed to throw the ball 293.23 meters. After that was the distance race, which Midoriya managed to do very well, with Venom providing the extra stamina. Then there was a seated toe touch and the sit-ups. Soon the tests were done, and Aizawa combined the scores and showed them to the class. Midoriya managed to get 7th place. And as for who goes home, that was a logical deception to get you to give it your all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yaoyorozu spoke up. I'm surprised none of you figured it out. Maybe I should have said something. Most of the class responded, yeah, maybe you should have. Bakugo, who was a little upset he didn't get first, went up to Midoriya, who thought he was going to attack him. Not bad, Deku. And with that, Bakugo walked away. Soon after that, Midoriya and Ida began talking, and made their way to the station after school finished. But while they were talking, Venom spoke up in Midoriya's head.
She's coming.
Midoriya stopped to turn around, which caused Ida to do the same. Uraraka ran behind them, trying to catch up. Hey, wait up, you two! Are you going to the station? Let me come along. Oh, you are the Infinity Girl, Ida said. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Let's see. You're Tenya Ida, and your name is Deku Midoriya, right? Deku?
She got your name wrong.
Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo called you? Actually, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Deku is what Kacchan calls me to make fun of me. Oh, right, you told me. Sorry, I didn't realize it. But, you know what? I like the name. Well, you can call me that if you'd like. Ida was surprised. Just like that? Weren't you saying it was an insult?
He's right. Why let her call you a name that until now you've hated?
It may have been an insult, but lately I think the name can have more meaning than originally. So it's not that bad. Okay then, Uraraka said, and the four of them made their way to the station to go home, unaware of the trials ahead. The next day of school quickly arrived. Midoriya and the rest of the class went through their regular schedule, going through classes like English, math, and the others. After class, the students all had lunch in the main cafeteria, and after that, the hero courses began. In class, the students were chatting, when suddenly, All Might came into the room.
I am here, coming through the door like a hero!
The class was a bit surprised to see him. Holy crap, it's All Might, Kaminari said. Kirishima piped up. So he really is a teacher. This year is gonna be awesome. Suyu responded. Hey, look, he's wearing his Silver Age costume. And all the class continued to marvel at All Might. Midoriya whispered to himself, so cool.
Why do I still get the sense he is weaker than he appears?
I don't know, but he is the #1 hero. Maybe he's just masking his presence in some way.
Could be, but I don't think so.
All Might got to the podium. Shh.
Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro hero and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it, shall we? Today's lesson will pull no punches.
All Might pulled out a sign that read Battle, which made Bakugo grin from ear to ear and seem really excited.
Fight training.
Real combat?
Yes, he just said that.
I know. I heard it's just surprising that we would do this on the first day.
Besides fighting in the name of good, one of the key parts of being a hero is looking good.
As All Might said this, he pointed to a wall, and some columns came out, which were holding cases that had suits inside of them.
These were designed for you, based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started.
The entire class began cheering.
Get yourself suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta.
Sometime later at Training Ground Beta, All Might waited in front of the gate as the students started going through it, wearing their hero costumes, ready for the exercise. Midoriya came in last. He wore plated armor and a gas mask around his neck. A utility belt around his waist held a lot of pockets, with support item and some food for rescue. Midoriya also carried 2 handguns armed with rubber bullets. The suit itself was then covered by Venom, with a white spider-type symbol on the armor covering his chest.
They say that the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?
Uraraka saw Midoriya's suit and ran up to him. Hey, Deku, I love your costume. Not too flashy, you know, and great for stealth-type missions. It really reminds me of what you were wearing for the entrance exam. You probably just added some stuff to that, right? I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin-tight. Not really my style. Some feet away, Mineta spoke up. I love this school. Midoriya's Venom mask peeled away, showing his face. Thanks, Uraraka. I think your hero suit looks great.
Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training.
Ida raised his hand. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again?
Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, runnings with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys, and fight 2-2 indoor battles.
Isn't that a bit advanced?
The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You are dealing with actual people now.
Yaoyorozu inquired. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins?
And how much can we hurt the other team?
Bakugo said. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled, like yesterday? A concerned Uraraka asked.
Ida chimed in, will you be splitting us up by chance or comparative skill?
Aoyama said to himself, "Is this cape tray chic?"
I wasn't finished talking!
All Might grabbed a script and began explaining the exercise.
Listen up! The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys win if they protect the payload or capture the heroes.
This is like a classic action movie setup, Midoriya thought to himself.
Those are boring. I'd rather just fight someone head on.
We have a better chance of defeating our opponents if we have a teammate. Plus, we can use the environment to our advantage.
That is true. Time is limited, so we'll choose teams by drawing lots.
Isn't there a better way? Ida asked. Midoriya answered this question. Think about it. Pros often have to team up on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness.
No sweat.
Lots were drawn and the teams were set. Uraraka smiled. What are the odds? We're a team.
Your hormone levels are getting higher again, Midoriya.
We need to make a good impression on her, though. And shut up about my hormones. All Might then grabbed the lots to see who would be fighting who.
I declare the first teams to fight will be...
He pulled 2 balls from 2 different boxes. One said Team A, the other Team D. So Midoriya and Bakugo's teams.
These guys! Team A will be the heroes, and Team D, the villains. Everyone else head to the monitoring room to watch.
Midoriya thought, oh crap, we have to fight Bakugo. His explosions can pose a threat given our weakness to heat.
Yes, but we planned for that. The suit is made to be able to fight in this situation.
Before the exercise began, the students and All Might met in front of the building where the exercise would take place.
Bad guys, you have 5 minutes to prepare until the heroes are let loose, and the battle will begin.
Bakugo and Ida entered the building and went to the weapons room. Ida walked towards the weapon and tapped it. Even as an exercise, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior. So this is the weapon. Fake, of course.
Hey, Four Eyes, let's win this thing. I want to pummel that worthless Deku into the ground.
Sure thing. But you have to be so aggressive.
What do you mean?
Ida sighed. Do you even have some sort of plan?
No.
They began discussing a plan. Outside the building, Uraraka and Midoriya prepared for the exercise. Do you really think they expect us to memorize the building floor plan? It's so big. You know, All Might is just as cool in person as he is on TV. I'm glad he isn't threatening us with some sort of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. Yeah, All Might is awesome, but thinking about the exercise, we should be on our guard. Bakugo is very skilled, and Ida too, probably. He can be obnoxious sometimes, but he is really amazing and talented. We have to beat him.
You worry too much.
Uraraka smiled. So, it's a fated rival between rivals. Midoriya blushed a little. Oh, not like I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything. Are you kidding? We're a team, right? Let's win this. And Midoriya nodded. 2 minutes later, the exercise began.
Are you all ready? Begin!
Uraraka tried opening the door, but it was locked. Midoriya looked around. Up there, his mask formed around Midoriya's face.
The window is open.
Midoriya stuck to the wall and crawled up to the window. He then used Venom to make a small rope for Uraraka to climb on, and both of them were inside the building. Uraraka whispered to Midoriya, and just like that, we're in. Careful, there are a lot of blind spots here. I think the best strategies is splitting up, and if we find the weapon or an opponent, we message each other for help. Got it. Don't forget to be quiet and sneaky. Do not let your guard down. Uraraka and Midoriya then went in different directions.
Midoriya, since we are being sneaky, do you want me to activate our camouflage ability?
We have that?
Yes.
Then do it! And soon, Midoriya disappeared into the background and got to the wall. He reached an intersection and saw Bakugo waiting. Ida spoke through the earpiece into Bakugo's ear. Have they arrived yet?
No, I'm still waiting.
Well, don't let your guard down. If they want to get here, then they'll have to get by you. Midoriya got back on the ground and snuck behind Bakugo before pulling out some tape to try to capture him. Bakugo saw this from the corner of his eye and quickly turned around, shooting an explosion at Midoriya, which created a smokescreen. Venom then turned off the camouflage.
You really thought you'd get me that easy?
Midoriya spoke into his earpiece. Uraraka, come my way. 1 left and 2 rights. I found Bakugo. The smoke cleared, and Bakugo recognized Midoriya.
Deku.
Bakugo charged at Midoriya with an explosion. Midoriya jumped on the ceiling, evading the attack. He then jumped back onto the ground and hit Bakugo from behind. You know, you may call me Deku, but I won't be that easy to beat as I used to be. Bakugo looked at Midoriya in a sinister way. Midoriya pulled out one of the handguns and shot one of the rubber bullets. Bakugo shot an explosion, counteracting the bullet. Bakugo then shot another explosion at Midoriya, hitting his hand and making him drop the gun. Suddenly, Bakugo's gauntlets began glowing.
Ah, finally. I have a bad feeling about this. You see, these gauntlets were made with a sole purpose in mind.
Venom, do you remember the knockout gas?
Yes. They're made to hold as much of my sweat as possible, since my sweat is the key to my explosions.
Get the gas mask ready.
And shoot the gas.
Venom shot the knockout gas canister onto the floor.
You really think you can hide on some smoke? Think again!
Bakugo was ready to take the pin out of the grenade and launch a full-scale assault. All Might spoke in through the earpiece.
Bakugo, don't you dare shoot that thing! You'll kill him! Not if he
Bakugo then passed out. Soon Uraraka came running around the corner. I'm here, Deku. Where are you?
Don't go in the gas!
Uraraka stopped in her tracks. Midoriya put the restraining tape on Bakugo and grabbed his unconscious body, moving him out of the smoke.
It's knockout gas.
You'll fall unconscious, and as a teammate, I don't want to be responsible for that. V, can you filter the gas so I can still breathe?
Should be able to for a couple of minutes.
Great. Midoriya took his gas mask off and gave it to Uraraka. Are you sure? Yes, my quirk should be able to counteract the effects of the gas long enough to get through. Now let's go. Midoriya and Uraraka then continued their path until they reached the room where Ida was keeping the weapons safe. Before they went into the room, Midoriya stopped to talk to Venom. Let's try this the stealthy way, Venom. And then Midoriya disappeared, using the camouflage. Uraraka was panicking. Where'd you go? I'm still here, just camouflage. Ida, who was playing up the villain persona, saw Uraraka and laughed to himself. What are you doing here, you do-gooder? My compatriot should have taken care of you before you got here. Guess again, Midoriya is keeping him busy. Makes sense. Bakugo did go radio silent. Regardless, I have prepared for you, Uraraka. You can see that I have gotten rid of all the small items in the room, so you couldn't. Midoriya turned visible and touched the weapon. Got it! Ida turned around. How did you get there, Midoriya? Camouflage.
And the heroes win!
After the exercise in the monitor room, Midoriya was given the title of MVP for his battle affinity, strategizing, and everything else, and was equally praised on an amazing battle by many of the other students, including Ida, Kirishima, and Sato. Bakugo grumbled.
That was a cheap move, Deku.
All is fair in love and war, Kacchan. Midoriya giggled to himself. And all the other students then began doing the same exercises with different teams. The next day, when Midoriya arrived at UA, he found the entrance was surrounded by the press and the paparazzi, one of whom ran up to him. Hey you, can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might? I'm sorry, I have to get going to class. Yeah, right away. Midoriya left, passing the UA gate where the press couldn't follow.
Why did you run from them?
I just got a bit nervous, that's all. After Midoriya left, the press kept asking questions to students as they arrived, until Aizawa came out. Can you please get All Might for us? Also, you look like you need some sleep. All Might is not on campus today. Now leave. You've disturbed my students enough already. Aizawa walked back inside as the press protested. Later in Class 1A, Aizawa was giving his students his evaluations. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. So let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. The whole class got nervous, wondering if it was another quirk test. You all need to pick a class representative. After some deliberation, the class ended up deciding on a system to vote the class representative. Midoriya ended up with the most votes, having 3. So he became the class representative, and Yaoyorozu was the vice representative, having gotten 2 votes. After class, Midoriya went with Ida and Uraraka to eat lunch. Uraraka seemed a little uncomfortable. It's always so crowded in here. That's probably because the students from the Hero, Support, and General Studies share the same cafeteria, Ida replied. Guys, I'm not sure about the class rep thing. I'm not sure I'm qualified. An uncertain Midoriya spoke up.
You are great for the job. Don't worry about it.
Sure you are, Uraraka cheered.
See, even the girl agrees with me.
Don't worry. In battle, you had a lot of courage and thought very quickly. You have the attributes a great leader needs. That's why I voted for you, at least, Ida said confidently. You did what? Midoriya was surprised. Uraraka offered a question. Wait, Ida, didn't you want to be rep really badly? I mean, you do look the part because of the glasses. Ida responded. Wanting a job and being suited for one are 2 completely different things. Observing the Ida family agency has taught me that. Agency? What are you talking about? What does your family do? It's nothing. You know, I've been wondering something about you. Admit it, Ida. You're filthy rich. I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Midoriya and Uraraka glared at Ida. You see, the Idas have been pro-heroes for generations. It's in our blood. That's awesome! Are either of you familiar with the turbo hero Ingenium?
Is he the first one?
Yes, he is. I know all about him. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Don't tell me. He's my older brother. Wow, Ida! Your family's famous! Uraraka said with a bright smile on her face. Midoriya was stunned. I can't believe it. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code, and I strive to be just like him. The 3 of them continued talking for about a minute or 2 when an alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! Level 3 security breach. Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Ida looked around as students began exiting the cafeteria. What's a level 3 security breach? A 3rd-year student ran by them and answered. It means that somebody has managed to get past the school's barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should get going. Uraraka, Midoriya, and Ida rushed to the exit, but a huge crowd had formed and they were caught in it. Midoriya and Ida were pushed against the window, seeing the press outside. Uraraka, make me float, Ida commanded. Uraraka tried to, but couldn't reach him.
This is uncomfortable.
Yes, it is. A black goop started appearing on Midoriya's legs, and he jumped with some of the Venom suit, manifesting on his arms. Midoriya ran to the roof towards the exit.
Should probably warn them about press outside.
Hey, everybody, listen to me! There is nothing to worry about. It's just the press. They somehow managed to make it onto school grounds. There's nothing to worry about. And with that announcement, the students began to calm down. Look, the police are here! The incident was taken care of, and later on, the students returned to class. The next day, All Might was running late on his way to school,
because he was constantly fighting villains on the way. In Class 1A, however, today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors. Me, All Might, and another faculty member who will be keeping tabs on you, Aizawa announced to the class. Sero raised his hand. Sir, what kind of training is this? Aizawa grabbed a small sign on his desk that read, Rescue. Rescue. We'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. This made the class excited. Everyone, I'm not finished yet. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you are excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. This special training is an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. Midoriya thought to himself, rescue training? One step closer to being the kind of hero I want to be.
That sounds kind of boring, though.
Unintentionally, Midoriya spoke out. It's gonna be fun, you'll see. Sero was curious. Who are you talking to, Midoriya? To myself, I guess. Just trying to pump myself up. Weirdo, Mineta said. On the way to the facility, students had a small interaction on the bus. Everyone discussed their quirks, and Bakugo was made fun of because of his attitude. Aizawa, who drove the bus, spoke up as they got close to the facility. Hey, we're here, so stop messing around. And soon the students got off the bus and saw the facility was the USJ. Soon a figure dressed as an astronaut appeared. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. Midoriya was awestruck. It's the space hero, 13, the chivalrous pro who has rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world.
Has she actually been to space?
No. Uraraka was giddy. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. 13 happily held their hands out. I can't wait to show you inside. Everyone walked into the building and were amazed at what they saw. Kirishima was in awe. Holy crap! It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13 pointed out the various disasters. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, everything. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Let me guess. He booked an interview instead. Aizawa said annoyingly. 13 raised 3 of her fingers and summoned Aizawa over to her.
That seems suspicious.
What does? Venom slipped a small tendril through the floor to eavesdrop on the conversation. 13 was whispering to Aizawa. Actually, it's something else apparently. He did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge.
I knew something was up,
Venom thought. So, something was wrong with All Might? Venom then retracted the tendril. Aizawa walked back to the students. Clock's ticking. Excellent! Before we begin, let me say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things, possibly 3, 4, or 5, 13 said excitedly. The class all responded with, we get it! 13 then explained their quirk and what the students needed to do to get a grip on their quirks in order not to kill anyone. Right, now that that's over, Aizawa said before he pointed to the center of the USJ. Suddenly, a stream of electricity began going through the building, deactivating the lights. In the center plaza, a portal appeared, and a man covered in hands stepped out. Aizawa readied himself. Stay together and don't move. 13, protect the students. Soon, the portal in the middle of the building began getting bigger. Kirishima spoke up. Whoa, what the hell is that thing?
I got a bad feeling about this.
Suddenly, a tall, hulking figure that was covered in a gray and black goop, possibly a symbiote, stepped out of the portal, followed by a bunch of different villains. Kirishima asked the teachers, Has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Midoriya's mask formed around his face, completing the suit. Aizawa shouted, "Stay back," as he put his goggles on. "This is real. Those are villains." The class became a bit frightened. In the center plaza, the portal finished teleporting everyone in and manifested itself into a humanoid shape.
The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing, according to the schedule retrieved from UA. All Might was going to be here as well.
So, you scumbags used the press as a cover-up and snuck onto campus. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu had their own questions. How could so many of them get onto a UA facility this secure? Yeah, 13, why aren't the alarms going off? 13 pondered this. Good question. Venom had an answer.
They are using jammers.
Midoriya relayed this thought. They're probably jamming outgoing signals and disabled the alarms. Todoroki popped in. It must be one of their quirks. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when class was being taught. They are fools for trespassing here. But they thought this out, whatever their plan. They must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Aizawa began walking towards the stairs. 13. Get them out of here and alert the main campus as soon as you can, since they're blocking us. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, sir, the electric blonde said. Midoriya was cautious and questioning Aizawa's plan. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them, even if you can nullify their quirks. Your fighting style is not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fighting. At least let us help. Aizawa stood his ground. No, you get out of here. And as for me, you can't be a pro if you only have one trick. I'll leave it to you, 13. Get them to safety. With that, Aizawa jumped in to attack the villains. He nullified their quirks and took them down one by one at a time. Midoriya looked on as Aizawa fought. Guess I underestimated him. He's holding his own pretty well.
Need to leave Midoriya. Danger.
Right. The students made their way to exit, but soon a portal opened, and Kurogiri appeared.
There is no escape. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this heaven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change of plans that we couldn't have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play.
As Kurogiri monologued, 13 prepared to use her quirk. Midoriya jumped into the air, shooting his pistol at Kurogiri, firing 4 shots of rubber bullets. Kurogiri opened a portal, and they hit Midoriya in the back, being caught by Venom, so Midoriya wasn't hurt. 13 was ready and was about to shoot her black hole, but after seeing Midoriya get shot, Bakugo got mad, and he and Kirishima jumped in to attack Kurogiri, blocking 13's attack. Bakugo created an explosion that itself created a pretty big smokescreen. Did you really think we were gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Kirishima said.
You live by your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. My compatriots will take care of you.
Kurogiri said ominously as he made a portal that swallowed all the students, which left half the class scattered throughout the UA facility. Midoriya appeared above a huge body of water before dropping into it. He closed his eyes the moment of impact. While underwater, Midoriya opened his eyes and looked around. Where are we? He asked Venom.
We were displaced, moved to the flooded training area by that villain.
Suddenly, an underwater villain attacked Midoriya, but Midoriya saw it coming and moved out of the way. How much air do we have left?
A couple minutes.
Even with that amount of air, there isn't much we can do underwater. The fire armor isn't going to work, and our punches will be weakened. Our best chance is to run away. Midoriya began swimming to the surface, with the villain following close behind. Out of the blue, Asui rushed in, pushing the villain out of the way with an attack. Midoriya reached the surface and looked around, seeing the boat. He judged the distance, pointed his arms, and shot a web at the boat, using it to get himself on board. As he reached the boat, he saw Asui and Mineta were already on board. Once he boarded himself, the mask peeled off, revealing his face. "Thanks for the save, Asui," the frog girl responded.
No problem. And I told you to call me Sue. Man, this is turning out to be a horrible day of class.
"Yeah, I keep thinking about something, though. About what that villain said." "What is it?" Mineta asked. "They knew about our whole schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into the school files while we were stuck in the cafeteria, while the teachers were trying to get the media off school grounds. That means they've been waiting for the perfect moment to attack, just like Todoroki said they would."
That still doesn't explain what their objective is, or why they have another member of my species with them.
"Hey, hold on a second. It's not like these guys can really kill All Might. Once he throws up, he'll pound them into the ground."
If they have a Clintar on their side, it's very probable they have enough power to defeat him. I keep getting a weak sensation from him.
Midoriya relayed this thought back to the other two students. "They can probably defeat All Might. The big guy, the one that is covered in a silvery substance, looks strong enough to defeat him. So, maybe it's possible."
If you think about it, they wouldn't spend so much time planning an attack like this without a way to execute it till the end. Besides, didn't you hear what that smoke guy said? We should worry about not getting tortured to death instead of All Might. Otherwise, we might not live long enough to see him come to save us. Ribbit.
Mineta began panicking and crying loudly, as he was very afraid of what was being talked about.
What a wimp. How did he even make it into this school? Anyway, Midoriya, what's our plan? Our strategy? How are we supposed to beat him?
Midoriya thought about this. "I have no idea. Besides, something's bothering me. Why haven't the villains attacked us yet?" Soon Midoriya's stomach growled.
Hungry.
Midoriya grabbed a piece of chocolate from his pouch and ate it. He began to mumble after swallowing it.
Better. Thank you.
"How can you be eating at a time like this? We're about to die!" A panicked Mineta screamed.
Can I have some chocolate?
Tsuyu inquired. "Sure." Midoriya handed her some chocolate, which she ate. Mineta was stunned at the other two students. Midoriya offered Mineta some chocolate, before the purple-haired boy looked outside the ship, seeing they were now surrounded. "Of course not! How can you be thinking about food at a time like this? We're surrounded by bad guys!" Midoriya looked at Sue seriously. "If they really have a way of defeating All Might, then we have to find out what their plan is. We have to work together to figure this out, and to keep All Might safe."
Why hasn't anybody from UA come to help?
"It's very probable that no one in school knows what's going on. So it's up to us to figure it out. This is our hero moment," Midoriya declared.
Yeah, but first we would need a plan. Ribbit.
At the same time, in the entrance of the USJ, the students had taken action themselves, with Ida managing to escape and get help. In other parts of the facility, the displaced students had fought and defeated some of the villains, and gained information on their own. Back on the boat, Midoriya started to think of an idea. "We have to fight them to get out of this situation first." "What do you mean we fight? Are you crazy? These guys might be able to defeat All Might, and you think you can take them down? Did you hit your head when you got warped here?" Mineta whined. "Think about it. Those villains down there clearly have the advantage in the water, and assume that's where we'll be fighting, meaning they knew their way around the facility. But they don't know the students. Our quirks or abilities are unknown to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought you here, Tsuyu. This is your element."
You're right.
The frog girl responded. "They aren't climbing onto the boat, which means they have no idea what our quirks are. For all they know, we might be stronger than All Might or something."
So, let's talk quirks. I'll go first if you want. Obviously, I can jump high. I can also cling to pretty much any wall. And of course, there's my tongue. I can stick it out to about 20 meters or so. Oh yeah, I can spit out my stomach, but that's not really useful. I also secrete a toxic mucus. It just stings a bit.
Not very useful,
Venom thought. "I guess I'm next. My quirk is called Venom. I can secrete this black substance which I can control and use for many things. It enhances my strength and other physical aspects. It also allows me to stick to walls and shoot a sticky substance that kind of acts like spider webs." Mineta finally chimed in. "I've got these sticky balls. Their strength varies depending on how I'm feeling. It might stick to something for a whole day. They grow back as fast as I can pull them off, but I'll bleed if I use too many. Oh, and they don't stick to me. I just bounce off them." Midoriya and Tsuyu looked at Mineta, trying to come up with a plan. "Don't look at me like that." Out on the water, one of the villains spoke up.
I'm starting to get bored. Let's get this show on the road. He made a giant water hand and smashed it into the boat, causing the boat to split into two pieces and slowly sink into the water. Mineta freaked out and shot some of his balls in the water. Midoriya shot a web at Mineta, stopping him and pulling him towards him. We are running out of time. Midoriya's mask manifested around his face. We have about a minute before this boat fully sinks. We need to do something, quick. He grabbed 2 smoke bombs and sleep gas canisters. Sue, without breathing this gas, get to shore and take Mineta with you. Midoriya took the 2 canisters and smashed them in, causing the gas to quickly escape everywhere. Midoriya jumped into the air, throwing the canisters into the water. Many of the villains breathed the gas in and passed out in the water. Midoriya made his arm bigger using the symbiote, and grabbed one of the guns, which he used to fire rubber bullets at several of the villains. After incapacitating the villains with some webbing, Midoriya made it to shore. All 3 students who were on the boat made it to shore just as All Might arrived in the building. Don't fear, students. Everything's fine now. Why? Because I am here, the usual jovial man said with a severe scowl on his face. The man with hands all over him gave a morbid smile. Ah, the final boss has finally arrived. All Might rushed to the center plaza, rescuing Aizawa and taking him to safety. Texas Smash! All Might yelled as he struck the creature, but it didn't flinch, and instead grabbed All Might by the arm. Suddenly, the creature spoke. Weak attack. I expected more from the #1 hero. The creature was Riot, a symbiote that controlled the Nomu's body, which then hit All Might, knocking him back. The pale man with hands gestured towards the creature. Cool, right? He has shock absorption. There's no way you can defeat him. He is our most powerful pawn, and is made better by our little friend Riot here. Should I kill him? Go ahead. Riot moved to strike All Might, but Midoriya shot a web from a distance, moving the direction of the punch, and making Riot lose balance. All Might took this chance to punch Riot, but the attack didn't do anything. Venom spoke to Midoriya. He's too strong. Midoriya called out to All Might. Run, All Might! They're gonna kill you! Midoriya rushed in, growing in size, and struck at Riot, not doing much damage. Oh, a friend! Riot punched Midoriya, throwing him to the ground. Run, All Might! I can't do that, young Midoriya. As a hero, I can't run away. If I have to meet my end, then so be it. Venom spoke aloud. I won't allow it. All Might went to hit Riot with a Detroit Smash, but Venom jumped from Midoriya to All Might mid-swing and made All Might's attack much stronger. Don't worry, All Might. I'm here to help. Venom covered up All Might's full body, noticing the injury. Oh, so that's why you were so weak. All Might's injury began healing thanks to Venom, and soon All Might punched Riot again and again. That tickles. Riot chuckled. Shigaraki began laughing. That's not going to work. Nomu has shock absorption. Kurogiri showed up and tried to trap All Might in a portal, but Venom managed to help All Might evade it. All Might then struck Kurogiri, incapacitating him. All Might then went back to hitting Riot even more, with each attack getting stronger and stronger as Venom slowly healed his body from the inside out. Suddenly, ice began forming, freezing most of the Nomu that Riot controlled. And soon, Bakugo and Kirishima jumped into the battlefield, attacking Kurogiri and pinning him down. All Might kept hitting Riot, and after 73 blows, he managed to take down the Nomu. Shigaraki, who was evading the student's attack, looked on in horror at what had just happened. No, no, no! You cheated. How could you? This is so unfair! All Might zoomed towards Shigaraki, hitting him over the head and knocking him out. Goodbye. It was a pleasure working with you. Then Venom left All Might's body and went back towards Midoriya, bonding with him again. Well, we managed to defeat the villains. Thanks for your help, young Midoriya. Right. You're welcome, All Might. How did you manage to help, you damn nerd? Bakugo asked. The other heroes then arrived to help and realized the situation was already taken care of. All Might went to grab Kurogiri and Shigaraki, but before the hero could, Kurogiri used his teleportation quirk and got them both away. Damn it! All Might swore. The students took Aizawa to the infirmary to get medical attention,
All Might went along as well, wanting to be examined by Recovery Girl, since his old injuries were now suddenly better. Midoriya, along with the other students, were sent home after being interviewed by the police. On the way home, Venom gave his findings to Midoriya.
Okay, so the reason All Might felt so weak is because he had this huge injury on his side that was letting out a lot of his power. I healed it up as best I could, though, while I was bonded with him.
Cool. So that's why he thanked me. In another location, a woman walked into a darkly lit room. Its sole occupant was a single man behind a desk. We have a report on the missing symbiote, sir.
Where is it?
It appears to have bonded to a young boy at UA. We got word from our new associates.
Interesting. How long does he have?
That's the thing, sir. It appears he has achieved a perfect symbiosis.
Very interesting.
Keep the situation monitored. I want to know everything about this boy. 3 days had passed since the USJ incident, and the students had finally returned to class after those 3 days. This was fortunate for Midoriya, who hadn't been feeling well since the attack. But it wasn't Midoriya who wasn't feeling well. It was rather Venom not feeling well. This had been going on for the past few days. The creature's bad state was causing Midoriya to constantly feel nauseous and having strange cravings for foods he usually didn't eat together, like tater tots and chocolate, or deep-fried lobster and a chocolate milkshake. Right now, Midoriya was walking to class and discussing this with the symbiote. All the while, Ito was trying to get everyone to take their seats and looking stupid while doing so.
Okay, Venom, this is getting old. What the heck is going on with us?
Hard to say. Could be one thing, could be another.
Well, what are some things you can think of?
2 things mainly. Either I'm having a hard time adjusting to this planet's atmosphere, or I'm on the verge of spawning an offspring.
The second theory seemed to surprise, gross out, and intrigue Midoriya all at once, as he entered class and sat down.
Wait, so you can have baby symbiotes? How?
Symbiotes reproduce asexually, once every 10 years. When I bonded to you, I was around a year away from having to spawn again, but something caused it to change after I bonded to All Might.
Really? How?
I'm not sure. Anyway, symbiote offspring often start off as a blank slate copy with 0 capabilities and gain set abilities as it either adapts or finds a host, which is also important. Newborn symbiotes need to find a host as soon as they're spawned or they'll die.
Then, if we do spawn a new one, we'll have to make sure it gets a host soon.
Exactly.
At that moment, Mr. Aizawa walked in. He had bandages wrapped around his face, and his arms were in 2 casts and slings. He also looked far more tired than usual.
All right, everyone, settle down and take a seat. Class is starting.
Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be recovering?
When you're a hero, you can't take holidays just because of a few injuries. Now, today we have something very important to talk about.
Everyone was tense because of what Aizawa said, usually because it meant there was a test of some kind, which had everyone on edge.
The UA Sports Festival is coming up.
Everyone erupted into a full-on cheer as they heard this great news.
All right, let's kick some ass!
Kirishima was interrupted by Kaminari.
Hold up, are you sure this is a good idea?
The students all showed the same concern about having the sports festival, but Aizawa assured them it was very important to show that UA would not back down from such a cowardly move by the villains. While the rest of Class 1A went to lunch, All Might asked Midoriya to join him instead for lunch. Midoriya walked into the lounge with the #1 hero and sat down nervously.
Why are you nervous?
I'm nervous because I don't know if he knows about you or not. Now, young Midoriya, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Sure, All Might. What about? Your quirk. You were able to temporarily pass it on to me, and it also spoke. I'd like to know why that is.
Midoriya was hesitant for a moment, but All Might reassured him that any secrets he shared would be kept.
You okay with me telling him?
As long as he doesn't say anything, sure.
Okay, All Might. It's kind of like this.
Midoriya went on to explain everything he learned from Venom about the symbiotes, including how they were found by the Life Foundation and how they originally came from space, even the weaknesses symbiotes apparently had. But Midoriya did not mention the possibility of Venom being on the verge of spawning, however, seeing it as a very sensitive subject at the moment. All Might took all this information rather well and then turned serious.
I will keep your secret, young Midoriya. But from now on, promise me that you and young Venom will be careful. Understand?
Yes, sir.
At that moment, All Might suddenly reverted back to his small form, which shocked Midoriya and intrigued Venom.
That explains why he felt so weak when I attached onto him earlier.
All Might went on to explain to the two about his injuries and the battle he had fought over 5 years ago, and how Venom's regeneration actually helped him recover a great deal. Midoriya and Venom left All Might after both parties agreed to not tell each other secrets. But unbeknownst to Midoriya and Venom, some lingering effects of All Might's power was affecting both Venom and the spawning of the unborn symbiote inside. 2 weeks had passed, and the sports festival was finally here at UA. The atmosphere was full of cheers and excitement, not only for the crowd, who was ready for a great spectacle, but also from the students, who were told that various hero agencies would be keeping an eye on them. Amidst all this excitement, Shoto Todoroki approached Midoriya. "I'll be looking forward to beating you, Midoriya."
We'll see about that, Todoroki.
The first event was the obstacle course, which Midoriya and Venom won by using their bulkier form to demolish their way through the robots. Venom's bulkier form had been augmented somehow from All Might during the USJ attack. In the cavalry battle, Midoriya's team also won, thanks to Venom being able to permanently copy Hatsume's builds. With Venom being able to augment Uraraka's quirk abilities, Midoriya's team was able to avoid Todoroki's attacks, which allowed Team Midoriya to end the match with 10,000 points still intact. After this defeat, Todoroki pulled Midoriya to the side and asked him questions about his quirk, seeing as how it was different from any other type of transformation-type quirk, especially since it temporarily transferred to All Might in the USJ. This left Midoriya to give him a short runaround about how Venom works to try and throw him off the scent, but Todoroki wasn't fully convinced. After this, Midoriya felt rather sick to his stomach.
What's going on? The other symbiote. It's almost ready to spawn.
Oh no, this isn't good.
Up next were the fighting matches, and it was Midoriya versus Shinzo. Unwittingly answering Shinzo's question, Midoriya found himself walking towards the edge of the ring, but Venom was able to snap Midoriya out of this mind control and beat Shinzo by wrapping him up with tendrils and throwing him out of the ring. Up next was Uraraka versus Bakugo. While Bakugo had won this fight, Uraraka put up quite the fight thanks to feeling the effects of Venom's strength boost, and was able to make Bakugo float into the air before he was able to, quote-unquote, fly with his explosions, and defeat Uraraka. Soon after, Todoroki's fight against Sero happened. Todoroki was able to win thanks to Sero not paying attention to where he was landing and falling out of bounds. After the last few matches were the quarterfinals, and during the first match between Todoroki and Midoriya, Midoriya felt nauseous and threw up all over the stage. White and black sludge poured from his mouth as it gathered into a pool and rose up. Midoriya stumbled and fell back as the fluid reared up and looked at Todoroki.
It's the newborn symbiote.
Oh no, Todoroki, look out!
It was too late, though. The new symbiote had already lunged at Todoroki and began to bond with him, turning him into a creature with the same build and height as All Might, with white skin and black patterns, bulky clawed arms, and an orange mouth with orange eyes. An icy mist formed as it breathed in and out, and ice crystals gathered on its left side as the ground turned to frost under its feet. And by just standing there, it cracked the concrete as if it were cheap glass.
We are anti-Venom.
Venom?
Yes?
Mask!
Copy.
Venom then coated Midoriya as they became their bulky form and hissed at the new pairing of human and symbiote, who in turn hissed at the other two before they lunged at them with the intent to tear them apart. Midoriya and Venom were at the ready. It was a battle of the symbiotes now, and neither Midoriya or Venom would know who would come out on top. As the two symbiote combatants got ready for their blood match, Venom snarled at Midoriya.
Let me take primary control on this one. We can't let them reach perfect symbiosis.
Since Venom obviously knew about the symbiote than him, Midoriya let Venom take the wheel, while he would still help in the background with strategies. Venom and the symbiote-infested Todoroki both rushed at each other, locking hands once they met in the middle. While Venom thought he would have the upper hand against his newly born spawn, he was caught off guard when he felt a furious burning sensation on his hands, like he was being burnt off of Midoriya. Todoroki was then able to force Venom to his knees, parts of Midoriya's partner retracted off of his hands and down to his forearms. Then, with Todoroki fueled by the symbiote's primal instinct and his own rage, he began vigorously headbutting Venom while not caring for his own well-being. This pushed Midoriya back, letting Venom reform around his hands. Suddenly, Todoroki's once orange eyes turned crimson as he looked at his father, Endeavor. Todoroki began to howl like a wild animal as the symbiote flooded his mind with thoughts of gruesome ways he could kill his father. But before he could even attempt to attack his father, Todoroki was tackled to the ground by Venom and started getting pummeled by the hulking fists.
Listen to me, Todoroki! You gotta fight it!
Midoriya yelled from within Venom, hoping to get through to Todoroki, but what he heard next sent chills down his spine. I don't want to, Todoroki muttered back as he ignited into a blazing inferno, getting Midoriya off of him. It appeared that the new symbiote was forcing out all of Todoroki's rage and using it to control him, possibly even feeding from it. Midnight and Cementos wondered if they should call off the fight since there was clearly something wrong with Todoroki, but both Venom and Midoriya yelled at them to not end the fight, for they had this.
Don't you remember what you said before all of this? How you were going to destroy us?
Midoriya yelled at Todoroki, getting his attention once again. Then Todoroki got on all fours and began sprinting at Venom like a feral animal. While leaping at Midoriya, his hands became claw-like as he went to slash at Midoriya. Venom, trying to play it smart, bound up Todoroki by creating tendrils and wrapping them around him. But the bindings didn't last long, as they started to burn and dissolve as soon as they made contact with Todoroki's skin. Just like when they locked arms earlier.
How does he keep doing that?
Venom yelled within Midoriya's head, giving his partner an idea. He thought it could have been a result of Todoroki's base quirk, and it also could have possibly affected the new symbiote in some way. While it did make sense to Venom, he built off that theory more. The new symbiote felt off to him, like it was incomplete. It might have been either born prematurely, while also being able to handle Todoroki's quirk gene. With both of them coming to that conclusion, Midoriya and Venom knew what needed to be done.
You gotta trust me, V. Let me take control.
With Midoriya taking control, he turned into his more agile and small form, while taking a fighting stance close to the ground.
Listen to me, Todo.
Before Midoriya could finish his sentence, Todoroki rushed at him, arms stretched out and only fueled by rage. Knowing he wouldn't be able to get through to Todoroki in his current state, Midoriya was forced to jump over the attack. Then, while going on the offensive, he shot webs into the ground while using them to slam his feet into Todoroki's back. The strike almost knocked Todoroki out of the arena, but he barely stopped himself by slamming his claws into the ground.
I'm going to win this! Then I'll expose the monster for everything he's done!
Todoroki roared as he started throwing fireballs at Midoriya, who narrowly avoided them. But then, both he and Venom noticed something that could possibly let Midoriya get through to Todoroki on the inside.
Look at yourself! You said you would never use your left side, but that's all you've used!
Todoroki stood there staring at Midoriya blindly, his body visibly shaking. As he looked down at his hands to see them as massive bear claws, he began crying out,
No! No! I'm not using your damn fire quirk!
Then, while trying to fight the dark and twisted influence of the symbiote, he started trying to rip off parts of the suit, but to no avail. They would regenerate faster than he could tear them off. But something sparked within Midoriya, a form of anger he had never felt before. With Midoriya going back to his monstrous hulking form, he yelled at Todoroki,
It's your quirk, not his!
That remark hit Todoroki harder than any previous attack, as he received a flashback to a time when he was a carefree boy, sitting watching television with his mother. He then recalled watching a program about parents passing on quirks, and how it was up to the children on how they were going to use them, with that positive memory pushing past all the hate and anger in Todoroki's head. The symbiote started getting reduced to dust, as Todoroki ignited himself into an inferno, using his other side to generate ice so he could keep burning it. As the last bit of the symbiote was burnt off of Todoroki, he collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion, and from the suit overdraining his body, winning the match for Midoriya. While it didn't feel like a proper win to Midoriya or Venom, they still took it, while helping bring Todoroki to the infirmary. But unannounced to them, a small remnant of the baby symbiote, created when Todoroki started tearing the suit off him, snuck its way onto Midoriya. Since it was created by Venom, neither of them could sense it. Midoriya was somewhat shaken up by the thought of killing a baby symbiote, being that he's never killed anyone before. But Venom tried to reassure his partner that it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't uncommon for symbiotes to just dump their spawn anywhere and leave them to fend for themselves. While dark, it was the sad truth of the symbiote race. The semifinals of the fighting tournament were announced. It was Tokuyami versus Bakugo, and Midoriya versus Ida. The fight with Tokuyami and Bakugo played out the same way as it did in the canon. The only significant change was that Bakugo was significantly more violent and angry, this being attributed to being caught off guard by Uraraka's surprise attack a few fights ago, and how he would finally be able to get revenge on Deku for what he had done during the first hero training they did. Bakugo forced Tokuyami to surrender by blasting him out of the arena with explosions fueled by his desire to beat Deku in the finals. After them was Midoriya versus Ida. The match started with both contestants walking out onto the field, greeting each other with high spirits, with Ida unaware on what had just happened to his brother Tensei. When the match started, Ida sprinted straight towards Midoriya. "Mask!" Midoriya yelled out, with Venom covering him, and turning him into their more limber and agile form. As if it was perfectly timed, Midoriya leapt into the air to avoid a side kick to the back from Ida. But it seems that's what he wanted, because as Midoriya got into the air, Ida also jumped up while axe-kicking him back into the ground. Then, while still in the air, Ida yelled out, "Recipro Burst!" With his engines turning blue, he went slamming down into Midoriya with a strong, sweeping kick. But there was something he didn't account for. As Ida made contact with the back of Midoriya's suit, he began to hulk out while its biomass started to wrap around him, eventually covering him completely. Ida couldn't break free of his bindings, since his engines were shot, meaning Midoriya had won the match. Venom thought it was a cheap trick, as he preferred to actually fight it out instead of relying on a trap. With the finals close upon them, Venom and Midoriya sat in one of the waiting rooms, having a quick snack to refuel, when Bakugo came crashing in mistakenly. "Crap! This is waiting room number 2! Bakugo just yelled as he watched Midoriya stuff his face with chocolate and other sweets. Although disgusted and feeling really awkward, Bakugo took a seat across from Midoriya and asked him a simple question. "What the hell is going on with your quirk, Deku?" While not being able to answer due to eating, Midoriya just shrugged, not having a proper answer to give him. Bakugo proceeded to list several things out. First, Midoriya was really a late bloomer. 2, his quirk is radically different from any of his parents. And 3, the quirk itself was far more complicated and intricate than any other quirks that Bakugo had ever seen. Bakugo listed several more items, but the point was made. He was starting to suspect something. His suspicions were only getting worse after seeing what happened to Todoroki. The two rivals just stared at each other. A strong tension filled the air, Midoriya not wanting to divulge his secret of Venom to anyone else, especially Bakugo. "Fine, if you're not gonna tell me, then listen well. Your match with Icy Hot was sloppy. You cared more about getting that goop off of him. But your match with me will be far different," Bakugo announced loudly as he went to leave. But Midoriya stopped him by standing up and wiping his mouth and yelling back, "This won't be like our training, Kacchan. We'll be going all out in this fight." Without even realizing it, Midoriya let slip something he shouldn't have. Bakugo turned around confused and looked at Midoriya, only getting a determined look by the green-haired boy, while strange black tendrils crawled up his neck to his face in the process. Venom also felt the same way. Bakugo just shuffled off while muttering something like, "Yeah, whatever." Midoriya and Venom stayed in the room a bit longer, eating more food before going out to the arena. With massive pillars of flame shooting out of the corners of the arena, President Mike announced it was the final showdown. The long-awaited rematch between the rivals was finally here. Midoriya and Bakugo stared intently at each other. Bakugo had pure rage in his eyes. He was waiting to fight Deku again ever since the battle trials when they were still relatively new to UA. Deku used a cheap trick to get the victory. Sleeping gas? Really? He couldn't wait to teach Deku his place. Midoriya was sweating a little. This was Bakugo that he and Venom were going to be facing after all. Not only was Bakugo an incredibly strong person physically, but his quirk was also incredibly powerful. It didn't help with the fact that he was at an incredible disadvantage here. Bakugo wielded an explosion quirk, essentially a fire quirk. Venom was weak to fire, and they didn't have any support items to help counter the weakness. "Ready to lose, nerd?" Bakugo yelled. Midoriya tightened his fists. His heart was racing. He was trying to use breathing techniques to calm his nerves.
Don't worry, partner. It's 2-on-1. What we need to do is avoid his explosions and overpower him before he does to us.
Izuku sighed when he heard Venom's plan. He supposed it could work, but Bakugo was a tricky person to fight against. Even with all the plans he had to use against him, Bakugo knew how to adapt to different situations.
On one side, we have the explosive boy from Class 1A, a ruthless fighter in the ring, Katsuki Bakugo! President Mike introduced. The crowds were cheering, excited for the fight. And on the other side of the arena, we have one of UA's finest, a boy with a rather strange and complex quirk, but incredibly powerful in his own right, Izuku Midoriya! Izuku paid no attention to the introduction. Instead, he formed a fighting stance as Venom was covering his body. Fight! Immediately after President Mike gave the go to fight, Izuku charged in at Bakugo. Bakugo rushed in as well, but with a right hook. Izuku smirked seeing this. He was ready to counterattack, but he felt a tingling sense in the back of his head. That only ever meant one thing.
It's a trap!
Venom said. Venom took control of one of Izuku's arms quickly and webbed Bakugo's face, distracting the boy temporarily. It left Bakugo open for an attack from the partners as Izuku launched several tendrils at him. As soon as Bakugo finished ripping off the webbing from his face, he saw Izuku wrap his arm up in black tendrils. "What the heck is this stuff?" Bakugo inquired. Izuku pulled at Bakugo's arm to make his opponent lose balance. But Bakugo caught onto the trick relatively quickly. He shot an explosion at Izuku's tendrils, which caused him to reel back from the intense pain. Izuku hissed in pain from the feeling. "What's the matter, Deku? Scared?" Bakugo taunted. Bakugo started launching several explosions at Izuku as he started to figure out Izuku's weakness. Izuku was keeping his distance from Bakugo, which the boy caught on to. He found that to be interesting, alongside how he reeled back from his initial explosion. He put two and two together. He had a feeling that Izuku was at least not immune to his explosions. He grinned and charged in at Izuku. Venom took over quickly and threw a haymaker punch at Bakugo. Bakugo was charging in too quickly to avoid the attack and was forced to take the full brunt of it, which disoriented him. Izuku and Venom didn't let the opportunity pass them, though. Izuku rushed Bakugo again with Venom enlarging one of their fists. They punched Bakugo with the enlarged fist, having increased strength behind it as well. There was so much strength behind it that it sent Bakugo flying for a second, until Bakugo roared with his explosions, launching himself back into the arena. "That's it! Finishing move! Howitzer impact!" Bakugo screamed. Bakugo used his explosions to rotate himself in the air and was coming down at Izuku. He released the attack on Izuku, creating an explosion large enough to consume the whole arena. Izuku was knocked unconscious from the overwhelming amount of pain he felt. Venom had to retreat back into his host's body in order to recuperate from Bakugo's last explosion. When Izuku woke up, he found himself to be in the medical wing. He looked around, observing his surroundings a bit more, while trying to remember what happened.
We lost,
Venom stated somberly.
Uh-oh, I see.
Izuku gripped his bed sheets before sighing. Recovery Girl, after seeing Izuku was awake, informed him that he ended up getting second place in the sports festival, with first place going to Bakugo. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't partake in standing on the podium when All Might was giving everyone their medals, as he was unconscious during the time. But they were able to arrange something for Izuku, though. Suddenly, All Might appeared in the room, smiling at Izuku. He held up a silver medal for Izuku before he put it around the boy's neck.
"Young Midoriya, you did well in the sports festival, so don't let yourself feel too down about this one loss. Use this loss as motivation to become stronger."
Izuku nodded his head in agreeing with All Might's words. The next couple of days went by before school started back. All of Class 1A conversed with each other about the recent events regarding the sports festival. Most of them seemed to be impressed with how the festival ended as well. No one expected Bakugo to let out such a huge and powerful attack. When Aizawa entered the classroom, though, everyone suddenly became silent. "Good. You all are getting better at quieting up," Aizawa said. "Anyways, your display at the sports festival was also meant for several heroes to start scouting for potential candidates for their agencies. Not just candidates, but they also nominate hero students regardless of the year. Aizawa proceeded to show the students the number of nominations each of them ended up getting, with Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki all having a significantly larger amount of nominations than the rest. Aizawa explained how in previous years it was more spread out, but this year was simply an outlier. Regardless, each student, even those who didn't get any nominations, would be able to choose a hero to intern with. Today was also going to be the day the students would be making hero names. Midnight was the one who would be approving their names, as Aizawa wasn't all that good with making aliases. When it came onto Izuku's time to present his name, a couple of people seemed to be confused by the title. Midnight inquired, "Well, I'll admit, I used to have quite a bit of a distaste for the name due to its meaning at the time, but someone went ahead and changed the meaning of the name. Now, Deku means, 'You can do it!'" Izuku exclaimed. Midnight smiled in approval of the name. Bakugo's hero names, however, ended up getting turned down afterwards, which infuriated the boy. Throughout the day, Izuku was still looking over potential pro heroes to intern under, until All Might approached him.
Young Midoriya, how are you doing? Found any heroes you're interested in interning with yet? All Might asked.
Unfortunately, no. I'm still looking through different heroes, trying to find one who would be the best choice, Izuku explained. Izuku noticed All Might was visibly shaking, which deeply confused Izuku.
He seems to be scared for some reason,
Venom mentioned.
Come on, get it together, legs.
All Might muttered.
Well, Midoriya, you actually got one last-minute offer, and it's from my old master. I was wondering if you were willing to consider.
Hearing this, Izuku was immediately interested in this veteran hero he'd never heard of. Gran Torino seemed to be the name of the hero. If this person trained All Might, then they must have been a good trainer at the very least. When Izuku made it over to the address of the retired hero, he was honestly very confused to come across a run-down building. When he entered the place, he saw what appeared to be a dead old man bleeding out on the floor, only to find out that this was Gran Torino, and he was very much alive. Izuku found him to just be a senile old man, and he didn't find him to be worth much of his time. When he tried leaving, his spider sense went off, and he ducked.
Oh, you got a little bit of quick reflexes,
Gran Torino exclaimed. Venom covered Izuku's body and added the additional hero suit on top of it, before they charged in at Gran Torino.
We aren't here to play games with you, old man,
Venom tried to explain. Gran Torino was intrigued by Izuku's transformation, but he didn't really pay much attention to much else besides fighting Izuku. He bounced along the walls before he kicked the pair over and over again. A couple of times, Izuku was able to get the upper hand on Gran Torino. Venom became incredibly irritated with Gran Torino's onslaught of attacks before he took over. He was able to quickly grab the hero and pin him down to the ground.
Enough of this, old man.
You're very annoying.
Gran Torino looked at the two with a bit of curiosity.
Who are you?
He asked. Venom groaned.
No, really. It seems like there's more so two people controlling one body rather than one person.
Sentient quirks exist,
Venom lied, making up a reason for what he was. Gran Torino accepted the reason, but was still a little bit curious about the boy. He went on to explain that he wanted to fight Izuku in order to get a better understanding of his abilities. Izuku was told how his movements were painfully predictable. His reflexes, speed, and strength were explained to be his saving graces. Venom was a different story in which he could be quite vicious in his attacks. For the next couple of days, Izuku was trained by Gran Torino to become less predictable in his attack patterns before they went to do some patrolling.
You'd start developing some weird habits if you continued only sparring with me. We'll be patrolling, and maybe even encounter some crooks that you can learn to detain in better ways.
While the two went off to patrol, Kurogiri ended up bringing an assassin-like villain to the League of Villains headquarters in order to recruit him.
Tell me, Shigaraki, what is your goal in this society?
Stain inquired.
My goal? I suppose you can say that my goal is to kill that symbol of peace everyone looks up to so much, and destroy everything I hate,
Shigaraki stated.
You are very misguided, Shigaraki. Any and all bloodshed should have a good reason behind it. You've provided none.
Stain threw a couple of his daggers at Shigaraki. Some of his daggers Shigaraki managed to avoid, but others cut him in certain areas of his body. It frustrated him even more when he found out those daggers were meant as a distraction for Stain to get the one-up on him. Stain successfully pinned Shigaraki down to the ground and pointed a dagger at Shigaraki's neck.
Without any conviction, how do you expect to get anything done?
Shigaraki pleaded for Kurogiri to send Stain back, but they were unable to do so. Stain was about to slash Shigaraki's neck when the man-child managed to grab the dagger. It disintegrated in his hand. He went on to explain how although he didn't appear to have the sort of conviction Stain was looking for, he did have a great desire in order to crush the society All Might built up over time. It was something that Stain even acknowledged as the one thing they had in common.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Big Shot. I'll give you a bit of a parting gift for you to use when you absolutely need it most, such as when you're about to lose a fight, possibly die. This gift will prevent that from happening, but if you do end up resorting to having to use them, you and I will both know. You'll see you won't be able to accomplish your goals without the help of the League of Villains. Just that alone will bring glee to my face.
Stain was given a vial with some weird substance inside it. Was it slime, maybe? He wasn't all that sure, but he didn't plan on getting the help of these villains in order to accomplish his goals anytime soon. He put it in one of his pockets and left through the portal to hunt down some more fakes. What Stain didn't know was when the substance formed an icky face while in the vial. Izuku and Gran Torino were riding on a train to Shinjuku City. Gran Torino explained how the more populated areas would tend to also have more crime widespread. At the rate we're going, we'll probably make it there by night, Izuku stated. Gran Torino nodded. Indeed, it's actually pretty beneficial to your development. After all, crime is more frequent at night, Gran Torino explained. Izuku couldn't wait to do some patrolling with the older hero, but his spider sense went off. He realized suddenly that something was wrong. He looked up to see a Nomu claw open the roof of the train. Gran Torino immediately jumped into action, kicking the Nomu in the face. Izuku wanted to help, but Torino commanded him to not interfere. He wanted him to stay put, but this was Izuku. Gran Torino tackled the Nomu out of the train, which left Izuku concerned about his safety. He knew that Gran Torino was strong, but if the one that Torino was facing had a strength level even half of the one at the USJ, there was a good chance the hero would at least have a very tough time facing up against this Nomu. Izuku exited the train, only to see Hosu City on fire.
I have some bad vibes about there,
Venom commented. You and me both, Izuku said. Despite his better judgment and Venom's mentioning of it being a bad idea, Izuku went to investigate what was happening in Hosu City. He was curious and concerned for Ida's safety as well. He knew that Ida was interning at this specific city after all. He could only imagine the mass devastation there. Once Izuku had arrived at Hosu, he noticed how a couple of the pro heroes were fighting even more Nomu-like creatures. They weren't like the ones back at the USJ. They didn't appear to be too smart. They were seemingly running around like mindless zombies. Well, they pretty much were, but they were far more dangerous. He looked around, but for some reason, Izuku couldn't spot Ida anywhere near the heroes. It was pretty odd at first, until Venom suggested an idea.
Ida's brother, Ingenium, was the name. Was left crippled by the hero killer Stain in this city, and all of a sudden, Ida started acting a bit different. Then, he chose to do his internship here with the pro hero manual, when he had several other options that were more appropriate with his quirk and fighting style. Yet, he went with manual. I find that to be more than just a coincidence.
Hearing this caused Izuku's eyes to widen in realization. Oh no. Izuku quickly left the battlefield in order to find Ida. He knew exactly what Ida was trying to do. Izuku managed to find Ida right when Stain was about to finish him off. Before Izuku could even think of something to do, Venom took over one of Izuku's arms and shot a couple of webs at Stain's face. It wasn't something Stain expected, but he was able to get out of the way just in time.
What's this?
Stain wondered. Leave him alone! Izuku yelled.
Oh, is he a friend of yours? If so, you must be another one of those fake heroes.
Stain lunged at Izuku with his blades in hand, but Venom took over, creating sides in place of their arms, which he used in order to block Stain's attack.
Oh, is it a shape-shifting quirk I see? I'll admit, I haven't encountered too many of your kind, but it makes no difference.
Stain threw himself off of the symbiote and host duo and threw a couple of knives at them. Several tendrils sprouted off of Izuku and Venom and captured the weapons before they could get too close. Without thinking, Izuku threw the knives right back at Stain, who was able to dodge most of them, but one knife managed to get him in the knee. Stain growled in pain before pulling out the knife. Izuku watched as Stain tried to launch another attack at him. This time, though, Izuku counterattacked. He swung one of the sides at Stain. The hero killer attempted to dodge the attack, but he failed to take into account the tendrils which Izuku used to drag Stain back down, slamming the villain into the ground. Stain gasped in pain.
Who is this brat?
Stain muttered. Stain brought himself back just in time to dodge another attack from Izuku. Izuku shapeshifted the scythe into a set of claws and tried to slash at Stain.
Izuku, don't give him the opportunity to strike. If you let him catch you off guard and he manages to make you shed even the tiniest ounce of blood, he can leave you paralyzed,
Ida reported. Ida cursed himself for being so useless, especially since this was his fight. His fight to avenge his older brother for what Stain did to him. Izuku became distracted hearing Ida's voice, which left him wide open for an attack by the hero killer.
Finally,
Stain yelled. He lunged at Izuku once more, sweeping his legs from underneath him. He went on to try stabbing Izuku with both katanas in hand. Ida screamed when he saw Stain's attempt at murdering his friend right before his eyes, until a wave of glacier-sized ice rushed at the villain. Stain jumped out of the way before the ice could hit him, though.
Another one!
Stain growled in frustration. It was 2-on-1 now. It didn't help that the one clad in black was especially difficult. He had so many abilities that made him an extremely difficult opponent to fight against. If it weren't for his speed, he'd have been defeated a long time ago. Now, Stain was at a serious disadvantage. Izuku, you know I almost didn't make it in time. Be more specific with your location next time, Todoroki stated. Ida saw both Izuku and Todoroki were tackling the hero killer now. It frustrated him beyond means as he still couldn't move. He saw that the two of them were able to go hand to hand with Stain. Izuku shot some webbing at Stain's face, which momentarily distracted the hero killer. Izuku used this distraction to punch Stain right in the face, rattling the villain with the force of the blow. Todoroki tried to freeze the hero killer's legs before they had a chance to gain back their senses, but he managed to break out of the ice while it was still thin. Stain wasn't given any chance to breathe after that. He had to face an onslaught of attacks from the pair. Some attacks he was able to evade, but those attacks were followed up by another, more ferocious attack that he could at best block. He ended up suffering several broken bones and cuts throughout the course of the battle. He could tell that they were trying to subdue him, not necessarily end him. He would have been finished a long time ago. He was really struggling to keep up with his opponents here. He threw a dagger at the two-tone boy, which managed to cut his cheek. Right when he thought he found an opening, though, he was slammed into the wall, which seemingly knocked him unconscious. Izuku and Todoroki were breathing heavily. They failed to notice the broken vial with a strange liquid inside. This liquid began to cover Stain. When Izuku finally noticed, it was too late. Before we get back into the story, I want to let you all know that we have a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. If you're interested in content like that, please go check the description below or click the icon in the top right corner. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back into the story.
Another symbiote?
Izuku questioned.
Probably another one from the lab,
Venom assumed.
The lab? You mean the place you mentioned that experimented on you?
Yeah. They ended up producing a couple of artificial spawns from my DNA. Looks like that's one of them.
Needless to say, Izuku was shocked to hear such a revelation. He saw that symbiote back at the USJ, but he didn't know the exact reason for why they existed. For all he knew, it was just another naturally born symbiote of Venom's race.
Izuku, please, allow me to take primary control for this fight. I can tell that this one is different from the last one, more dangerous, and less stable.
When Izuku heard this, he agreed with Venom. Stain was already fast and strong, But he couldn't imagine how much more powerful Stain was now with this symbiote in hand. That and the thought of Stain being even less mentally sound was a terrifying thought. Venom was more suited for this situation. Before Izuku even knew it though, a blur passed by them, clawing at him in the process. He felt something leave him inside. He was confused at first, until he and Venom saw Stain covered in a red and yellow looking symbiote with long hair. They had fangs and long claws as well. What the two noticed in particular though, was something in their adversary's hand. Something the size of someone's palm that looked similar to a ball of slime began to merge with Stain's symbiote. It was white at first, but while in the merge, it became black.
Oh no! The baby survived and fused with them!
Venom realized. Todoroki looked at Venom in confusion for a second, but shook his head. He wasn't going to focus on that now. He'd ask Izuku what he meant by that statement later. That and why he sounded so different all of a sudden. Venom and Todoroki gave all their attention to Stain and switched to more defensive stances.
We are Scream!
The now dubbed Scream charged at Todoroki and Venom. Todoroki reflected back to the sports festival. He saw how Izuku reacted to fire, and this guy appeared to have gained a similar quirk to Izuku's somehow. He launched a ray of fire at Scream, but they were able to leap out of the way. Venom ran after them and grabbed the monstrosity by the arm. He yanked him down to the ground, but Scream did a backflip, kicking Venom in the jaw. Todoroki created a large wave of ice, forcing Scream to move out of the way, jumping into midair. Todoroki used this to his advantage, though by shooting fire at Scream once more. This time it connected. Scream growled, and it looked like they were struggling to stay with their host. They were momentarily immobilized, and Venom refused to let the opportunity pass. He created two scythes and slashed at Scream. The other symbiote yelled in pain before Venom sucker punched them. Scream pulled out Stain's weapons and began to cover them, incorporating them into the symbiote's body.
Prepare to die!
Scream started making indistinguishable noises for a couple of seconds, and soon produced a symbiote-enhanced katana to slash at Venom. It cut through Venom's body and Izuku's hero suit, making it all the way to his skin. A large gash opened up in Izuku's body after the attack. Izuku winced in pain, but Venom quickly went to heal his host before things got worse. Venom saw Scream about to lick Izuku's blood, but stopped him by firing a web at Scream's arm and pulled them close while Todoroki grabbed the other arm and set fire to it. Scream let out a gut-wrenching scream, and Todoroki saw the villain's covering begin to draw back. Todoroki tried to increase the heat, but Scream headbutted Todoroki and used their hair-like tendrils to wrap around Todoroki's neck. They started choking Todoroki, but Venom swung a kick at Scream's torso.
Time to test something new out.
Venom breathed and began to focus his energy. What are you doing, Venom?
Remember how I was able to bond with All Might for a little while?
Yeah? What about it?
Simply put, I have this one interesting ability where I can take on certain attributes from previous hosts and adapt it. Even after I leave that host and move on to another, the new host can have access to the attributes I gained and adapted on. You could say I have a genetic memory of sorts.
Wait, so you're saying what I think you're saying?
That's right. I was able to create a version of All Might's quirk. I couldn't copy the exact quirk though. There's something weird with his quirk, but I was able to augment it to something that would be pretty beneficial.
What is it?
A sort of energy manipulation, actually. I found some sort of ability that allowed All Might to make black whips of energy. That and something with stockpiling energy or strength. It's not super strong yet though. If we get through this, we're gonna need a lot of chocolate.
Venom blocked an attack from Scream and grabbed their hair before swinging them around. Venom threw Scream into a wall, but Scream bounced back immediately. Venom supercharged his body with the energy quickly before Scream could send out another attack. His strength and speed seemed to increase tenfold in that moment as Venom grabbed Scream's neck and flung him down to the ground. Venom grabbed Scream's arms and put his foot on his foe's back. He pulled on their arms until the sound of breaking bones was heard. Scream tried to get back up, but he couldn't. He collapsed and retreated into Stain. Venom collapsed on top of the unconscious Stain and retreated as well. Ida saw everything, and at that moment, he was finally able to move again. Whatever that thing was that possessed Stain earlier seemed to have finally been vanquished, but not by him. He felt so useless here. The whole time he couldn't move. It was as if Stain's quirk was amplified on top of his physical abilities. He and Todoroki went to help Izuku stand, since it appeared that Izuku couldn't without any support. "My body! It's all numb!" Izuku cried. The group was too focused on Izuku to notice the pair of symbiotes leave Stain's body. The symbiotes were able to make it to the outer streets, where they attached themselves to a flying Nomu, who flew to the rooftops above. The Nomu landed on one specific rooftop, though, one that held Tomura Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The symbiotes removed themselves from the Nomu and slipped down.
Oh, and what do we have here? A new symbiote that I don't recognize. Is it possible that this is a natural-born offspring? It's like picking up some rare treasure in a video game. Just my luck, too. I think I'll make you my very own, Shigaraki stated. Shigaraki stretched his hand out to the new symbiote, but something strange happened. Rather than cover Shigaraki's body, it found one of Shigaraki's unhealed wounds and entered. Tomura hissed in pain for a second, but realized something. The symbiote had entered his bloodstream. "You and I will make great partners. We both want one thing at the end of the day, and you want to know what that is? It's carnage." Couple of days had passed since the event at Hosu. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida were reprimanded for their actions against Stain, but they were praised by the chief of police for the fact they managed to defeat the villain Stain. The chief explained how the credit would go to Endeavor. There weren't enough witnesses to report their actions, which meant that the incident could be covered up. The boys knew the predicament they were in. They were aware of their illegal actions, so they didn't argue against it. Once the week ended, it also meant it was the end of the class's workplace training. Midoriya had more of a craving for chocolate ever since he first used that power-boosting ability. He was still curious about that ability and how he could move his body afterwards. Venom wasn't much help either. Venom was still learning about it as well. When the trio made it back to school, they became the center of attention for most of the class due to their encounter with Stain. When they tried asking about it, though, Todoroki refused to tell the class what really happened. Especially the part where Stain suddenly gained a quirk similar to Midoriya's. Instead, he lied. Endeavor saved us. Before the class could further their conversation, All Might appeared in the classroom. He went on to explain what they would all be doing today. A rescue operation of sorts. It would be a race to meet him at the center, and there would be 4 groups of 5. Each student would race each other through the construction site. It would require them to be creative with their abilities and find different ways to use them to the situation they were being put in. Midoriya was put into the group with Sero, Mina, Tenya, and Ojiro. Most of the class already felt that Sero and Midoriya held a major advantage in such an environment. They felt that Sero had the edge though, as his quirk was more adjusted to being able to swing through the air. Sorta like that one web-slinging hero in North America. "This should be easy," Venom stated. "What makes you think so?" Izuku asked. "We produce organic webs. We can literally just use those webs to swing from pipe to pipe until we reach All Might." Midoriya could practically feel Venom mentally facepalming. He looked forward and prepared to launch a web, but he concentrated a little more than usual in order to build up his webbing a little differently. Once All Might announced for them to start, Midoriya launched a web that stuck to one of the pipes. He used it as a vine this time, and swung into the air. He fired another web. Lather, rinse, repeat. Midoriya couldn't believe he never tried doing such a thing before. It felt so exciting! "Hey, partner, focus! Zero's catching up to us,"
Oh, I completely forgot about the exercise. Midoriya managed to get to All Might first, but only able to claim first by the skin of his teeth. He became distracted earlier, testing out that web-slinging ability. It was really useful and exhilarating. All Might praised Midoriya for his intuitive thinking, and everyone was surprised to see him use his webs in such a way. Midoriya chuckled, explaining that was really more of Venom who told him about it. He never really thought about it beforehand. You still did good, young Midoriya, especially for your first time using your webs like that. Don't sell yourself short, All Might stated. Meet me in my office after class is over. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Sure, All Might. When Midoriya went to All Might's office after school, he found the man in his skinny form. You said you had a couple of things to discuss with me? Yes. Have a seat, Midoriya. I'm not sensing any bad vibes from him, Midoriya. Relax. One of the first things I would like to discuss with you is your quirk. It's not really a quirk, is it? Midoriya froze when he heard the question. How did All Might find out? That Nomu back at the USJ possessed similar abilities to your quirk. On top of that, when you lent me your quirk in order to fight the behemoth, they appeared to be sentient. I've met people with sentient quirks in the past, but usually they are completely attached to their user, such as Tokoyami and his Dark Shadow. I've never encountered any like yours, though, where it can function when completely separated from the quirk user. It's alright, Midoriya. You can tell him. Looking back at what we know from him so far, it seems like we can trust him. Can you keep a secret? Midoriya asked. All Might nodded. I pinky promise you that I won't tell a soul. Midoriya went on to explain how Venom, his quirk, was actually an alien that gave him the powers he was able to display throughout the school year. He looked at All Might to see his reaction to all the information. I see. Well, that's certainly one of the weirdest things I've heard in a while, but it seems plausible. Especially with 2 cases of lookalikes. Well, that would be from Venom being experimented on. Hence, why would we want to keep it a secret? That actually explains a lot. Since you told me your secret, I'll tell you mine. I was originally quirkless. What? You see, I was born quirkless, but somebody gave me the quirk you see every day. The name of my quirk is called One for All, and it's been passed down for generations now. I was the 8th wielder of One for All. Was? Midoriya questioned. Yes, was. I found a successor in the form of one of the 3rd years at UA. Oh, how nice. But may I ask, why are you telling me this? You see, young Midoriya, I would like for the 2 of you to meet and train with each other soon. The 2 of you could learn a lot from each other. In my humble opinion, at least. Sounds good to me. We told him our secret. He told us his. Now, we can even learn how to use that new ability against a sparring partner. Someone who actually has All Might's quirk. Oh, speaking of quirks, though, how much time do you have left, All Might? Venom did say that you were able to heal some of your injury. All Might chuckled. Well, you see, thanks to your friend, I was able to discover that I could hold my muscle form for about a 1/3 of the day now. That's great news, All Might! Midoriya cheered. Before anyone saw it coming, the end-of-term exams were coming up. Many of Class 1A already stressed over the paper tests, but they also had to worry about the physical exams. Midoriya was discussing the exams with Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, and Hagakure, about how they would perform until a blonde boy bumped into Midoriya. Huh? Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. You all are from Class 1A, aren't you? Yeah, and what about it? I figured. I especially recognized 3 of you from the news articles about Stain's capture. Congratulations. You 3 who were involved in Stain's capture managed to garner even more attention towards your class. But watch out, because one day Class 1B will get involved in an event so grand that all attention will be set to Class 1... Before the boy could finish, a girl with a ponytail walked up to him and karate chopped him in the neck. It immediately knocked him out cold.
Sorry about that. Monoma here can be a real handful sometimes.
The girl went on to explain that her name was Itsuka Kendo, and that she overheard them talking about the physical exams. She explained that one of the 3rd years informed her about how the physical exam was going to be a battle simulation, similar to the one at the entrance exam for the majority of the hero students. Midoriya and the rest of the group were rather grateful for this information. They went on to inform the rest of the class about this. The most appreciative of the class were Mina and Kaminari. All of the students of Class 1A were studying rigorously during the final week before the physical exam in order to make sure they at least managed to get a decent score on the exam. It was incredibly stressful for many of Class 1A. Something that helped them during the process, though, was that Momo offered her assistance in the class of studying for the upcoming exam. Through the help of Momo Yaoyorozu, all of Class 1A was able to pass their written exams. Everyone was ecstatic about the news and that their effort was not in vain, although a few just managed to slip by. The class wasn't worrying over the physical exam either, as they knew it was going to be similar to the entrance exam. They were much more adept with their quirks now, so they envisioned the physical exam to be a piece of cake. Once the day of the physical exam finally arrived, Class 1A was found standing outside parallel to many of their teachers. Now I imagine all of you are aware of what the physical exam is like, Aizawa guessed.
Yeah! We're gonna be destroying more giant robots!
Mina exclaimed. Not quite. This threw the class for a loop. If they weren't going to be fighting robots, then what were they going to be doing instead? This was when Nezu, a talking animal of an unidentified species and the principal of UA, appeared out of Aizawa's scarf. The man just sighed at the higher-ups' actions. Due to the sudden surge of criminal activity this year, your teachers and I discussed better training regimens for you all. There was a bit of disagreement about the way we could do it at first, but we were able to come to an agreement. So in conclusion, you will not be battling villain robots this time around. Instead, you will be battling the teachers at UA, and from now on, you will have more real-life battle simulations. You should be happy. Your class will be the first ones to experience such a thing.
Works for us.
Before Izuku could even argue with Venom, Aizawa spoke again. Oh yeah. You all will work in pairs for this exam, and either capture or escape us teachers. The pairs were already predetermined. Same for which teacher you'll face. All the students were split into teams of 2, and were informed of which teachers they'd be facing. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu would be facing Eraserhead in particular. Midoriya and Bakugo would be facing All Might.
Okay, we might have a bit of an issue there.
Midoriya gulped especially, knowing this would be a stronger All Might he'd be facing. Not the watered-down All Might who was struggling back at the USJ, fighting that symbiote-enhanced Nomu. Bakugo looked at Midoriya with complete disdain in his eyes.
Don't get in my way, Deku!
Bakugo snarled.
He's a serious problem child.
The class and teachers were brought to an uninhabited city where they would be conducting their physical exam. They were given designated areas, and the test was explained further in depth. The students had a time limit of 30 minutes. Each pair of students would win through 2 ways. The first was to handcuff the teachers. The second was to have at least one of the teammates make it to the exit, effectively escaping the battlefield. By accomplishing either one of these conditions, they would pass the exam.
To make it more fair to the students as well, all teachers will be wearing compact-weighted bracelets. So tell me, students, are you ready to lose?
All Might's whole aura changed after that statement. Midoriya's spider sense was going nuts. His knees started to buckle together. Midoriya tried to talk to Bakugo as soon as the match started. He tried to discuss a plan with the explosive blonde, but Bakugo refused to listen to him. This greatly aggravated Midoriya.
Look here, Deku. Do not get in my way at all!
Bakugo yelled. Bakugo left and charged forward. He tried to approach All Might with his explosions. He wanted to fight this man. He refused to be left behind. He'd seen how Midoriya was continuously progressing with that stupid quirk of his. It was a weird quirk to say the least. Sure, he may have won against Deku back in the sports festival, but it was only because of his inherent advantage against him back there. It was an incredibly close fight, and the idiot continued to improve. He couldn't stand it. Deku was rapidly improving while he was practically stagnant in every comparison.
All Might!
As soon as All Might saw Bakugo, he leapt towards the boy. He grabbed Bakugo's face and slammed him down to the ground. Bakugo gasped in pain.
Where's your partner, boy?
Bakugo tried to say something, but it was muffled under All Might's hand. All Might flung Bakugo up into the air and jumped after him. Suddenly, though, All Might felt something wrap around his leg. He looked down to see Izuku and Venom with a string of webbing attached to them. Midoriya tugged down at the webbing. The strength behind it caused All Might to be dragged down, crashing into the ground. All Might grunted a little from the pain, but he got back up quickly. Before he could do anything else, though, Midoriya webbed All Might's face. This temporarily blinded the hero, and distracted him long enough for Izuku to grab Bakugo. Come on, Kacchan! We were able to distract All Might for a little bit, but we don't know how long it'll last.
We? Get your stinking hands off of me, Deku!
Bakugo retaliated against Midoriya and threw an explosion at him. Midoriya let go of Bakugo for a second and moved out of the way, dodging the explosion.
Calm down, Kacchan!
Izuku screamed.
Don't tell me what to do!
Bakugo's voice cracked. Bakugo stomped off and went to continue fighting All Might. Midoriya glanced at the exit and then back at Bakugo. He was really considering what he should do here. Fight All Might alongside Bakugo, or make it through to the exit.
Exit!
We can't fight All Might right now. We need to get stronger first.
Midoriya was about to run off to the exit, but All Might spotted him.
Not so fast, hero!
All Might sucker punched Bakugo, launching the boy at Midoriya. Midoriya quickly grabbed him, but this momentary distraction was all the #1 hero needed in order to get the jump on the boys.
You honestly didn't think it would be that easy, young heroes.
All Might slapped Midoriya, sending him flying into the air. Midoriya howled in pain, but he shot a web at one of the buildings. He pulled himself up to the top of the building and took a deep breath.
Do we have to use that power again?
Most likely.
Midoriya focused on trying to tap into some form of energy. It took a couple seconds before he could feel anything. Suddenly, a giant wave of energy flooded his body. It was as if he drank 10 cups of coffee right at that moment. He jumped off the building and shot a web at another building, causing him to swing down and kick All Might in the jaw. All Might rubbed his jaw in slight pain before looking back at Midoriya.
Impressive.
Midoriya wasn't finished, though. He swept All Might's legs from under him and kneed him in the stomach before palm striking All Might's face. He focused on adding more energy towards his arm as well, in order to increase the strength of his attacks. Something happened, though. Rather than simply striking All Might with more force than usual, a blast of what looked like electricity released itself upon All Might. It was a gigantic shockwave of energy that hit him, which greatly injured All Might in the process. It left the #1 hero paralyzed from the neck down, as he didn't prepare for such an outburst of foreign power.
Did we do that?
Izuku looked back at his hand in surprise.
Bioelectrokinesis. Interesting.
It's starting to make sense now.
Midoriya handcuffed All Might, which certified their victory in the final exams. But he looked back at the hero in concern. He hoped his idol was alright after that attack.
You did good, young Midoriya.
Bakugo scowled at Deku before leaving the field. Midoriya didn't know what to say.
Leave him. Let him be. We have other things to focus on.
Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by CalMax Customs, a brand new clothing line made for the wearer. CalMax Customs puts the customer first, offering a variety of clothing options ranging from casual to business casual. If you're looking for comfortable, easy-fitting clothing at low prices, check out CalMax Customs today. Some time went by, and All Might managed to make a full recovery thanks to the efforts of Recovery Girl. Midoriya was relieved to find out about this. Some of the student pairs didn't pass the physical part of the final exams, which was a bummer, but Aizawa explained that all of the students would be going to the lodge despite the fact that 2 pairs failed the practical exams. That and the students, rather than go to a forest lodge, were going to go to a boot camp in order to further progress. Those who failed would have even harsher training than those who passed. Aizawa handed everyone in Class 1A a list of the items they would need. Many realized something, though. Most of the items they didn't even have. Toru then suggested that the whole class should go shopping. Everyone agreed with the girl, and the next time they met, all of them were gathered at the mall. They split up into their own separate groups, as each had their own items that they especially needed. Some of the students had certain items that others didn't. Once everyone was split up, the only ones left were Midoriya and Uraraka. Midoriya was planning on looking for some weights, while Uraraka was planning on getting some bug repellent. The two looked back at each other, and Uraraka started to blush.
Time to make a move.
Midoriya immediately became flustered at Venom, trying to get him to make some advances towards Uraraka. Uraraka slowly walked away from Midoriya as he continued to sputter until she left.
We blew it.
Midoriya sighed in dismay. He was about to go search for the weights, but someone wearing a black hoodie walked up to him.
Hey, we recognize you from the sports festival. You were so cool back there. We are huge fans of you.
Izuku raised an eyebrow at how this person used the word we rather than I, as if they were more than one. As a matter of fact, there was something else about this guy. His voice. It sounded awfully familiar, like that villain back from the USJ. A sudden realization hit Midoriya.
It's him, Shigaraki!
What do you want, Shigaraki?
We want to know why. Why does Stain get so much attention from the public, while we get absolutely none? We can't stand it, to be honest. What does he have that we don't?
First off, what's up with you constantly saying we in place of I? Also, although we don't necessarily agree with Stain's ideology, he at least has something that many could understand. Something that we can't get from you. We don't understand anything from you.
Is that it? An ideology? He wants to get rid of all the fake heroes in this society. We want this hero world to crumble to pieces.
Midoriya's spider sense started to run off. He could feel Shigaraki grip his neck.
Even you have another. We know. And you're questioning why we do it? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Everything that Stain did, we could do better.
Shigaraki started to choke Midoriya while he held a sly grin on his face.
You see, all these people out there walking about like there's nothing to worry about. It's all because of All Might. With that stupid pillar of supposed peace he's built up for so long now, everyone just turns a blind eye to everything else that's happening in the world. With how blissfully unaware they are of the rest of the world. Just imagine what would happen if we were to attack these people, especially with our sort of quirk.
Midoriya's eyes widened in fear. He knew what Shigaraki was about to do, and he was in a compromised situation.
Hold on.
Venom was about to retaliate, but someone else appeared, speaking up. Can you let go of Izuku? And who are you anyways? Shigaraki looked at Uraraka in slight surprise.
Ah, I see. You're with someone here.
Shigaraki let go of Midoriya and walked away with his hands in his pockets.
This changes nothing.
Midoriya took a couple deep breaths before he looked back at Uraraka. She tried asking him what happened back there, but he didn't want her to worry about it. He ended up reporting the incident to the police, though. Finally, it was time for the boot camp. Midoriya and the others were talking, excited about the trip to the training camp. They didn't know what was in store for them, but they weren't expecting for Aizawa to suddenly stop the bus in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. He told everyone to get off the bus. Everyone was confused at what was happening until a blonde-haired woman in a blue cat outfit appeared, introducing herself as Pixie Bob. Some of the students recognized the pro-heroine, but soon noticed Aizawa driving off. They put two and two together, and several students started rushing off in order to catch up to the bus in hopes of getting back on the moving vehicle. Their attempts were fruitless, though, as Pixie Bob slammed her hand down on the ground. The ground suddenly morphed into several different large creatures that blocked the students' escape attempt. Some of the students, Mineta in particular, cried in fear of these monsters. Everyone was informed of how they all needed to make it to the mountain in the next 3 hours, or else they wouldn't get dinner. Some of the students were scrambling, trying to figure out something to do against these beasts, but Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida all charged at the dirt beasts. Midoriya and Todoroki were able to work in unison in terms of taking down the beasts, but Ida managed to take down a couple of the beasts alone. Bakugo was able to destroy some of Pixie Bob's creations as well, but not nearly as many as Midoriya and Todoroki. Unfortunately, it took more than 3 hours to truly defeat all the beasts and make it up the mountain. Once the class made it all the way up to the top of the mountain, they were exhausted, to say the least. It was honestly pure torture for some of the students. This was when the whole of the class actually collapsed. Well, some were still standing, but their legs were wobbly. Pixie Bob, Aizawa, another person dressed up in a similar outfit to Pixie Bob, and a little boy who wore a red hat with horns were waiting for the class. Aizawa still had his apathetic look, but the boy held a scowl on his face. Midoriya tried to approach the boy in greeting, but the boy punched him in the family jewels. All the boys in Class 1A who saw this cringed. Midoriya was on the ground, trying to recover from the unexpected attack from the little boy. Ida tried to reprimand the boy, but he walked away. The second woman of the group introduced herself as Mandalay, and informed the class that while they were at this training camp, it would be hell. Shigaraki was frustrated, to say the least. All anyone ever seemed to talk about was Stain. But what about him? What about the Nomu who were released into the streets that night? the public acted like the only thing that happened that night was that Stain was finally captured by Endeavor and nothing else. Even with these new recruits, the only reason they seemed to join the League of Villains were due to their belief that Stain was somehow associated with Shigaraki. He honestly despised Stain, but if it was one thing he got from Hosu that night, it was this new symbiote. Carnage. Does that sound good? Shigaraki asked. Shigaraki was sitting in a bar by himself, or so it seemed, but sitting right next to him was a red inky being with white eyes and sharp teeth.
Yeah, sounds good. What about those new recruits?
What about them?
What shall we do with them? Any plans?
Those brats from UA. They went off to the mountains to train. There have been a couple interesting ones, though.
Could it be the ones known as Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo?
Shigaraki laughed at the assumption.
Two minds do think alike. Also, yes, those are exactly the ones of interest. Midoriya for that symbiote he has. We weren't done experimenting with that one yet, and all of the creations we had were half-baked. Our strongest one was the one that we call Scream, and even then, they're extremely unstable. Over time, their host begins to develop schizophrenia and an overabundance of bloodlust. A very bad combination, to say the least.
Neat. And what about the Bakugo kid?
Simple, really. The way he acted at the sports festival. It was unbecoming of a hero, but more so of a villain in their early stages.
Nice. By the way, one of the new recruits, Toga was her name, seems interesting as well. Extremely interesting. Her obsession with blood is entertaining, to say the least. I want part of me to be with her.
She's 17, and you're an alien. I don't think she'll be interested in you in any venereal...
Not like that. You know exactly what I meant. Symbiotic bonding.
Oh? And what about our bond?
Just cutting off a hand or something would be good enough for bonding with Toga, while our bond is relatively unchanged. After all, I can regenerate any and all lost limbs. Much more than if I deem it necessary, honestly.
Shigaraki nodded in understanding before ordering Kurogiri to get the squadron ready. While Shigaraki was busy though, classes 1A and 1B were in the middle of training. Day in and day out, the two classes were being trained rigorously to improve the strength of their quirks. As you could all tell from Bakugo's performance from the ball throw, there wasn't that much of a difference from the beginning of the year in terms of his score. You all may have developed your skills in terms of quirk usage, but that simply isn't good enough. Without the strength to back up those skills, then those skills will be absolutely useless in a fight. After that initial night, every single day for the two classes was agonizing to the core. At any moment, it seemed like some of the students were about to drop dead. Some, like Mineta, even bled through the process, but were forced to keep going in order to push their quirks to the absolute max. In Midoriya's case, Aizawa had pulled him aside to discuss his quirk. That quirk of yours. It has quite a lot of abilities, but the one that interests me the most is that electrical shock ability of yours. Your fights were being recorded, and I was able to see some of the tapes. That electrical shock you released in your fight against All Might was able to completely paralyze the hero. Yeah, that kinda happened by accident. You see, when we were trying to charge all our power into our arms for extra strength behind the attack, but we didn't expect for that electrical attack to be released instead. Yeah, I mean, I have a sentient quirk, so sometimes I say we instead of I. It's becoming more frequent, really. Aizawa nodded in understanding. If you say so. But I want you to especially focus on that ability. It seems to be really powerful. Focus on what you can do with that ability, and how you can possibly lessen the output to where it won't be as powerful towards weaker opponents. Midoriya nodded in agreement before he went off to train. He breathed in and out before charging his body with the power from before. It took a couple seconds, around 10 to 20, before Midoriya was able to charge up with power.
Let's go, partner.
Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video was sponsored by CalMax Customs, a brand new clothing line made for the wearer.
CalMax Customs puts the customer first, offering a variety of clothing options ranging from casual to business casual. If you're looking for comfortable, easy-fitting clothing at low prices, check out CalMax Customs today. Izuku's body was covered by venom throughout the process, but once they finished charging up power, they felt a wave of energy consume them. For the rest of the day, the duo trained in managing the output of their upgraded strength. Throughout the time, something that the two discovered was that when they held it inside for a good amount of time, there were some adverse effects. The first time they used this power, they had fought Stain with it, who also had a symbiote attached to him. Right after, Midoriya's body became completely paralyzed. He started to feel like this about an hour into their training. He struggled to move his right arm during the process. When he tried to release the energy outwards through his arms, there were huge shocks of energy similar to electricity. Destruction was left in their wake as Midoriya struggled to control the output of energy. It took a good 5 minutes before the energy shocks started to lessen in ferocity. But during this time, it felt like Midoriya's arm was beginning to erode away. Midoriya wanted to stop multiple times through the process. It felt like his muscles were tearing away, and Venom even struggled to hold on. Aizawa was watching Midoriya's progress intently as well, so Midoriya couldn't stop.
This is actually starting to sting, you know.
We can't stop now. We aren't allowed to stop.
Once the day was over, everyone was exhausted. Some of the students dropped dead. They immediately fell asleep, but were forced awake by Aizawa. Midoriya could barely move after the events that happened throughout the day. That ability of theirs was incredibly strong, sure, but it was also hard to manage. At least they learned something today. They could use whatever that ability was called for a good amount of time, which could either multiply their strength and speed, or they could release bioelectric shocks from their arms if they really focused the energy a good amount there. It was weird, but it was pretty effective for battle. It was just that the drawbacks were terrible, which really made that power an extremely last resort. Being incapable of movement after using the ability was a big no-no. Not only that, but it also took a toll on them if they used the ability for too long. Midoriya and Venom would begin to feel strain in their body if they kept the power internalized, and if they used it for electrical blasts. Then after a couple minutes, it would start to affect Venom's regenerative ability, cutting it down by a good portion temporarily. It even began to hurt Venom as well. That ability was frustrating to say the least. The students practiced cooking curry afterwards. Those who failed their practical exams were removed from the rest of the group by Aizawa in order to take their remedial classes. Midoriya was in the process of cooking some curry when he noticed something. The little kid. Kota was his name. A thought came into Midoriya's mind. Where exactly was this little boy going? He went to find Mandalay. He figured that he was her kid, considering Kota looked most like her. Well, not much, but they shared a couple similarities that none of the others had. Hey, Mandalay, about Kota. Is he your kid? She denied it and explained that Kota was actually her second cousin. One of her cousins was actually one of Kota's biological parents. The problem, though, was what caused Kota's mindset about hating heroes in the very first place. His parents were a famous pro-hero group known as the Water Hose Duo. His parents defended a village against an incredibly dangerous villain. He was known as Muscular, an A-rank villain. They put in their best efforts in order to protect the people, but they died in the process. They were able to wound the villain, sure, but the price they had to pay completely changed Kota's outlook on life.
That's pretty rough.
I see. Well, I'll change Kota's outlook on heroes if it's the last thing I do.
Midoriya, with this bit of new information, went to look for Kota. He wanted to genuinely help the kid. He could even see a little bit of himself in Kota. If Venom never bonded with him and never met All Might, Midoriya would most likely have never made it to UA. If he never made it into UA, he could only imagine how devastated he would have been. He would have to face reality, that he would never become a hero all because of one anomaly in his genetics. He curled his fingers into a fist at the thought and punched one of the walls. The strength behind it was more than he expected. He left an imprint of his fist in the rock wall. Who's there? Izuku looked around and saw Kota sitting by the mountain cliff. He tried to talk to the boy, but as soon as Kota saw who was there, he immediately turned away from Izuku. Go away! Midoriya didn't listen and walked closer to the boy, but when he did, he noticed something.
Fire? This can't be a regular forest fire either. Those are blue flames. Someone's intruding the premises.
Midoriya immediately went high alert at the mention of this. Venom was screaming in his head.
But what made things even worse was when his spider sense went off the rails. It was like a fire alarm was in the process of sounding in his head. He fell down to his knees and clutched his head in pain. Kota looked at Midoriya with a raised eyebrow. What was this guy up to? Was this meant to be his attempt at getting his attention? How pathetic. He looked away from Midoriya, but he jumped when he saw a tall figure draped in a cloak, which concealed their appearance.
Hey kid, nice hat. You want a trade? I really don't like my mask.
That voice, it sounds so familiar. A sudden blur of memories rushed through Kota's mind as he tried to remember that voice. That unforgettable voice. The voice of that monster. The monster that killed his parents. Kota immediately went on the defensive and activated his quirk.
Oh, that quirk of yours. It's almost too familiar. You must be the Water Hose Duo's kid. Nice. I can reunite you with your parents, kid. Isn't that something that heroes do? Ha!
The large figure grabbed their cloak and yanked it off their body to reveal the person underneath. It was none other than Muscular. He had blonde hair, wore a dark red tank top, black pants, and shared some resemblance to Bakugo. Midoriya's spider sense was pounding in his head. It was like his senses were screaming at him to get out of this terrible situation he was in. But he looked down at Kota. He couldn't leave the boy behind. He pushed himself up and rushed over to grab him, but he wasn't fast enough. Muscular had already grabbed the boy by the throat and held him in the air with a sadistic smile on his face.
Let him go!
Midoriya charged at Muscular and elbowed the man in the gut, with Venom already having covered his body. Muscular gasped in shock from the pain and let go of Kota.
Ah, you must be that Midoriya brat. The boss wanted to see you. He already told us how to subdue you as well if any of us ever encountered you during the raid.
He pulled out a lighter and threw it at Midoriya. Midoriya backhanded the lighter away from his body, but Muscular continued to smile as Izuku saw some oil on the ground next to the lighter. He put two and two together before realizing what it was. The worst thing that could happen at this moment, Midoriya realized that his best chance at surviving here would be to jump off the cliff and stick the landing. But what about Kota? He grabbed the boy and threw him to the other side.
Get out of here! Get help if you can!
Midoriya saw Kota's eyes teared up. He was scared, but he ran. He looked back at Muscular and the spreading fire that was obscuring his vision. Midoriya's heart was racing the closer the fire got to him, but then he looked back at the cliff and jumped, praying he would land somewhere in the forest that had no fire. But something grabbed his leg right as he fell. He looked to see it was Muscular.
I don't think so, kid. You're coming with us.
Muscular threw Midoriya up into the air and grabbed him by the leg, yanking him back down to the stone floor before flinging him into the fire. Midoriya screamed out in intense pain as the fire forced Venom to retreat back into his body while he had to take the burns.
Now that that little symbiote of yours is out of the way, we can focus on you alone.
Muscular grabbed Midoriya by the hair and continuously smashed the boy's face into the ground until he bled profusely, completely unconscious. The muscle-bound villain slung Izuku on his back and disappeared into the night. Izuku screamed in pain. He was bleeding and tied to a chair. Blood dripped down his head. It made a dripping sound as it hit the floor. He breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath. He looked around and saw that there were several villains circling around him. He recognized a couple: Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Muscular. The others, he couldn't recognize at all. They were unfamiliar to him, but they had some interesting characteristics. A blonde-haired girl with messy buns who also dressed in a schoolgirl outfit. A man with black hair and burnt skin that was seemingly sewed onto his body. A reptile-looking man with pink hair, and finally, some dude who looked like a hippie. Oh yeah, there was also some Deadpool knockoff here as well. "What do you want from me?" Izuku asked. Shigaraki smirked at Izuku's sorry state.
Well, isn't it obvious? Your symbiote, Venom. We weren't done with our experimentations on them. They managed to escape before we finished our project, and plans were halted up until now. All of the symbiotes we've managed up until now couldn't compare to the original. Now, we can continue our research into perfecting our artificial symbiotes.
Wait, what? What's all this mumbo-jumbo about symbiotes and experimenting? Izuku's eyes widened as he struggled to look towards his right. It was then he realized that Bakugo was tied up next to him as well.
Ah, you don't know. My, Midoriya. You've been keeping secrets from your own peers? That's quite unbecoming of a hero, isn't it? Well, don't worry, because when we're done with you, you won't be able to become a hero.
Shigaraki laughed in Izuku's face. Why? I get why you captured me, but why Bakugo? What would you want off of him?
He's powerful and skilled in his quirk. That attitude he had in the sports festival, he acted more fitting of a villain than a hero. Join us, Katsuki Bakugo. Join the League of Villains.
Bakugo was silent for a second. Izuku's heart started to race. He was wondering what Bakugo was going to say. Was he really considering it? Sure, Bakugo answered. Izuku's heart stopped as he heard what Bakugo just said. He couldn't believe it. No, he refused to believe it. There was no way Bakugo could have accepted their offer to become a villain. For all the years he'd known him, he'd always wanted to become a hero, and the Bakugo he knew would never accept this.
Smart kid. Release the blonde brat,
Shigaraki ordered. The blonde girl was the one to jump to it as she pulled out a knife from her sleeve. She cut the rope from Bakugo's chair, which effectively freed him. Bakugo gripped his hands a couple of times as he stood up, before he looked at her and blasted her in the face with an explosion. What? What? You losers honestly think I'd join your stupid villain club? Get a life! I'm gonna become the #1 hero and surpass All Might if it's the last thing I do! Bakugo yelled. As the other villains tried to get close to Bakugo, the boy ripped off the restraints from Midoriya. Come on, Deku! We're getting out of this stupid joint! Izuku nodded his head vigorously before he leapt out of his chair. The villains had surrounded the two boys, though. Izuku at first thought he would have to fight his way out with Bakugo and Venom, but something was up. Venom, it would be very nice to come out now. What's wrong, Deku? You can't use your weird quirk for some reason? I don't know what's wrong. Usually Venom would have enveloped me by now. Bakugo fended off the swarm of villains as they attacked the boys. He threw several explosive punches at some of the villains, such as the blonde girl and the reptilian man. But there were too many villains for him to fight off alone. Midoriya was trying to wake up Venom, but nothing seemed to be working. And it was frustrating to say the very least. Shigaraki laughed. What's so funny?
Isn't it obvious? You were unconscious for 3 days, 3 nights. We even engineered some chemicals that would keep you asleep. In those 3 days, you honestly thought we wouldn't have been able to attain your symbiote partner? I just wanted to see you suffer. That's all.
This revelation caused Izuku to freeze. No! This couldn't be happening. He couldn't have lost Venom. They couldn't have taken him. There was no way! Venom was his partner, the one who helped him to become a hero in the first place. No, more so, Venom was the reason he could become a hero at all. Without Venom, he was useless, a pathetic weakling. He would only be known as Deku without him. Defenseless. Izuku. That was who he was right now without Venom. Give him back, Midoriya whispered. Shigaraki didn't hear the boy, though. All his attention was focused on Bakugo as he was grabbed by the other villains. Bakugo screamed as he was subdued by them. They covered his mouth in order to silence him. Tears began to fall down Bakugo's cheeks. Izuku didn't know what to do. He couldn't do anything here. He looked down at his hands. Honestly, he had no idea of what he could do. He was completely useless. He was only able to make it this far because of Venom, not by his own strength. It was how he realized just how useless he was. Shigaraki laughed at what he saw. One boy who was completely lost after losing that symbiote of his, and the Bakugo brat. Oh, he especially laughed at what had happened to Bakugo. He thought he was so clever. He honestly thought he could escape with that bastard Midoriya, but once he revealed that Venom had already been stripped away from him,
He seemed to lose any and all hope that he once had.
Ugh, what's so funny?
Finally woke up after trying to bond with Toga, eh?
Yeah, never again. Can't bond with more than one living being at a time.
Days passed as Izuku was continuously tortured by Shigaraki, while Venom was experimented on. There was no end to any of this. Dr. Ujiko even experimented on Shigaraki and Carnage a couple of times to speed up their progress. They knew the heroes would be coming sometime soon. They were on borrowed time here. They needed to get as much progress done before the heroes arrived. The heroes had probably gathered a huge group to make a full-on raid of their hideout. They were probably just in the middle of searching for their hideout now. Shigaraki clicked his tongue at the thought of it. He wanted to continue until he could make a proper clone of the symbiotes. He wanted to go even further beyond, actually. He wanted to create the ultimate symbiote. Originally, it was all about killing the symbol of peace, and also about the creation of an army of symbiotes under his control. The two goals went hand in hand. He wasn't strong enough originally, but ever since he bonded with Carnage, he began to view things differently. He saw that there was far more potential power in the symbiotes than he once thought. But what did he want now? Well, it was simple, really. He wanted to produce the strongest symbiote known to man. He would have all the power and influence from there on. He would finally be able to run this hero society down to the ground. Absolute chaos would lay in his wake. Death everywhere. Absolute carnage. Oh, how he loved that dream. Back at UA, many of the students were worried for their classmates Midori and Bakugo. Not just that, but what was currently happening to their school. The public was severely against the school after the big incident at their summer training camp. The media was ruthless with UA's faculty, to the point that there were even stories that brought up suspending some of the hero licenses from the teachers, or even worse. Some news headlines brought up the topic about how bad the teachers had become at protecting their students in recent times, that they were considering removing their hero licenses altogether. Not just their hero licenses, but also their teaching licenses, as well, in order to make sure they would never teach again. Rumors were floating around the school, and the general public about UA even being shut down. Uraraka tried to approach the teachers about this, but all of them kept their mouths shut. This aggravated her greatly. How could she stay relaxed in such a tense situation? She tried talking to her classmates about it, but so many of them acted unreasonable. So many were gloomy about the whole situation, but few even thought about taking charge. I don't know about you all, but I'm tired of sitting around waiting for heroes to save the day. We are heroes in training, and all the pros are ever telling us to do is stand back while they handle all the work. But it doesn't appear like they are doing much more than handling the media. Uraraka. If you're trying to tell me to calm down, then I suggest you save it, Two-Face. Todoroki, when he heard this and felt this out-of-character fiery aura from the rosy-cheeked girl, bit his tongue and squirmed back in his seat. And what do you suggest we do, Uraraka? I already put a tracking device on one of the Nomu back there, which gave the heroes a lead on the villain's whereabouts. Momo tried to explain. That's not enough, okay? Look, we are Class 1A, and we have had our trials and tribulations with the League of Villains. But now they have gone too far. They have kidnapped two of our classmates, and the heroes want us to wait for them to save the day. It's been a whole week already, and the teachers refuse to tell us any developments regarding the villain hideout raid. I know you all are tired of being kept in the dark, so you know what I suggest? I suggest we rescue them ourselves. Once the class heard those last couple of words from the Gravity Girl, there was an uproar of commotion regarding her statement. Uraraka is right, guys. I say we listen to her and go rescue our friends, Kirishima exclaimed. A couple of others agreed as well. Ida was reluctant at first, but he agreed to it. Only on one condition. If things went too far out of hand, he would personally drag any and all of his classmates out of the scene. Others like Suyu weren't so keen to Ochako's idea, though. She went so far as to state that they were basically acting like villains here by breaking the rules. Ochako apologized to Suyu for the fact the frog girl felt the way she did, but she wasn't going to let another moment be wasted with their friends in the hands of the League of Villains. She could only imagine the torture that the two boys must have been going through at the moment. Tsuyu refused to take any part in Ochako's plans and left the room. Uraraka refused to falter, though, as she discussed with the remaining classmates her plan to rescue Midoriya and Bakugo. She would need Ida, Momo, Todoroki, and Kirishima for the plan to work. The rest of the classmates would have to keep this plan of theirs secret from the teachers. She could wait no longer and sit idly by when she knew she could help. She was not some side character who would barely get any screen time in some shonen anime, and neither were any of her classmates. They were heroes, for crying out loud, and they were going to save their friends, even if it was the last thing they'd do. Felt like giving up. He had no power, and he'd been captured by the League of Villains. Not only that, but Bakugo was dragged into this mess as well. How pathetic. He honestly felt like laughing at his despair. He was just a quirkless nobody. Again.
Hey, nerd! What's the matter with you?
Bakugo yelled.
Isn't it obvious, Kacchan? I'm useless. That quirk that just suddenly manifested wasn't even a quirk. It was a living being that wanted to escape the League, and look what happened! We've been captured, and Venom is now in the hands of Shigaraki's goons.
Bakugo heard Midoriya begin to tear up. He snarled in disgust at this.
Oh, good grief. Is that it? No. Izuku! Get yourself together. Whatever happened to that bright-eyed kid who would never falter in his dreams, despite what everyone told him? How would he feel if he saw the pitiful state you're in right now? Huh?
Kacchan? Izuku sniffled. That's the first time in ages you've ever called me by my real name.
Yeah, and I want you to stop calling me Kacchan already. It's annoying, but I admit that I kinda respected you for never giving up. You even went so far as to change the meaning of your nickname. So I want you to live up to the meaning of it so we can both get out of here.
But how could we escape, though? Last time we tried, we were surrounded and taken down by all the villains here. What would make this time any different?
Simple, really. Last time I was fighting by myself, but this time, I'm hoping to be fighting as a tag team. You've studied my fighting moves for years, so I expect no one else to be able to fight as fluently alongside me as you. So what do you say, Izuku?
Midoriya agreed with Bakugo.
Good.
Bakugo blasted a series of explosions at his restraints in order to at least loosen them enough for him to slip out of. After he was done with his own, he did the same for Midoriya. This caught the League members' attention, though. They both got into fighting stances, but a new factor suddenly joined the equation. A knock was heard at the door.
Pizza delivery.
Who ordered pizza? Dabi asked. Midoriya and Bakugo looked at each other in confusion at what was going on,
until something came crashing through into the building.
Of justice!
What? All Might? But it wasn't just All Might who appeared. Several heroes arrived at the scene who made quick work of the villains. Kamui Woods managed to grab many of the League members at once in his lacquered chains prison technique. Dabi tried to burn the wood restraints, but before he could do so, Gran Torino leaped into action. He kicked Dabi in the face. All Might chastised Shigaraki for his underestimation of heroes.
Don't even bother trying to escape, honestly. You're surrounded. We have police forces and heroes surrounding your whole hideout from outside as we speak.
Underestimate you, huh? Oh no, All Might. It's the other way around. You underestimate us!
This caught the heroes off guard, as they didn't expect for this strange red substance to surround Shigaraki's body. Shigaraki, once carnage completely covered him, was able to easily break away from his restraints. Kamui Woods widened his eyes in shock and fear. That was one of his strongest moves, and this guy just broke away from it with little to no effort at all. How? What was this guy made out of? Shigaraki lunged at the heroes, but a black liquid began to cover his and the rest of the villains' bodies. All Might looked over to see if this was Kurogiri's doing, but Edge's shot had already knocked the Warp Gate user unconscious. What made All Might's heart drop in this moment, though, was he saw his two students, Bakugo and Midoriya, also become submerged in this black liquid and then teleported away. He tried to grab onto them to keep them from disappearing, but he wasn't swift enough. He screamed in anguish after this happened. One moment they were just in his line of sight. The next, they completely disappeared. What made things even worse here is when he was informed that their reinforcements were being attacked by a herd of Nomu. Some appeared stronger than others, and seemed to have some sort of actual sentience. Actually, the ones who did appear to even look similar to the one he fought back at USJ.
Before he could do anything else, he heard a giant explosion which destroyed the League of Villains warehouse. Several heroes were in that warehouse, though. No, this couldn't be happening right now. All Might never planned for all of these variables. He feared the worst for his comrades. Uraraka's group had just arrived and they saw everything that happened. Needless to say, they were shocked beyond everything. They were filled to the brim with fear at this moment as soon as they saw a strange-looking person wearing a suit float into the sky. His face was completely mangled to the point it was unrecognizable, but he had this aura. The very intense aura of his that made them tremble in his presence. They didn't know who he was or what was up with him, but he was unlike anyone they'd ever faced before, and they'd faced a lot already. Uraraka shook her head and slapped her cheeks in order to help herself snap out of it. She ordered for everyone to get into their positions and get their heads in the game. They all nodded and got into position. Uraraka used her anti-gravity quirk in order to cause everyone to float. Ida used his engines to launch the team forward. They saw Midoriya and Bakugo surrounded by the other League of Villain members. Kirishima stretched out his hands towards the two. Bakugo was able to notice this and grabbed Izuku's arm suddenly, which caused the green-haired boy to jump a bit in surprise. Bakugo launched a huge explosion, which sent the two boys flying into the air. He grabbed Kirishima's arm and gripped it tight. Shigaraki saw what happened and growled.
I don't think so.
Midoriya looked down, and he could feel his heart practically beat out of his chest because of what was happening at this moment. Shigaraki was completely enveloped by a red symbiote, and he was leaping towards them with giant claws out. It was a terrifying sight, to be honest. Very few wouldn't be unnerved here. Guys, Shigaraki's catching up on us, fast! The students looked down to see what Izuku was talking about. They weren't aware of Shigaraki's upgrades, but they were in for a rude awakening. None of them expected for Shigaraki to even be able to get so far off the ground, let alone what looked like a red demon with talons out, about to grab them. Ida, add more power to those engines of yours. We can't let them get us. Recipro burst! Ida yelled. Release! Uraraka yelled as she put her fingers together. The students were suddenly propelled downwards thanks to the combination of moves used. Shigaraki growled as he grabbed thin air. He grew frustrated as one of the heroes, Mount Lady, snatched him up and threw him to the ground. He groaned in slight pain before he got back up on his two legs.
You heroes are so annoying!
Shigaraki was about to attack the heroine, but he became distracted by something else. It was this black substance again. He looked over to All for One, his sensei. What was he doing?
Sensei!
Shigaraki cried out.
Shigaraki, my time is over. It's your time now to make your impact on society.
Shigaraki and the rest of the League members were teleported away from the area. It was so the two titans could clash. All for One turned to face All Might and smiled at him.
You know, All Might, I really do disdain you and your hero society. I hate you with every fiber of my being. And after what you've done to me in the past, I figured revenge was in order.
What are you getting at, All for One?
Nana Shimura, your deceased master, the one I killed. Well, you see, how can I put this into words a brute like you could understand? Well, Shigaraki, the one that you tried to hurt multiple times, is actually her grandson.
All Might's jaw dropped in shock. His heart dropped. There was no way. It couldn't be. It wasn't true. He refused to believe it.
Oh, I can only imagine her rolling in her grave, knowing you've been attacking someone from her lineage, her only living descendant.
You lie!
All Might yelled.
His birth name was Tenko Shimura. After his family died in a tragic accident, he was left on the streets, fending for himself. No one even batted an eye. He waited for a hero to come and save him, but no one ever came. So imagine a villain like yours truly, seeing him in such a pathetic state. Out of the kindness of my heart, I took him in, and even gave him my last name.
All Might gripped his fists tight and clenched his jaw in rage.
All for One? You diabolical fiend!
All Might launched himself at All for One and gave the evildoer an uppercut. He didn't stop after that. All Might was relentless. He swung a haymaker at All for One, causing him to spit out some blood. All for One was confused. Where did this renewed strength come from? Then he remembered what he heard from Tamura after the USJ incident. Stupid symbiote must have healed up All Might's injuries slightly. That gave him an idea, though. He couldn't believe he'd never thought of it before, but before he could take any action, All Might delivered another attack on All for One. He headbutted the evildoer, but All for One used a blast wave to launch All Might off of him. It worked, and All for One was relieved to be freed of All Might's heavy attacks. It honestly felt like a freight train had hit him. All for One summoned all of his Nomu to their space, but he did something All Might never expected for the man to do. The Nomu who had their symbiotes reached out towards All for One, and the man grabbed them. He laughed as he felt this new power surge through him. All of the symbiotes removed themselves from their Nomu and latched onto All for One.
I underestimated the power of these symbiotes. I never expected to feel so strong ever again. Now die, All Might!
All for One was completely covered in a new symbiote. It didn't look the same as the others. Instead, it had red eyes, and the skin was black and greenish yellow. All Might didn't know how well he would do in this battle. All for One may have gotten his hands on another symbiote, but All Might was stronger now. He still had those embers of One for All left, so he had to make the most of the limited time he had left. Both All Might and All for One charged at each other. All Might was able to dodge a punch from All for One and gave a quick jab to him. All for One didn't appear to be too affected though. He grabbed All Might's arm and bit him. The hero hissed in pain before he grabbed All for One's head and squeezed it. He punched All for One in the face multiple times and threw a punch to the stomach. The force behind the punch sent All for One flying. All Might looked back at his bleeding arm. He could practically feel One for All leaving him at this point, but he had to hold onto it for a little longer. All Might breathed heavily. He saw All for One rush back at him. Before he could even move an inch, All for One slashed All Might's chest, causing blood to dribble down. All for One enhanced his already multiplied strength by stacking multiple quirks together in one arm after. It formed into something grotesque.
This is the end, All Might.
All Might felt his time cut in half. He clutched his chest in pain and his focus was off. He could feel himself losing form, but he tried to hold on as if holding on for dear life. It may have well as been the end. He looked at All for One and smiled. I agree. This is the end. All for One went in for an attack that hit All Might's side. It cut through, leaving All Might's body in shambles. Another part of his stomach was removed. All Might threw a fairly weak punch at first, that All for One even commented on, but All Might revealed something.
I didn't put my back into it!
What?
All Might yelled. The number one hero struck All for One in the face one last time, but there was far more strength behind the punch. So much power that there was enough wind pressure to create a crater in the ground and form a twister. All for One was left beaten into the ground, defeated. It didn't help that the symbiote that was once bonded with him left his side. All Might collapsed to his knees in exhaustion and pain. He didn't notice the symbiote leave. He forced himself up though. He saw the cameras recording him. He was now in his skinny state, exposed to the rest of the world. Everyone could now see his sorry state. But he wouldn't falter, not this time. He pointed to the cameras and said, "You're next." All the civilians who watched cheered in their belief that All Might was talking about the next generation of heroes, and that any other villains would be on said heroes' hit lists. All Might mustered up the strength to transform back into his muscular state one last time with his fist raised high in the air. It was at this moment All Might collapsed, face first, into the ground. Everyone gasped and paramedics were immediately on the scene. Police officers were also on scene as they contained All for One in a specially designed straitjacket. The paramedics put All Might on one of their stretchers and led him to their emergency vehicle. No one saw the black substance make its way onto All Might's foot. Once All Might was in the vehicle and taken to the hospital, police officers then went to investigate the premises in order to find any remnants of the strange symbiotic creatures. They were able to find an evacuated lab where it appeared the League of Villains held their experiments. It was then they found a couple leftover symbiotes, and one completely black and white symbiote that looked like it suffered plenty of abuse. An obscured figure watched the whole event take place in Camino Ward, and hummed before getting up out of their chair and proceeded to put on a pair of gloves. Huge ramifications were coming to Hero Society. Thank you all for watching the video to the end! Now, there's a few more things I want to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I want to thank the writer of this video, as well as the editors of this video. Their details will be in the description below. If you're a voice actor, editor, or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those departments. We're always looking for members to join us. So that's it from us for today's video. And thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out everybody, have an amazing day. It had only been a couple days since the passing of the symbol of peace, but the effects of his death were showing. Crime rates had risen dramatically ever since the news was brought out about All Might's death. Those who had known All Might personally mourned his death the most. All Might was more than just the #1 hero to them. He was a friend. He was their teacher. He was their support system. Someone who they could always fall back on when they were going through rough times. Even Aizawa shed a couple tears at his funeral, something uncharacteristic of the stoic teacher. He never liked to admit it, but Aizawa did, at the very least, respect All Might for his heroic nature. All Might was a buffoon for the longest time he'd known Aizawa, but it was a strangely charming characteristic of him. Despite all of his faults, All Might would never falter and try his darndest to look out for others. Aizawa gripped his fists tight. He'd lost another one. He'd let another one die. He cursed himself. Yagi's death provided painful memories to Aizawa. It reminded him of his late friend, who didn't even get a chance to get that far before he tragically died protecting others. Aizawa and the whole of Class 1A left after a good couple of hours of grieving. It hurt Midoriya even more than the others, though. He had seen what had happened. All for One used a symbiote that looked rather unique compared to the rest in order to get the upper hand on All Might. This pushed All Might to the upper extents of his limit. Midoriya felt terrible, because a symbiote was the reason why he was even able to get this far in the first place. He knew Venom was different, though. It wasn't Venom's fault at all here, but he couldn't help but feel bad just because of association. It almost felt like he killed his #1 idol. More time passed by, and UA decided to change the way their school operated. In order to provide more protection to their students, the principal decided to turn the school into a boarding school. This came as a shock to many of the students. Some of the parents of the students were against the idea of their kids still attending the high school, though. Inko Midoriya was one of them. Especially after the revelation that her little boy Izuku had seemingly lost his quirk, somehow while he was held captive by the League of Villains. Principal Nezu and Aizawa were practically pleading with Inko at this point to allow her son to continue to study at UA. She was about to force the two out of her apartment when they heard a knock at the door. Inko was confused when she heard this and looked through the people to see who it was. She became very confused when she found it was the police at the door. She opened and invited the officers into her humble abode. What could I do for you, kind officers? Inko asked. Tsukauchi was among the police here and shook his head at her. It's not what you could do for us, but more what we could offer for each other. Inko, Aizawa, Nezu, and young Midoriya all looked at the detective in confusion. Tsukauchi sighed. He then looked at Izuku Midoriya. A couple of our police officers went to investigate the League of Villains labs, where they seemingly produced the Nomu. We were hoping to find anything to help us figure out how they are produced, and what we could do in order to stop them, but we ended up finding something else entirely. Izuku was still confused. What did any of this have to do with him specifically? Wait, they mentioned labs though. Were they trying to imply what he was thinking? It looks like you're starting to get it. Well, I've got a question for you, Izuku Midoriya. Would you like to regain your quirk? Izuku sputtered hearing this. What do you mean? Well, this is where I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. The rest of this information is highly classified and highly important towards your future, especially with your connection to the League of Villains and All Might. Izuku didn't know what to say here. His mother tried to protest, but Izuku realized he had to stand up for himself here and now and make his own decisions. He turned to face her and grabbed her hands. He looked her in the eyes with a deadly, intense stare. He then spoke. Mom, I've been through a lot these past couple months. You and I both know this. I know you want me to be safe, but if I don't try to put my foot down, especially with what's going on in Japan right now, it will be impossible to predict what will happen in the future. I don't want to live with the fact that I could have made a change, but just sat back and allowed Japan to continue to be corrupted with villain activity. Inko didn't know how to respond. She'd never seen her son so serious before. This was the first time he'd ever had such an intensity in his eyes. It was at this moment she realized that he wasn't her baby boy anymore. Izuku had grown up and no longer needed her protection. It was time for her to let go and allow him to make his decisions. She sighed. Go. Once Inko gave her blessing, Izuku left with Detective Tsukauchi and the other police officers in order to recover what he had lost. While this was going on, the League of Villains were working to avoid the news outlets. Ever since the Kamina Ward raid, they had been in a pretty bad position. Not only did they lose their hideout and their lab full of almost all of their research, but they also lost All for One. It made Shigaraki scream internally when he realized all of this, but at least one good thing came out of it. There was more chaos on the streets, so it was easier for them to be able to stay out of the limelight. Shigaraki could tell what was happening now. Society was crumbling. He could practically hear the foundations that All Might built up over the years crumble. He honestly felt like laughing a little. All that work All Might put in to create the perfect society was now being torn down. He could only imagine the guy rolling around in his grave. He practically cheered when he found out the hero died. He counted his losses and would improve from here on, especially now that Sensei wasn't there to guide him anymore. He had to grow by himself, and his partners in crime from now on. He heard something about this Yakuza group who were emerging from the shadows, though. Something was happening with their group that made them an incredible threat to society right now, and Shigaraki was intrigued. He already wanted to have a meeting with them, but rather than jump to approaching them this time around, he chose to be patient for once. He had a feeling they would come to him, and sure enough, they did. Jiron informed him about how the leader of the Yakuza apparently wanted to have a meeting with him. He was intrigued hearing this, honestly. He had twice be the one to bring the leader of the Shie Hasaikai over to their temporary hideout. He made sure that the other league members were there with him as well in case things didn't go well in their interaction. Appearance-wise, he didn't know what he should have expected, but it was certainly nothing like what he ended up encountering. A man who looked to be within his mid to late 20s walked into the hideout alongside Twice. Twice introduced the two to each other, and Shigaraki was surprised. Man, this place is a dump. Even the quality of the villains here is unimpressive. Only mildly impressive one here is the musclehead over on the side. Shigaraki was growing more and more frustrated as the moments went by with this guy, belittling him. It took everything out of him not to lash out at this guy. Who does this guy think he is? Magni was in outrage at hearing Overhaul's cruel words. But before they could do anything about it, Shigaraki stopped her by raising his hand toward them. She froze. Seems like they at least know that you're top dog around here. Yeah, this guy. His mannerisms are just so different from everyone else's, Himiko commented. Mr. Compress turned to her and explained the history behind Overhaul and the Shie Hasaikai, the reason why they were so different, how they were a powerful organization from way back in the day. Ever since All Might came into the picture, they had become one of the last surviving species from a very long-gone era that was struggling to survive. You know your history, Houdini. I commend you for that at the very least. And as for your leader here, I would like to inform him that the Yakuza will make a comeback. How, you may ask? Well, ever since All for One's defeat by the hands of All Might, the role of the rulers of not only the darkness, but also the light are currently vacant. It's up for grabs. Now the question is, who will fill the role for the darkness?
Isn't it obvious? Me, of course.
Oh, and how do you plan on going about that, eh? Shigaraki was confused by Overhaul's question. What was this guy getting at? Judging by your silence, it seems that you don't have one. You didn't think this through, did you? Pathetic. But I suppose it makes sense considering all that has happened with you losing 2 valuable first-class pawns during this time. It's a miracle you didn't lose all of them already. Shigaraki was close to lashing out at the man, but he tried to calm himself down. All this guy was doing was spewing words out of his mouth. He could take that. It's not like he was an immediate threat. Yeah, he just wanted to get underneath Shigaraki's skin, but he wouldn't allow it. No way. He needed to show that he was indeed capable. Overhaul sighed while giving all his attention to Shigaraki. I'm quite disappointed in the League of Villains, honestly. I didn't request to meet with you in order to join your group. Instead, I want to have things go the other way around. It would be of the League's best interest to join the Shieha Sakai, under the control of a real leader who knows how to handle the power given to him. Join the next ruler of the darkness. The whole room was silent after Overhaul's monologue. The tension in the room was so thick, it was suffocating. No one dared to say a word. It felt like an eternity passed before Shigaraki opened up his mouth. Leave. That was when Pandora's box was opened. Magni charged at Overhaul. She yelled at him and explained how the League would bow to no one, especially not to the likes of Overhaul's group. She used her quirk to force Overhaul to her and tried to hit him over the head with her weapon. But something happened. Something that caused Shigaraki to lose his cool at this very moment. Overhaul slipped off one of his gloves, and a finger touched Magni. That was it. That was all that was required for Magni to explode to bits and pieces before everyone's very eyes. How disgusting. To be fair though, he did throw the first punch. Mr. Compress was the next to charge in, but he tried to capture Overhaul using his quirk. As soon as Overhaul felt Compress's hand touch his arm, his eyes narrowed in disgust. Suddenly, Mr. Compress was shot, and Overhaul blew up the man's left arm. It was then that the League realized that Overhaul didn't come alone. Tomura was beyond furious now. Carnage completely enveloped him as before. Tomura had tried to stay calm throughout the whole interaction, but now Overhaul had gone too far. He killed one of his teammates and greatly wounded another. This was an unforgivable action on Overhaul's part. Shigaraki charged at the Plague Doctor cosplayer. Overhaul ordered for a shield to block Shigaraki's upcoming attack. Sure enough, one did arrive, but Shigaraki was right through it and didn't slow down at all. A bullet was sent at him, but he swatted it away. He clawed at Overhaul's chest, which left deep wounds. Overhaul was bleeding profusely. He looked at Shigaraki's new state in fear. He had heard nothing about this before, and wondered just what this vile creature was before him. It looked like it came out from the lower depths of hell. Overhaul's subordinates finally showed themselves and stood in front of him in his injured state. Shigaraki sighed when he saw them.
You know, things would have been far easier if you'd shown yourselves from the start. I suggest I'm going to have to slaughter all of you.
Overhaul quickly used his quirk on himself and reformed himself back to his uninjured state, although he groaned at the pain he felt from using this technique. He looked back at Shigaraki, although now he was more hesitant at approaching him. He knew nothing about what Shigaraki had transformed into, and didn't know what he was capable of in this form. He kept his distance, but tried to defuse the situation. Look, it's a casualty on both sides. I killed one of your men, you killed one of mine. I think it would be wise on both sides to end the meeting here for now. Feel free to talk to us once you've calmed down, and maybe next time you can tell me more about this form of yours, Shigaraki. Shigaraki watched as Overhaul and his goons left the premises. Himiko, Twice, and Muscular all wanted to kill Overhaul for his actions, but Shigaraki ordered them all to stand down. He looked at his feet to notice that Overhaul left behind a business card of sorts to reveal where the Yakuzas were apparently located. Carnage retreated from Shigaraki's body and formed back into a trench coat. He picked up the business card and tucked it into his pocket for safekeeping. Shigaraki had made another mistake here, and he would learn from it. He always did.
They had finally completely converted themselves into a boarding school. It took quite a bit of convincing, but most of the UA students were granted permission by their parents in order to live in the school. In the case of Midoriya, before he was allowed to stay at UA, he had to somehow gain back his quirk. It was pretty convenient for Detective Tsukauchi to arrive during the whole interaction. It's good to have you back, Venom!
It's good to be back, partner.
Time flew right before their eyes as they became adjusted to dorm life. Some events were worth taking note of during the whole adaptation, where the Class 1A ended up having a contest to see which one of them had the best designed room. Most of Class 1A were able to get their provisional hero licenses, with the exceptions of Bakugo and Todoroki, and a couple of students had actually left the school either on their own accord or because of their parents. Some like Mineta and Hagakura were of the group who left the school entirely. It was admittedly sad to see them go, but it was understandable. Times had become far more dangerous than they were before, and they'd already been through a lot, so most people put in their position who weren't necessarily all that strong would probably not want to have any part in the school anymore.
Ever since then, Class 1A wasn't the same. Some of the students were a bit bummed out when they found out that not all of their friends that they'd made throughout the past year would continue to attend the same school as them. But they refused to focus on the negatives for far too long. Not like they could really, because it didn't take very long for them to pick up training again. The teachers had become far more vicious in their training regiment for the students. They were worked down to the core, and the craziest part of all this was that the students could understand where their teachers were coming from. After all of these events that had happened, ever since the beginning of the school year, it made sense that the school would want to produce the best quality heroes they knew their students could be. One day, while the students were in the common room, Aizawa had actually appeared out of his sleeping bag to speak to his class. Hey, you all, follow me inside the classroom. I'll be talking to you all about your hero work studies. I know you all have been interested in hearing about it for a while now. Hearing this, all of the students jumped and followed their homeroom teacher to the classroom. Pretty much all of them had been anticipating hearing about this specific topic, especially now with everything going on. There were rumors going around about the teachers canceling the whole program, but the students wanted to know if this was indeed true. By the way, I lied. I won't be the one to talk to you about the hero work studies. Instead, I brought in a couple of guests who have had personal experience with work studies. They can explain the differences between the program and the hero agency internships. Suddenly, 3 third years walked into the classroom. One had black hair and elf-like ears. He appeared to be a bit shy. The second person of the group was a girl with blue hair that reached down to her waist. She seemed to be quite bubbly and curious out of the group. Finally, there was a blonde-haired boy who looked like a buff Tintin. They introduced themselves as Tamaki Amajiki, Nejire Hado, and Mirio Togata. They were known as the Big Three of UA. When the younger students heard of this title, it immediately spiked all of their interests as they had heard about how the Big Three were the best heroes in training with the most potential out of all third years to make great heroes. If they weren't already all ears, they certainly were now, although they did have to face Nejire's barrage of questions. Midoriya's attention was completely on Mirio, though. He practically looked like a mini All Might. Blonde hair, blue eyes, beefy to the bone. He had a feeling that this was All Might's successor. It was incredibly obvious.
Yeah, his whole aura is reminiscent of All Might, with a couple differences, but primarily like him.
Mirio tried to get the class excited by having them chant a phrase, but they simply didn't understand it, which ruined Mirio's plan. He quickly decided to switch things up. Since that introduction fell flat, how about we do something different? How about all of you get to team up against me in a fight? You know, to see how well all of you stack up against one of us. Before we get back into the story, I want to let you all know we have a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented, be it lore, characters, powers, and more. Now, in case you also didn't know, we have a third channel called We the Celestials Naruto What If. We the Celestials Naruto What If mainly focuses on our Naruto What If series. If you're interested in content like that, please go check the description below or click the icon in the top right corner. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. Before anyone else could get a word out, Bakugo stood up on his desk, setting off explosions in his hands. He yelled at Mirio.
Who do you think you are? You underestimating us, huh? Well, guess what? I'll be the one to knock you down a peg. You got that, Tintin?
Mirio just smiled at Bakugo, completely unfazed by his rude behavior. Aizawa simply told Bakugo to sit back down unless he wanted to get detention. Bakugo huffed, but did as he was told. Aizawa waved off Mirio and the rest of the class. Honestly, he didn't care. He just told them that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't get too rough with them. Understandable. Right after everyone left, Aizawa pulled out a sleeping bag and went back to a quick nap. When everyone had changed into their gym uniforms and met up at Gym Gamma, Sero asked Mirio if he was absolutely sure that he wanted to fight the whole class at the same time. Mirio waved him off and laughed, confirming that he was willing to take up the challenge. So, who wants to go first? Midoriya, Bakugo, and Kirishima all stepped up. The three of them looked at each other, surprised that the others wanted to go first. Kirishima was the most shocked towards Midoriya wanting to go first. He was pretty impressed and stood down. Bakugo begrudgingly also stood down, allowing Midoriya to go first. Mirio was stretching throughout the whole decision-making. Midoriya walked up to the stadium and stretched a little himself. Oh, so you'll be the first one challenging me, huh? You ready? Midoriya nodded and got into a fighting stance. The rest of Class 1A prepped their quirks in order to also engage in combat against Mirio. Venom enveloped Midoriya, and they charged at their opponent. Mirio smirked before most of his clothes fell off besides his boxers. Midoriya was in momentary shock when he saw this. It was something Mirio used to his advantage here, as he phased down into the ground before he popped right back up, uppercutting Midoriya. This snapped Midoriya back to reality as he shot webs at Mirio, which the guy just phased through.
Oh, you can phase through objects, eh? Interesting. Don't think we've ever had to deal with one of those before.
Sorry about the whole clothes thing falling off. My quirk allows me to phase through pretty much anything, which also includes clothes. Only reason why my boxers didn't fall off is because one of my mentors at the time suggested I request some boxers made for me that wouldn't fall off when I use my quirk outside of my hero costume. For obvious reasons. Midoriya simply nodded before the rest of Class 1A charged at Mirio. Tape, acid, explosions, and several more quirks were used to attack the boy, but he was able to dodge the barrage of unorganized attacks. A punch to the gut, karate chop to the neck, a kick to the side, eye poke fake out. Several attacks from Mirio managed to somehow take down most of Class 1A. The students couldn't understand what this guy's quirk was and what exactly he couldn't do. It was quite a sight to behold. Aizawa stood in the corner watching all of the events pass. He turned his head to see Todoroki just watching his students being dominated against. So, you're not going to go out there and fight the guy as well? Todoroki shook his head. I'm not worthy. I failed my provisional exams, so I shouldn't participate, Todoroki responded. Aizawa nodded in understanding before he turned back to see the rest of his class's futile attempts at hitting Mirio. It got so bad to the point that there were only 2 combatants left to face off against the blonde-haired boy. They were Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya with Venom. So really 3 combatants, technically. Midoriya tried to formulate a plan on taking down Mirio in his head, but the explosive blonde was already way ahead of Midoriya. Bakugo seemed to catch on to Mirio's movements and tried to duke it out with the older boy. Mirio went in to seemingly poke Bakugo in the eyes. Bakugo flinched and closed his eyes, but this attack of Mirio's was a feint. But something happened. Mirio phased through the ground and appeared right behind Bakugo. He was about to punch the explosive blonde in the face, but Bakugo sent an explosion to the blue-eyed boy. Mirio was a bit surprised and made his face intangible in order to have the blast not hit him. Midoriya saw this as a quick opportunity to get a shot in as well. He shot his webs at Mirio and they wrapped around the blonde's leg. Mirio looked down to see what was grabbing him, but before he could properly realize it, Midoriya yanked his target towards him. Mirio was surprised to see this. He was now in the air, and Midoriya shot several webs at him. Mirio phased right through all of them, but then the green-haired boy headbutted Mirio in the gut right afterwards. Midoriya was surprised it even connected, but that moment of happiness disappeared as he was then punched by Mirio in the face. This sent Midoriya flying. He crashed into the wall. The force behind the punch was something he wasn't expecting. He knew without a doubt that this was All Might's successor. He pushed himself off the wall and landed on the ground. Thankfully, he managed to stand on his feet, but they were a bit wobbly. He could hear a couple of his bones pop as he walked back to the stadium. He saw Bakugo try to fight Mirio, but it looked like Bakugo was struggling to even get close to his target. Mirio sent a couple of air punches at Bakugo, and the air pressure from the punches seemed to be enough to send Bakugo back. The explosive blonde was frustrated, to say the least. Mirio was already a pain to Bakugo, but now it seemed like the boy was holding back all this time. Where did this strength come from? It was comparable to All Might, but it couldn't be, could it? Bakugo shook his head and flew up into the air. Howitzer impact! Bakugo formed a tornado of fury and was coming down on Mirio. The boy saw this and smiled. This simply infuriated Bakugo even further. But Mirio just phased underneath the ground before he sprung back up. He shot an uppercut into Bakugo's jaw, but from Mirio's tension of the muscles, it appeared as if he had held back even then. Bakugo was knocked out from this punch, and he was sent crashing down to the ground. Midoriya stood there in utter shock. This guy was the definition of overpowered. All of the students who were even able to move after Mirio's onslaught against the first years gathered around the boy. Most were asking what his quirk was, and why it seemed like he had a sort of dual quirk like Todoroki, and that other hero, Captain Celebrity. Mirio was pretty vague about the strength part of his quirk, but he gladly explained the whole thing with his permeation quirk. After he finished talking to the other students of Class 1A about how work studies helped him to evolve his quirk to where it was considered top tier among the student populace, he turned to face Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, was it? I'd like to talk to you in private. He knelt down and whispered into Midoriya's ear. Once the green-haired boy heard what Mirio whispered, he looked at the older boy and nodded. Rocky was clapping his hands in delight. After all of the chaos that had happened not too long ago, the League of Villains were finally getting a grip of themselves again. Magnate died, yes, that happened, and he was plotting his revenge against Overhaul. But Shigaraki had to play things smart. Last time, he was reckless, but he wouldn't react the same again. This time, he tested Toga's abilities. Shigaraki knew what kind of quirk the girl had, but he didn't know how well she was at using it. He confronted her about it. She insisted that she was exceptional in being a spy with her quirk. He nodded and said he had 2 missions for her at the time. The first mission was to infiltrate Yue's rival hero high school, Shiketsu High, and keep up the impression that she was simply one of the students there until the provisional license exams were over. He'd managed to gather info about when it would be taking place from Giron. It went perfectly. Heck, it was even better than he expected. She was able to take on the appearance of this one girl from Shiketsu, and she even made it into the provisional licensing exam. She was able to see how all of these hero students performed. She told him everything she saw during the time. She even mentioned the UA students. The ones that caught his interest the most were Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Ah, you should have seen him. Izuku was so strong, and he even made some people bleed. It was so beautiful.
What do you mean when you said he made some people bleed?
Oh, nothing much. When he was getting cornered by some opponents, he would just barge through them. Other times, he would use his webs to drag some of his opponents down, so they would be within arm's reach for his classmates. He even tag-teamed with the Space Girl to make obstacles for people that were gunning for them. Shigaraki meditated on these words. It seemed like their fighting style got a bit more aggressive since the sports festival, possibly after their experimentation as well. Wait, Shigaraki laughed. 2 tortured souls who worked together seemed like a bad combination, especially with the fact that these tortured souls probably wanted revenge on their oppressors. He could use that to his advantage, but he focused his thoughts back on Toga.
Toga, I have another mission for you. Infiltrate the Shie Hasaiki.
What?
Calm down and be quiet for a second. I'm gonna be making a phone call.
What kind of Shigaraki lifted up a finger, signaling for her to keep her mouth shut. He pulled out his phone, a card, and dialed in a number. Hello? Who's this? And how did you get this number?
It's Shigaraki. I've thought it over since our last interaction, and we really did start off on the wrong foot. Depending on certain conditions, I'd be more willing this time around to join forces. Just not the League getting absorbed into the Yakuza. You think we can arrange a meeting with that in mind?
Once they had arranged a time for Shigaraki to come to the Yakuza hideout, he hung up. Shigaraki looked back at Toga and smiled at her.
Here's the plan.
A couple days passed, and Shigaraki was found sitting in a chair with his hands together. He was tapping his thumbs. Across from Shigaraki sat Overhaul, as well as one of his minions. Shigaraki looked around the room for a second before he broke the silence.
What a depressing atmosphere.
I like it. It's clean, not cluttered at all.
Oh, and why was it so difficult to find this place? It took me a good half an hour to find this hideout. What's up with that?
Pretty simple, really. We need to have all these routes in order to confuse people who could possibly be spying on us. It's the reason why the Yakuza were able to survive for so long after all.
Anyways, about the phone call. Was what you said during the time true, or did you just come here to waste our time?
Shigaraki looked at the person who said that. They appeared to be rather small, and their appearance was completely concealed in a black suit with arm protrusions alongside a sewn-on plague mask. It was odd, hearing a gruff voice come out of such a pipsqueak, but Shigaraki wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He just glared at the string bean for a second before he answered.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Shigaraki slammed his foot onto the table in front of him and leaned back. He was starting to get comfortable.
You see, our motives align quite well if you ask me. You want to use the influence that the League's name has, while I want to expand the influence that the League already has. It goes hand in hand, honestly.
Can you remove your foot from the table? Shigaraki gave Overhaul a cold stare before he smirked.
To be honest, you should be bowing down to me in respect. Look, there's something very important to know about the League of Villains. We answer to no one. We move however we like, but we are all willing to do a collaborative venture of the sorts with those who are interested.
Is that all?
One more thing.
Overhaul raised an eyebrow.
Naturally, I can't just give out my organization's name to anyone. They'd have to have a plan of sorts,
before we can come to an agreement. I must know what exactly is your plan. If I find it dumb and not worth my time, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Shigaraki felt something cold being pressed against the back of his head. He knew what it was, though, and who was aiming. He showed no expression on his face at all. He had an unsettling, calm demeanor. This disturbed Overhaul. What was this guy's deal? Before Mimic could attack Shigaraki, though, red tendrils shot out of him in all directions, which surprised everyone in the room. Shigaraki smirked. Suddenly, the Yakuza members' minds were penetrated with a series of explicit visuals, some so horrific that they were better off not being said. Carnage enveloped Shigaraki, and they produced a couple more tendrils to grab the gun out of the individual's hand. They crushed the gun in their hands before they stopped with their mind bomb. The Yakuza members looked back at Shigaraki. The lesser members backed away. Carnage retreated back into Shigaraki after he had shown them he was not someone to be treated lightly. Shigaraki pulled out what looked like a tranquilizing bullet and proceeded to question Overhaul about it. Does this plan of yours have anything to do with this? What was that just now?
Mind bombs. A pretty useful ability to show dominance. Now, answer the question.
I'll tell you on one condition of my own. Oh, you want to be the negotiator now. All right, go ahead and tell me your condition. If I don't like the condition, then I may as well end you here and now. That red and black substance that obnubilates you, what is it? I won't tell you that piece of information right now. That requires more trust to be gained between our organizations. Overhaul nodded before he spoke again. On an unrelated that All Might wasn't lying when he said you were one of his most interesting students. Midoriya was confused by Mirio's statement. Tell me, Midoriya, did All Might ever tell you about the name of his quirk? Midoriya nodded. He was beginning to realize where Mirio was going with this. So you must already know that he had a successor to his quirk, and that successor is yours truly. I already figured that was the case, but why are you telling me this? Well, All Might was one of the 2 teachers when it came to utilizing the quirk he passed on to me, but one of All Might's dying wishes was for us to meet and learn from each other. He told me a lot about you during my training of using One for All in conjunction with permeation. One of the things he mentioned was that there was something special about your quirk as well. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you to budge. But from everything All Might had said, he saw great promise in you. Midoriya felt like bursting into tears when he heard everything that Mirio had said, but he held it in. He wasn't going to cry anymore, not after everything he'd been through. Something stuck out, though, from Mirio's statement. Thank you for the praises, Mirio, but there's something I found to be pretty odd about your statement. In the beginning, you mentioned how you had 2 teachers. I know the first was All Might, but who was the second? Oh, my second teacher was the one who saw great promise in me from early on and was the one to help me gain the control I have over permeation now, even though with the power amp, it has become a bit more difficult to use nowadays. You may have heard of this man as well. He was the former sidekick of All Might. He goes by the hero persona Sir Night-Eye. Midoriya's eyes widened in recognition. Yeah, I heard about him! Although, I heard that he is really serious. Oh, he's not so bad when you get to know him. Maybe he can help you gain better control over your quirk as well. Are you interested in participating in a work study with him? Midoriya reflected back to the training camp when he tried to master that bioelectrokinesis. His fight against All Might when he first used the shocks. His fight against Stain that left his body temporarily paralyzed afterwards. All of them. He weighed his options here and looked back at Mirio, who had already explained the downsides to his quirk to the whole of Izuku's class already, yet thanks to Night-Eye's tutelage and Mirio's own efforts, he was able to turn it into something strong. If Mirio could make the best of his quirk, despite the weaknesses it gave, then gosh darn it, he could do so too. Yeah, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could put in a good word for me. Mirio nodded with a smile on his face. Anyways, let's get out of here before people start panicking about where you are. Agreed. Once the weekend had officially begun, Midoriya went to meet with Mirio. Bakugo and Todoroki left to go retake their provisional exams. Midoriya searched urgently for Mirio as he couldn't afford to lose such an opportunity. Once he managed to meet up with Mirio, they left to go to Night-Eye's agency. They were on the train for an hour before they made it to said agency. It was a rather quick ride, honestly. After they arrived at their destination, Mirio was quick to inform Midoriya of something that was of great importance. It was that Midoriya had to make Night-Eye laugh at least once throughout his work study with him. The green-haired boy looked at Mirio in surprise.
Seriously, we have to make the man laugh? Of all things.
Despite his appearances, Sir Night-Eye holds humor in the highest regard. I also can't make Night-Eye acknowledge you either. You'll have to earn it on your own. As soon as the two entered Night-Eye's office, The first thing they saw was a blue-haired girl strapped to a strange contraption while a man with green hair and a gray suit watched her. She was laughing hysterically. I didn't know he was into BD. Sir, not I. I brought in a first year from UA. He was interested in being part of your work study. Oh, by the way, Izuku, that girl trapped in the contraption is Bubble Girl. She's one of Night Eye's sidekicks, and she just got punished for not being funny. Midoriya gulped when he heard this. I see. I'm assuming Muriel already told you about how serious I take humor. That may be the deciding factor of whether I approve of you or not for the work study. Midoriya nodded before he put on his best All Might expression. He used it to introduce himself to Night Eye, but the tall man didn't find it humorous in the slightest. Instead, he reprimanded Midoriya for the joke as he found it to be disrespectful of All Might and his legacy. When he calmed down, he went right back to business. So allow me to get this straight. You want to do a work study under me. Is that correct? Give me your contract. Once Midoriya did so, Night Eye looked at the paper. He grabbed his stamp, but paused, and then he gazed back at the boy. And how would I benefit from you? As far as I'm concerned, my agency is doing just fine with 2 sidekicks and 1 student intern. What do you have to offer? Midoriya was speechless. He didn't know what to say.
Is he trying to challenge us?
How about you demonstrate your abilities to me? Do everything in your power to grab my stamp in 3 minutes, and stamp the paper yourself if you truly wish to intern at my agency. You don't have to worry about messing up the room, and you won't have to worry about me counterattacking either. At most, I will not make it easy for you to grab the stamp.
Cocky much.
Venom consumed Midoriya and his armor in his inky substance. Midoriya got into a fighting stance and charged at Night Eye. He shot a web at Night Eye's stamp, but Night Eye saw this from a mile away. He adjusted his arm and caused Midoriya to miss his target. The boy tried again, but he got closer this time. He turned invisible for a second. This surprised Night Eye, but then he felt something tug at his stamp. He looked to the arm that held his stamp and saw the stamp begin to slip out of his hand. So, you can turn invisible, eh? Neat trick, but not good enough. Night Eye yanked his stamp back. He spun around and closed his eyes. He listened more for Midoriya's footsteps. He couldn't see the boy, but he could at least hear him. A couple footsteps, a sudden shift of air, and Night Eye could already tell where Midoriya was. He ducked down and avoided Midoriya's attack. Suddenly, Night Eye felt the tempo pick up. He had to start dodging more of Midoriya's attempts at getting the stamp. The boy would blink in and out of his camouflage throughout the 3 minutes. Night Eye was starting to build up a sweat. He wasn't prepared for a first year like this kid to be this fast. Midoriya was relentless, and Night Eye began to grit his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he felt his grasp on the stamp leave him. He opened his eyes in shock and looked down at his hand. It was empty. He looked back up at Midoriya, who had a big grin on his face. The boy held up the stamp in his hand and the contract before he stamped it. Well, color me impressed, I suppose. The timer then went off. I suppose I have to accept you as a student intern now. Midoriya cheered.
Sweet. Now, chocolate.
Night Eye sent Midoriya off and then sat down at his desk in deep thought. He observed the room and noticed that his 10-year All Might memorabilia was left intact. He was even more impressed with Midoriya now. Looks like Tsukaichi was right in allowing a first year to keep that symbiote of his. The other symbiotes that were gathered from the investigation were going to be quite useful in taking down the League of Villains and Yakuza. They'll be of even greater importance now with his new information about the League of Villains collaborating with the Shie Hasaikai. Midoriya may have proven his worth in using the symbiote, but I still find that he's making a big mistake here choosing first years of all people to gain symbiotes during this work study. Today was officially Midoriya's first approved day of his internship under Night Eye. Midoriya, Mirio, and Bubble Girl all stood in Night Eye's office. Night Eye himself was sitting in his chair with his hands folded. He looked up at the trio and spoke. He brought up how today they would be doing some patrolling, but they would be split up into groups of 2. Midoriya and Mirio would be group 1, the other would be himself and Bubble Girl. She went on to explain a little further the purpose of this patrol. You see, we are actually in the middle of a secret investigation. Yes, and this investigation is on a small but influential villain group known as the Shie Hasaikai. We've been keeping a close eye on that organization for quite a while now, and their current leader, Kaichisaki, has been making some unusual moves as of late. Their group has experienced quite a fall from their former glory ever since Quirks came into the picture. It seems like Chisaki is trying to bring the organization back to their former glory through reuniting the older villain generations. He's even gotten into contact with the League of Villains. and we fear what these two villain groups could actually do together. We've been trying to get some incriminating evidence to prove they are committing villainous acts, but it's been a struggle, honestly. When Midoriya heard the League's name mentioned, he instinctively growled and balled up his hands into fists. Everyone who was in the room at the time looked at him. When he realized what he had done, he blushed and scratched the back of his head. He apologized. I've got some bad history with the League. Sorry. No need to apologize, Midoriya. So long as it doesn't affect your work efficiency, you should be good, especially since we have no plans of coming across the League of Villains right now. Midoriya nodded, and everyone left to patrol the streets. They eventually split up, and Midoriya was with Mirio. The two eventually began a conversation. So, what's your hero name, Izuku? Oh, my name is Deku, though I'm considering changing it to have a bit of a title like The Venomous Hero, Deku, or maybe Agent Venom. With recent events, I'm unsure. I like those names, although your abilities don't really seem to involve poisons of any kind. My hero name is Lemillion, because I want to save 1 million people. Midoriya smiled at Mirio and the reasoning behind his hero name. He could definitely understand why he got one for all. Suddenly, Midoriya stopped in his tracks. He heard light, rapid footsteps. It was as if someone was running towards them. He turned to face an alleyway. What he saw caused his eyes to widen. A little girl with long white hair, a horn on her forehead, and bandages covering all around her arms and legs ran toward the two heroes. She didn't appear to look where she was going, though. It just seemed like she was desperately running away from something. But from what exactly? She accidentally bumped into Midoriya and fell down, but she quickly scrambled up to her feet. She was immediately intimidated by Midoriya's appearance, as he was covered by venom and in his combat armor. Midoriya saw that she was scared and tried to comfort her. Oh, sorry. Are you okay? And what's with these bandages on you? It looked like she was about to speak, but someone interrupted her. Eri, you shouldn't cause any problems for these heroes here. They're incredibly busy people after all. Midoriya looked up above Eri and saw the Shiya Hasaikai leader, Kai Chisaki, who was also known under the moniker of Overhaul. Eri grabbed onto Izuku and held onto him tightly. Midoriya held her in his arms. He could feel the fear from this girl. Whatever Chisaki had done to her, it wasn't pleasant. Not in the slightest. The bandages around her body unnerved Midoriya. He had flashbacks to what the League of Villains did to him and Venom. Their experiments on Venom were torturous, and the beatings Midoriya were given were excruciatingly painful. He could only imagine what sick things this little girl went through. Come on, Eri. Let's go back home. I deeply apologize for my daughter's behavior here. She tends to get carried away with her fun and games.
Liar.
What's with the bandages all over her? She's a very clumsy girl and tends to bump into a lot of things. Midoriya glared at Overhaul. This man knew how to talk fast. He hated this man already. Mirio tried to disarm the situation, but Midoriya cursed under his breath when he realized how bad of a situation he was in. It took Mirio's intervention for him to realize this. I've never seen the two of you before. Are you guys rookies or something? Mirio was quick to answer. Yeah, we are. Do we really look that youthful? Mirio nervously laughed. The laugh was so strained, and Izuku could tell. Ah, so what hero office are you both affiliated with? Oh, we're still students, actually. Mirio turned to leave. Midoriya begrudgingly began to put Eri down and turn around to leave as well. But the little girl held on to him even tighter than before. She began to cry and begged desperately for him not to leave her. His heart began to race. Her voice was shaky, and she seemed too scared for this to be just fun and games like what Overhaul had said. She seems to be frightened by something. Any ideas? Well, I did scold her early.
Liar.
Mirio grabbed Midoriya's shoulder and gripped it. He whispered into Midoriya's ear. He tried to tell him that it was time to go, but Midoriya shrugged him off. He focused all of his attention towards Chisaki.
There's more than meets the eye, isn't there? You're not telling us everything. For your daughter to be this scared suggests she's been mistreated. It's unnatural for someone of her age to be this frightened.
Sir, please don't tell me how to raise my daughter. It's time to leave now. We have no business telling someone how to raise their family. Midoriya looked at Mirio and snapped at the older boy. He didn't care anymore. Forget patrolling. They were already in the middle of a confrontation between the leader of the Shiya Hasaikai and found someone who was clearly in need of saving. But Mirio wanted to abandon her. The thought of leaving the girl in the hands of this man, of all people, in order to be inflicted with more damage, mentally and physically, was repulsive in Midoriya's mind. He knew what this girl felt. She was grabbing on to the little hope she had in the form of him, and he refused to let her lose hope. Chisaki groaned and sighed as he saw Midoriya wasn't going to let go of Eri. He realized he would have to go about this in a more gritty way. Man, this is embarrassing. This whole topic about my daughter. Would you guys mind following me? Midoriya and Mirio reluctantly followed Shisaki into the alleyway, but Midoriya was getting tons of bad vibes from this guy. Eri here can be quite a handful sometimes. She defies me all the time, and it's really hard to raise her while taking into consideration what kind of person she wants to be. Shisaki began to remove one of his gloves. A wave of killer intent immediately hit them. Eri wiggled around in Midoriya's grasp. His grip loosened for a second, but Venom noticed this and immediately tightened it. She couldn't escape their grasp. Not like this anyways. Overhaul completely removed his glove, but Venom thought quickly on his feet. He shot a web at Mirio and threw him up. Afterwards, Venom forced Midoriya to jump while Eri was still in their arms. Overhaul slammed his hand on the ground and caused several rock spikes to form. Shisaki gritted his teeth in frustration. "Let me at him!" Midoriya yelled.
We are not fighting this man. Not now anyways. We can't endanger the girl and risk losing her.
Midoriya was uncharacteristically angry, but when he heard Venom's words, he realized they were right. Taking down Overhaul wasn't their goal here. It was to bring Eri back to their base of operations and to be treated for her injuries. Izuku, what do you think you're doing? We're leaving. This man almost killed us. If Venom didn't make a split-second decision. Midoriya wrapped Eri in Venom's tendrils and strapped the girl to his chest. He was holding Mirio tight by a string of his webbing, and he began to swing away. Overhaul tried to chase them, but Midoriya was able to outpace him. They were able to successfully evade him and reunite with Night Eye. Night Eye looked at Midoriya and glared at him for making such a hasty decision. The well-dressed hero didn't say anything until they made it back to his agency. There, he reprimanded the green-haired boy. His words were unfiltered when Eri was brought out of the room by Bubble Girl. Do you know what you've just done? You've just compromised the mission. I don't care. What was that? I said I don't care. If I may have compromised this mission of yours, please, tell me what you would have done in that situation. Let her go? Yes. Wow. So you'd let her continue to suffer from abuse for a silly mission of yours? Unbelievable. And to think you call yourself a hero. Midoriya stormed off. Mirio tried to stop him, but Night Eye told him to let Midoriya go. He let his emotions get in the way, but I applaud him for rescuing this girl. I trust that he will learn where he went wrong here, and he'll do better from the events to come. Although, if he does get out of hand like that again, we may have to strip him of his symbiote. Before Night Eye muttered out the last part, so Mirio couldn't hear what he said about Midoriya's symbiote. Izuku tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't stop thinking about what Night Eye told him back there. That almost made Endeavor seem like a saint in comparison. When he made it back to UA, the very first thing he did was make a beeline for his room. He slammed the door shut and fell on his bed. He figured he would be able to sleep this off and have a clearer head afterwards. It sounded easy enough. That was something his mother would do sometimes when she came home from a harder than usual day at work, so why couldn't he do the same? He knew the reason why, though. As soon as Midoriya fell into his unconscious state, he began dreaming. These weren't good dreams, though. All he ever saw in those dreams were him back at the villain hideout. He would remember the stab wounds the girl Toga would inflict upon him. She always mentioned how she liked to see him bleed. The Dabi fellow would use his flames to cauterize Midoriya's wounds before he could bleed out. Shigaraki would also delight in emotionally tormenting Midoriya. He would turn into All Might, Uraraka, and all of the other people he knew well. It especially hurt when he turned into All Might, as Shigaraki would continuously berate Midoriya. Even though he knew it wasn't the real All Might, it still hurt. And when it came to Uraraka, he would be crushed at how the look-alike would constantly tell him how to give up on becoming a hero, and maybe even just end it all. After all, he was useless without his symbiote. The maniacal laughter from Shigaraki made Midoriya want to scream. Almost every time he tried to sleep, he would relive those moments. It was enough to make him wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. What was even worse was the fact that these were only his memories. He'd seen Venom's memories and felt the lifeform's pain. Ever since he was saved, he'd been having these recurring nightmares. The first couple of nights weren't that bad, but they became progressively worse. He could barely sleep at night anymore. Tonight, he didn't even get to sleep throughout the whole night. The nightmares were just too horrific this time. This time, his nightmares were a bit different from the usual. Although he had the dreams of the torture he went through back at the hideout, he also had an additional nightmare. The possibility of failing his classmates. Failing to protect them. That the League of Villains would manage to get their hands on them because he slipped up. The screams of all his classmates, who were at the mercy of the League, kept him up the whole night. He knew it wasn't real, but it felt far too real for him. These were his inner fears that he tried to keep contained for so long leaking out now. He tried to keep it together for the next couple of days, but his classmates could tell there was something wrong. Every time they tried to ask him, though, he would say that everything was fine. He knew it wasn't, though. He could tell they were worried, but he had to be strong. He felt so weak back at the hideout, but never again would he be so defenseless. He had regained his composure over the next couple of days, but one day Kirishima pointed out something to Midoriya. Apparently, he, Midoriya, Ochako, and Tsuyu were leaving at the same time. Therefore, Kirishima suggested that they should all go to the station together. Everyone was in agreement of the idea. When they made it to the station, Midoriya was thinking they could all go their separate ways from there on. Apparently not. They all continued on the same path afterwards, which confused him. What was going on? Each of the 4 students ended up arriving at Night Eye's agency, and were greatly surprised to see the Big 3 there as well. Not just the Big 3 either. Several heroes, such as Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Aizawa, and Gran Torino were there as well. Needless to say, they were all heavily confused as to what was going on. Not too long after the 4 students arrived, Sir Night Eye began his conference with every one of the heroes and interns. Thanks to the series of information gathered by other heroes, they were able to make substantial progress with their investigation into the Yakuza. As Night Eye went further into the discussion, he brought up some unfamiliar terms such as the HN, which was also known as the Hero Network, that some of the students were curious about. One of the heroes in the room ended up asking about why students were even involved in this discussion, as they saw the students would only hinder them once they reached into darker topics. Fat Gum defended his interns, though. After that little distraction, Night Eye continued with his speech. Anyways, the Shie Hasaikai were also believed to be selling illegal drugs. I figured it would be good to have a hero who is more familiar in this topic be added. Hence why I brought in Fat Gum. Fat Gum went on to explain the interaction that he and his interns had with these drugs. He revealed how Tamaki ended up interacting with this sort of drug that seemingly erased his quirk. This caused the whole room to go completely silent when they heard this. A medicine like that would mess up the very foundations of today's society even more than it had been tampered with already. When Mirio asked about Tamaki's condition, the emo boy explained that it was only temporary and he could still use his quirk. It appeared to be different from Aizawa's erasure quirk, as erasure didn't necessarily attack quirks themselves, but simply halt the activation of quirk factors. The drug was different, as it actually did damage Tamaki's quirk factor, but he was thankfully able to naturally recover from it. The drug was infused within a bullet that was shot at Tamaki. What they found to be strange, though, was there weren't any abnormalities in the bullet itself, and only Tamaki's quirk factor was really hurt. Thanks to Kirishima's brave efforts of protecting Tamaki from an attack, they were able to obtain a bullet that they could properly examine. The contents they were able to find in the bullet were what disturbed them, though. There was human blood and cells in that bullet. If that's the case, then the DNA must belong to someone who affected the quirks of others. I still don't see the connection between the bullet and the Yakuza. After a little bit more of interacting, Night Eye brought up Chisaki's quirk and how exactly it worked. It was able to break down and reassemble whatever the man touched. There was a connection between the Yakuza leader's quirk and the quirk-erasing bullets. It was too much of a coincidence to not be the case. This was when Night Eye addressed Midoriya and Mirio's confrontation with the man the other day. They experienced having to deal with that quirk firsthand, and the reason for it was because of Overhaul's supposed daughter, Eri. Some of the heroes were confused at first when they heard this, but Night Eye continued to explain. The girl has no birth certificate, and her details were relatively unknown until the event that happened that day. Thanks to the efforts of Midoriya and Mirio here, they were able to successfully rescue the little girl and effectively put a stop to the Mafia leader's production of quirk-erasing bullets, since we did a DNA test and found that the DNA in the bullet matched up with Eri's own. Dang, good job, kids. You just made this job a whole lot easier. While everything did work out in the end, what Midoriya in particular did was something brash, and I wouldn't condone it in any other situation. In this situation, though, if they followed my procedures, we would have been in a far worse predicament. We planned to raid the Yakuza hideout, and Tsukaichi actually brought us a couple of power-ups, you could say, to further increase the success rate of us accomplishing this mission. Sir Night Eye threw a briefcase onto the table and opened it to reveal a couple of test tubes that contained inky substances. Midoriya immediately knew what they were, but he chose to keep quiet. His shocked face didn't miss the attention of Ochako, though. These are symbiotes, the same thing that Shigaraki and Midoriya actually have, and the one All for One had. Thankfully, we were able to scoop up that symbiote All for One displayed back there as well. although the damage was already done to All Might by the time the doctors realized what happened. The symbiote was able to hitch a ride with All Might, and it appeared to be trying to heal the man, but his body was far too compromised to heal him quick enough. This was all information I was able to gather from the symbiote itself. Wait, you bond with one of those dudes, and on top of that, there's more of them? We even had one on our side for this whole time, and I'm just now learning about this? Rocklock, calm down. As I was saying, I was able to get this information from the symbiote where it bonded with me, although it doesn't appear to be fond of my personality. At least, according to what they said anyways. Now, I was able to gather that Shigaraki has an organically born symbiote, and it's stronger than the rest, physically. It'll be hard to subdue him, but this is where the other symbiotes come into play. We were able to pick some of the strongest ones of the group, and the ones with the most unique abilities we could find to be useful in our plans of taking down the two primary heads of the organizations. These leaders obviously being Overhaul and Shigaraki. We were able to select hosts for these symbiotes, based on their personalities and power display. Night Eye called Uraraka and Tsuyu up to the front of the room. He handed both of them symbiotes. Uravity, you will have the symbiote payback, and Froppy, you get Lasher. Sleeper will stay with me until we can find a more suitable host, and Phage will go to Red Riot. Come up here as well. While this was going on though, Overhaul was facing his own dilemma. Eri was taken away from home, the whole key to his operations. He had put his frustration out on other things for a couple days now, but he realized that this wasn't the best way to go about things. He was forced to stop by his right-hand men as he was killing off their army. Overhaul sighed and sat down in his office. He sent out people to track down Eri and bring her back, but they'd all come back empty-handed. Those were the ones he usually killed as well. He was at a loss here. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal some members of Shigaraki's ragtag team of misfits. Himiko Toga and Twice, he believed were their names. Shigaraki had sent them there to work with him for their conjoined project, but that project was now halted. Himiko told Overhaul that he was in big trouble. He didn't understand what the teen meant until Shigaraki entered the room in his transformed state.
So, you lost the key to your little project, eh? Pathetic. I should have known not to work with a buffoon like yourself.
Overhaul was beyond frustrated and refused to take any insults from Shigaraki. Even if he was a bit intimidating by that form of his, it meant nothing now. What did you say? You Overhaul used his quirk to manipulate the terrain in order to get the jump on Shigaraki, but things didn't go according to plan. Again. Shigaraki appeared right in front of Overhaul in a matter of seconds and ripped out the man's heart. It was so fast that the heart was still beating. This was the last thing Overhaul saw before the lights went out for him. Shigaraki turned to the shocked Yakuza members and smiled.
This place is under new management.
Uraraka, I can explain! Explain what, Izuku? What? The fact that you've been lying to everyone all throughout our time at UA? After all we've been through, it hurts. It hurts that you couldn't have trusted us with this information. After the reveal of Midoriya's symbiote over at Night Eye's agency, needless to say, the reception from the UA students wasn't that great. Although Kirishima and Tsuyu were willing to listen to Izuku and forgive him considering the predicament they were in, Uraraka wasn't so willing to hear from him. She wasn't mad, she was just disappointed. This was something that hurt Midoriya more than anything else. She was one of his closest friends, and he knew that it was wrong of him to not trust her with his secret. So much had happened in the couple of hours after the UA students were given their symbiotes. Night Eye informed the students that they did not have a lot of time to get accustomed to the symbiotes they were given. The next day, they would be formed into groups in order to fight off the Shia Hasaikai and capture them. Not only the Hasaikai, but hopefully take account for the League of Villains as well. Night Eye had to change a couple of things around, but he was able to make a good amount of groups who could work well together in order to fight off the stronger members of the Yakuza. Weaker members of the Yakuza, who didn't have really special quirks, weren't seen as of much concern. The only problem was with Midoriya's team. In his team, he would have Mirio, himself, and the other UA students. Midoriya had the most experience with his symbiote, so Night Eye hoped that Midoriya would be able to lead the group of symbiote users in learning how to use them properly throughout the raid. Uraraka was problematic to say the least, considering her behavior towards Midoriya. Night Eye could only hope that this wouldn't interfere with the mission. He had gotten news about Shigaraki's upgrades as well, which made them working together highly important. Night Eye realized something, though. If they really wanted to increase the success rate of this mission and the extra symbiote hosts didn't work out, they would have to increase the firepower that Midoriya had with Venom. These symbiotes were apparently able to bond with pretty much any and all organic life forms.
Something that All Might had informed him about a while back after the USJ incident was how Venom had bonded with the muscular #1 hero. The symbiote was able to partially heal All Might, but also able to seemingly copy his quirk to an extent and modify it. Night-Eye found this to be interesting. He held on to that information for a while, but he didn't know what to do with it until now. Mirio, bring Midoriya back to the room for a second. I want him to do something real quick. Once Mirio brought Midoriya back to the room, the green-haired boy was understandably confused. He didn't know what else Night-Eye wanted with him. Not even Mirio knew. He just did what he was told. Midoriya, I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you back to the room, and the simple reason for that is because of your symbiote's ability to copy and modify the powers of those they bond with. In case the symbiote team doesn't work out too well, I at least want to have someone to combat Shigaraki, as I find him to be the biggest threat now that Overhaul no longer has Eri in captivity. What are you implying, Night-Eye? Night-Eye walked up closer to Midoriya and looked him dead in the eyes. He rested his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and began to speak again. Very simply, I want to abuse that power for a second. Have Venom bond with a couple of the heroes in this room in order to gain variants of their powers, so you have a better chance of defeating Shigaraki. That's not exactly how it works. Venom would also gain the memories of all the people he would temporarily bond with. Oh, wonderful. That means he would gain a lot of experience very quickly. I'm guessing you refer to that ability as genetic memory, or something of the sorts. Yeah. Perfect. So, choose any heroes you would want Venom to bond with, and we'll be on our way. Midoriya looked at Night-Eye hesitantly. He didn't know how bad this would affect Venom's psyche. He didn't even know if Venom would go along with it.
I'll do it.
Huh? Before Midoriya could even fully comprehend what Venom just said, the symbiote slid off Midoriya's body and found himself on the boardroom table. Venom looked around for a second before they latched onto one of the heroes. Ryukyu was the heroine's name. Venom quickly bonded with the woman before she could realize and resist. Just as quickly as the symbiote completely enveloped her, they bounced off of her and went to the next hero in the room, Aizawa. Aizawa saw Venom from a mile away, but he didn't do anything to resist. This process was important in his eyes. They couldn't afford for the League of Villains and the Yakuza to grow any stronger than they already had, especially when it came to Shigaraki and Overhaul. After Venom temporarily bonded with Aizawa, they trudged back to Midoriya. Night-Eye was a bit surprised at the fact the sentient, inky substance only bonded with 2 heroes out of a whole group, and almost requested for the symbiote to bond with more, but then Midoriya spoke up. Venom said they knew most of the heroes in this room, and what their quirks were like. The other heroes here didn't seem to have any quirks that would really benefit us in our advancement towards the raid. At best, if there were any Nomu, we could temporarily bond with them during the raid and boost our stats more. Night-Eye clenched his jaw, but waved it off. Midoriya left to go find Uraraka, but he couldn't find her. He sighed in frustration and left the building. He went back to the dorms and immediately to his room. He couldn't sleep. He curled up into a ball and grabbed his head. Stress, frustration, sadness, post-traumatic stress disorder, a sudden flood of memories that weren't his. He internally screamed. Everything was dark after a good amount of hours. The time was 8 a.m. You could see several heroes in front of a police station. They were partaking in a co-op mission in order to slay the beasts, known as the Yakuza and the League of Villains. Midoriya was among this group. Not just him, though. Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Uraraka were also among this group that were gathered today. Kirishima showed visible excitement for the mission. Tsuyu voiced her concerns about the mission. Ryukyu did the best she could to comfort the aquatic-based quirk user. Uraraka had her arms folded and was tapping her foot impatiently. Midoriya was looking down at the ground. He was nodding off. He couldn't sleep again, and there were bags under his eyes. Shigaraki was informed of the recent movements of the heroes, and all he did was laugh. He, along with the rest of the League of Villains, were in the Shiei Hasaikai HQ. He had dethroned Overhaul through some gruesome methods, and had to show a little dominance towards the loyal subordinates of Overhaul. He figured what better way to do that than use the man's own power. They were terrified of Shigaraki, and they had all the right to be afraid. He grinned maliciously and already thought about how he would go about this. 8:30 a.m. The heroes and police stood outside the headquarters of the Shiei Hasaikai. One of the police officers went to press the button and read the warrant, but a large muscular man wearing a tank top, jeans, and a plague mask bashed open the gates, which sent a couple of the police flying. Tsuyu was enveloped by her symbiote, and they used their tendrils to catch the police force members. She safely brought them back to the ground, and she glared at the behemoth. Once the heroes realized that Overhaul hadn't appeared yet, they figured he was probably in the basement or further down in the headquarters. They charged in and split up to fight some of the villains. Night Eye specifically ordered for the symbiote quartet to stick together throughout this time. They found an obstacle when they made it to the basement. It was a wall, but Mirio, Deku, and Kirishima used their enhanced strength to shatter the wall. The pathway afterwards was distorted. It was constantly warping. Suddenly, the floor they stood upon opened up from underneath, and just like that, they all fell down one floor. Some were able to land on their feet, while others landed on their backs. In Midoriya's case, something surprising happened. A pair of large red and black draconic wings popped out of Venom's back, which allowed Midoriya to hover above the ground. A couple of the students groaned due to the fall damage, but forced themselves up. Midoriya was surprised himself about what had happened, and wondered why he was so high up off the ground. Everyone looked around to see where they were now. They heard footsteps and some muttering. They looked in front of them to see 3 men in suits approach them. They introduced themselves as members of the 8 Bullets. Fat Gum, upon hearing their introduction, got into a fighting stance. Tamaki stretched his hand out in front of Fat Gum, which confused the hero. What was Tamaki trying to do? "Let me handle this, Fat Gum. I can take them." This was a shock to Fat Gum. Tamaki was never a go-getter. He always struggled with his confidence. He could tell from the first day he met the elf-eared boy. His posture, his words, the look in his eyes, it was that of a completely different person. What had gotten into him? In reality, Tamaki was still suffering from confidence issues right now, but he was making an attempt to combat it, especially now. He remembered when he was younger. Mirio, his best friend, the boy who accepted him for who he was, and always encouraged him to strive to do his best. He had even given him a saying to go by in these sort of stressful situations. Believe in the Mirio that believes in you. He chanted this little saying to himself as he went to fight the 3 villains and give the other heroes more time to combat Overhaul. Well, that was the plan anyway. They had no idea what was in store for them, that Overhaul may have been dead, but Shigaraki was even more powerful than ever. Before the rest of the heroes left, Aizawa used his erasure quirk in order to deactivate the quirks of the 3 men. Midoriya also shot 3 webs at each of the Yakuza members, which would at least slow down their movements for a little bit. He could feel the lack of sleep getting to him. He was close to blacking out. Midoriya's movements were also getting sluggish. He almost crashed into the wall when he tried to fly down and accompany his fellow associates. Kirishima was still concerned for Tamaki, though. A small part of his symbiote separated from the rest of the body and slid over to Tamaki. Once the 8 Bullet members broke free of their restraints and had the activation of their quirks brought back to them, they charged at Tamaki. He was doing well for a while, but things became troublesome when one of the members literally began to eat away at his tentacle arms. After that, he was being pushed against a corner. Tamaki ended up getting pinned up against a wall thanks to the crystallization quirk of one of the 8 Bullet members. "Heroes like you never understand the worth Shigaraki gave to us." Shigaraki? I thought you said Overhaul was the one who gave you all worth. Tamaki was confused by this sudden change of names used by the man. He had just praised Overhaul for giving them all worth, but then he switched the praises to Shigaraki for some reason. Right when the man was about to finish him off, he noticed 2 things that piqued his curiosity. Number 1, there was a hole seemingly drilled into the man's head, and number 2, a yellowish substance encapsulated itself onto the villain. Their movements became halted towards him. They were now focused on fighting the substance that was trying to cover them. It seemed to be a fight for control, but whatever this thing was, Tamaki was glad it spared him a couple of seconds to break free and use the man's own quirk against him. Tamaki swung his crystallized chicken leg at the distracted Hojo, which also ended up sending the grown man flying away. This kick had enough force to cause Hojo to crash into his teammates and barely slow down in momentum. Every single one of them crashed into the wall. Tamaki walked over to them. He was panting in exhaustion, but he did it. He was proud of himself. He made a tentacle arm to wrap around the 3 8 Bullet members and released a small dosage of poison that paralyzed the men. Before leaving, Tamaki removed their masks and brought up bonds. Tamaki clutched his arm and dragged himself away. He could only hope that the others were able to escape safely. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it out before his wounds overcame him. He fell unconscious, but the last thing he remembered seeing was a yellowish face with weird-shaped eyes. Before he could say anything, he blacked out. While that happened, Kirishima was also in the middle of his own fight. The whole time he was concerned for Tamaki, despite Fat Gum's reassurance. It didn't help that Midoriya also mentioned his worries for the elder student. Tsuyu and Ochako expressed visible concern for Tamaki, but there was nothing they could do right now. Currently, Kirishima was in the middle of a fight against a strong, muscular man known as Rappa. He wasn't using the symbiote given to him just yet. He wanted to see how far he could get without anyone's help right now. He couldn't afford to always rely on others, or else everything he did to get here would have been pointless. Kirishima was in his unbreakable form. He was trying to tank hits from this man, but the rapid punches were comparable to bullets. He could feel every one of Rappa's punches, and it started to chip away at his defenses. Kirishima was thrown back with enough force to crash into the wall. You want to know something? I find fighting with weapons to be pathetic. It's so boring, because they can just end a fight in a matter of seconds. Where's the fun in that? You want to know what a real fight is like, kid? A real fight is when you use your own potential and strength to win. Fat Gum wasn't listening to what Rappa said. He was concerned for Kirishima. He checked to see if the boy was in any critical condition. If he was, he would be taking him out of the fight, regardless of what the boy said. Kirishima groaned while pulling himself out of the wall. Thanks to his unbreakable form, he was able to mitigate the damage done, but he still found his arms bleeding. They were healing, though. He realized that this was the symbiote's doing. He didn't want their help, but Phage berated him for not wanting any help against a strong opponent they were barely able to match. Kirishima ignored the symbiote and went back to tackle Rappa. He stopped, though, when he saw Fat Gum turn to fight their opponent. But a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Rappa. Rappa expressed his dismay when he saw the barrier surround him. Another one of the Yakuza members appeared. He was introduced as Tengai, the 5th member of the 8 Bullets. Tengai mentioned how Fat Gum and Red Riot had quirks, which seemed to excel in terms of defense. He brought up his disappointment in Rappa before they released the barrier. It seemed like everything that Tengai had said, though, went through one ear and out the other for Rappa, as he immediately went back on the offensive. Meanwhile, in another portion of the dungeon, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Tsuyu were going through their own set of trouble with a man known by the alias Mimic, who kept warping the passageways, making it difficult to make their way through. Mirio was able to use his phasing abilities in order to make his way through, though, and he eventually ended up finding Chisaki and Chrono. Mirio glared at the man in the plague mask. Chisaki turned to face Mirio and expressed his shock to see the boy had made it this far. He was honestly expecting someone like Midoriya to be here instead, but Mirio would do. Something was off about Overhaul, though. His mannerisms were completely different from the last time they met, and all the information he was given about the man contradicted how he acted at this moment. Overhaul slammed his hand down to the ground and caused several spikes to form. Mirio managed to either dodge or phase through most of these spikes, but suddenly his movements became sluggish. He was confused. He didn't know why his balance was so hazy now. Of all times, why now? He didn't know what was going on. He powered himself up with One for All in hopes of countering the sluggish movements. He charged at the man he thought to be Overhaul and broke through all the spikes. Overhaul looked at Mirio in surprise, considering the sudden boost in strength and speed his opponent had presented. Overhaul did know where it came from at first, but then he started to connect the dots a little. I see. So you're the one with One for All. Mirio's eyes widened in surprise. Not only did his opponent know about One for All, but the voice that came out of his mouth sounded nothing like Overhaul. What was this right now? Before he could think any further, a red axe-shaped weapon of sorts shot out at him. Mirio dodged it and looked back to get a better look at the thing. This couldn't be Overhaul's doing. Unfortunately, Mirio made a grave mistake by looking back, as he was then stabbed by several claws. Mirio coughed up blood and looked in front of him to see who exactly did this to him. At first, he saw Overhaul, but when he looked down toward his chest, he saw that the claws were red and had a sort of inky substance to it. The rest of Overhaul's body began to morph into something else, and in Overhaul's place was what could be described as the incarnate of the devil himself.
The name's Carnage. I would say it's nice to meet you, but I don't want to make a habit of lying. Oh, who am I kidding? It's a pleasure to meet you, hero. Overhaul's dead. I killed him.
Carnage laughed maniacally.
Now it's time for you to die!
Carnage widened his mouth in a way to make it look as he was about to bite off Mirio's head. Mirio refused to die here, though. He couldn't. After all that All Might and Night Eye had done for him, it would have been all for naught if he died here. Black Whip! Mirio shrieked, and the lights went out.
Black Whip! Mirio shrieked. A mass of black energy formed in the shape of a whip. It wrapped around Shigaraki's arms. The man was surprised to see this seemingly appear from nowhere. Not only that, but the fact that it was incredibly strong. Shigaraki tried to break free of the restraints as he did back at Kamino with Kamui Woods. But whatever this black whip was made out of appeared to be a much stronger material than what he was used to. Suddenly, Several more of them appeared which wrapped all around Shigaraki's body. Mirio slammed him into the wall several times before he threw him up to the ceiling. Mirio wasn't through here yet though. He somehow managed to jump high enough to reach Shigaraki and punch him with 50% of One for All. The force was enough to send Shigaraki crashing back down to the ground and causing a crater to form. Shigaraki giggled though. As soon as his restraints vanished, he immediately picked himself up and popped his shoulder back into place.
You know, that tickled. Good for you.
Shigaraki gave a thumbs-up sign, mocking Mirio. He smiled devilishly at Lemillion. A man in all black and a plague mask tried to shoot at Mirio, but the boy was able to easily phase through the bullets that were fired at him. Mirio empowered himself with more of One for All before he got into a strange position. He had his arms behind him, but his hands were open. He leaned back for a second before he threw them forward. Thunderclap! Mirio roared. A huge shockwave was released from Mirio's clap. It was enough to send the villains in hiding flying. Shigaraki struggled to hold his ground, but he managed. What really set Mirio off was the fact Shigaraki just kept smiling the whole time. What was with him? Mirio used his Phantom Menace move in order to phase through the walls and struck down the weaker of his opponents. Once they were done, he tried to backhand Shigaraki, but the man grabbed his arm. He winced in pain and looked at what was happening. Shigaraki's quirk was active. Mirio cursed himself for not taking that into account. He used his other arm in order to punch Shigaraki with 65% of One for All. Shigaraki tried to block the punch with his hand, but it didn't work, as Mirio simply phased his fist through the hand and sucker punched Shigaraki. This knocked Shigaraki down, but only for a moment. Mirio was beginning to pant. He wasn't used to using more than 50% of One for All. He was starting to push his limit. As a matter of fact, it already felt like his arm was slightly fractured, but he couldn't stop now. He looked to see the condition of his other arm, but what he saw immediately alarmed him. The decay. It was spreading. But how? Mirio looked down at Shigaraki and growled. Shigaraki couldn't help but laugh though.
You should see yourself now. What are you gonna do now, Lemillion? Can't be a hero if you're dead, can you? Maybe, if you sacrifice that arm, you can still have a chance of being something in this society.
Mirio stared daggers at Shigaraki, but he howled in pain as the decay was spreading further. Shigaraki was right. If he didn't do something soon, the decay would spread even further along his body. Shigaraki was laughing hysterically and slamming his hand on the ground. Mirio didn't understand what this mentally ill man was doing until he saw the ground evaporating. He jumped up and used his black whip to attach to the ceiling. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but he found something else. He could apparently float. This was the second quirk All Might told him about a while back before his untimely passing. That's right. He had even more reason now to defeat Shigaraki. For All Might. This is for All Might! Mirio grabbed Shigaraki using his black whip abilities and yanked him off the ground. He grabbed Shigaraki by the throat. There's an old saying in America, an eye for an eye, an arm for an arm, a life for a life. Shigaraki was tugging at his restraint. He looked desperate to get it off of him. All for One took away my master's life. Wouldn't you say that it's fair to do the same to his successor? Mirio was in tears. He was letting his emotions get the best of him. In desperation, Shigaraki shot a spear at Mirio's decaying arm. Mirio screamed in agony. He tried to pull the spear out, but Shigaraki shot several more spikes at him. The boy phased through all of them, but it wasn't the same for his decaying arm. It wasn't acting in accordance with his quirk at all. What did you do? Mirio cried out. Shigaraki ignored Mirio's question and faced the unconscious men before him. He smiled even wider than before as he unlatched his jaw. What Mirio saw made him want to puke. He witnessed carnage consume the Yakuza members one by one and increase in size. Shigaraki laughed demonically as he continued to grow. But there was something else off about this situation. Red pieces of sludge attached to Shigaraki that varied in size. Once Shigaraki's transformation was complete, he was huge, too big to fit in the building. He looked down at Lemillion with an insane look in his eyes.
Now, how would you like for me to end you today?
Mirio was petrified. This was the worst situation he could ever be in right now. He could only wish upon a star for reinforcements. Wishes have come true before, though. The wall crashed open to reveal the symbiote squad. Midoriya with Venom and those strange red wings, Tsuyu with Lasher, Uraraka with Payback, Night-Eye with Toxin, and Kirishima with... He may have gotten caught up with the fight, but still though, 4 was better than none. Shigaraki stretched out his hand towards Mirio. He was in the position to grab the third year, but something wet wrapped around Mirio's waist. The boy's eyes widened for a second when he was yanked away from Shigaraki's grasp. He looked down to see that it was the tongue of Tsuyu. He thanked the aquatic girl for the save, but he immediately clutched his arm in pain.
Yikes. What happened?
He happened, Mirio forced out. He pointed towards the gigantified version of Shigaraki. Well, at this point it was no longer Shigaraki. This was complete carnage. He looked down at his arm, then at the students. Cut it.
What?
I want you to cut off my arm before it spreads too far throughout my body. Tsuyu looked at Mirio's slowly decaying arm. It was already at his elbow. She was too nervous and squirmish to do it though. Night-Eye looked at Mirio's arm. Sleeper covered Night-Eye's body and formed one of their arms into a blade. I'm sorry we had to resort to this, Mirio. Even though Night-Eye's face was covered, the voice crack was enough to tell the inner turmoil Night-Eye was going through right now. Not only that, but everyone could tell there were tears that ran down Night-Eye's face. Night-Eye still went through with it, but he tried to ease Mirio's pain during the process. Sleeper had quite a unique ability, which was chemokinesis. In other words, Sleeper had the ability to produce liquid and aerosol chemicals, which had several effects. They formed a sort of drug to numb the pain that Mirio would feel when his arm would be cut off. While Night-Eye was taking care of Mirio, the others were doing damage control to the highest extent. Tsuyu tried to put her best foot forward, but Carnage just swatted her away. Uraraka couldn't even summon her symbiote for some reason, so she was no help either. Midoriya was the only one who could do anything. He was tired though. He couldn't fight Carnage on his own, even if he was at 100%. He was at an incredibly big disadvantage here. He tried to fly, but he was too sloppy at it. He kept backing out seconds at a time. He tried to use the erasure ability he gained from Aizawa, but he couldn't keep his eyes open long enough. Uraraka and Tsuyu were relentless in their attempts against Carnage. Tsuyu began to read Carnage's movements a bit better throughout the fight, and thanks to her amplified agility, she was able to avoid quite a few of his attacks. That was all she could do though, as her attacks weren't all that effective against the beast. Uraraka was just getting in the way at this point. Midoriya realized this and grabbed her by the arm before she could get back into the fight and hurt herself even more. She looked at Midoriya with cold eyes. Let go. She tried to muster enough strength in order to pull herself away from Midoriya, but the boy's grip on her was too strong. He wasn't budging. No, Uraraka. I'm not going to allow you to get yourself killed. At least with Tsuyu, she can actively use her symbiote, but you haven't shown any signs of being able to use yours. Will you shut up already? You don't have the right to be lecturing me after lying to my face for so long now, Uraraka yelled. She completely snapped at Midoriya and found enough strength to break free of his iron grip. Midoriya moved quickly though and pinned her to the wall. Venom uncovered his face so Uraraka would look straight into his eyes. His eyes were dead serious. They were piercing red. This left Uraraka completely paralyzed. She was never made aware of Venom's bonding process with Eraserhead and Ryukyu. This power Midoriya was displaying right now, she had no idea what it was. What's this ability? Midoriya leaned forward. His glare intensified. Ochako was starting to break a sweat. She didn't know what was going on. Midoriya blinked his eyes a couple times, and his eyes went back to normal. He sighed and grabbed Ochako by the shoulders. Listen to me, Uraraka. All my life I was mocked for being quirkless, for being different. Everyone saw me as below them because of something I couldn't control. That fateful day, Venom bonded with me. It changed everything. I could finally fit in. But why? Why couldn't you trust us? Why did you keep your symbiote a secret for so long and waited for someone else to spill the beans? Because I didn't know how you guys would react. I've had trust issues for over a decade now. I know that it wasn't right for keeping this a secret for so long, but I was afraid to lose everyone. You especially. What? Uraraka, you were the first friend I made in years. The first person to accept me for all my flaws.
Ahem.
Well, human friend, anyways. And I see you as more than just a friend, Uraraka. Uraraka blushed as soon as she realized the implications of Midoriya's statement. All the bottled up emotions were coming out at once. There was another reason, and that was because Venom was being experimented on. I wish I told more people I trusted earlier, because we probably could have prevented this mess from happening. Uraraka began to tear up as a purplish sludge surrounded her. When it completely enveloped Ochako, the symbiote's full appearance was finally revealed to have a sleek look to it. Different from the other symbiotes, with a more technological look to it. Midoriya smiled as Ochako looked at her new appearance. Ready to kick some butt? He asked. Ochako cracked her knuckles and gave an affirmative nod. You betcha. Uraraka leapt towards Carnage, but she wasn't prepared for the physical boost. She yelped in surprise, but quickly adjusted herself. She tried to shoot some webs at Shigaraki, but something else came out instead. Her body released several bolts of electricity. Carnage screamed in pain and swung their arm at Ochako. Suyu used Lasher's tendrils to grab his arm and pull it down for a few seconds. Midoriya leapt into action as well and flew towards Carnage. He was fighting off the slumber in his eyes the best he could. Venom was working on overdrive in order to manipulate the body enough to not end up crashing immediately from Midoriya's constant blackouts. He was pumping stimulants into Midoriya's brain to keep the boy awake long enough in order to speak to Ochako. After all, he was the best wingman ever, and she needed to be able to use her symbiote in some form or fashion. Adrenaline wasn't working, so he decided to go another route with her. Midoriya, now pumped full of adrenaline, activated Aizawa's quirk. He knew he wouldn't be able to hold it for long, but every second was worth it. Carnage screamed as they could feel their bond being forcefully separated by Midoriya. The hulking behemoth let out a monstrous roar as they tried to swing at Midoriya, but Suyu, with the help of Lasher, was able to wrap Carnage's arms in their tendrils and tongue. Several more tendrils came out of Lasher's body. They grabbed onto the rest of Carnage's limbs. They were putting in everything just to restrain the behemoth. Thankfully, less of Carnage was beginning to show. Some parts of Shigaraki's body began to appear instead. Uraraka used the opportunity to speed up the process of removing Carnage from Shigaraki by using her electrical abilities to shock him. Shigaraki screeched in pain and started swinging violently. Midoriya continued to keep his distance from Shigaraki, but he was struggling to keep his eyes open. He started to squint. He closed one of his eyes and forced the other one to stay open. He could see that Uraraka was doing her best against Shigaraki. She was relentless in using her electricity to hold Carnage down. Midoriya knew he couldn't keep his eyes open for much longer, and he remembered about his bioelectrokinesis. He took a leap of faith and flew in towards Shigaraki. He activated Aizawa's quirk and used his electricity to help further suppress Shigaraki. A green and black wolf, presumably Sleeper, charged in and shot a strange yellow liquid at Shigaraki, which caused a large explosion. Midoriya, Uraraka, Suyu, and Sleeper all leapt back from the explosion that took place. There was a lot of smoke, and they waved away the dust and saw a silhouette of what they believed to be Shigaraki without his symbiote power-ups. Once the dust was cleared, it was revealed this was a husk. Shigaraki's skin was completely dried out and gray. His mouth was wide open, and he was looking up at the sky. Before they could relax, though, they were immediately put back on guard when his mouth started to move.
Curse Hero Society.
Red spikes shot out of Shigaraki's body. Midoriya was able to dodge the attacks, but Mirio and Night Eye weren't so lucky. A large spike impaled itself into Night Eye's abdomen, and another spike shot its way through Mirio's eye. Mirio screamed in pain and was bleeding at an alarming rate. Midoriya was wide awake in shock. He was fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. He charged at Shigaraki at such a fast pace that he was a blur to everyone else. Midoriya punched Shigaraki in the chest, but he used so much strength in the punch. His arm went right through Shigaraki's chest, and the lightning produced was intense as ever. Carnage wouldn't be able to come out even if it wanted to. Midoriya didn't care though. He was angry. Shigaraki just killed two of his comrades in one fell swoop. He looked at the almost lifeless eyes of Shigaraki. There was glee in the man's eyes. He couldn't stand to look at the man's face anymore. He didn't deserve to live anymore, and there was a chance that even after this he could survive. He wanted to make sure the man paid with his life. Midoriya bashed Shigaraki into the wall several times before he cracked open the man-child's head and began to feast on it. Midoriya took a step back when he realized what he had just done. His hand shook in fear. He looked at them, blood-stained. He just ended a man's life. Not just that, but in the worst way imaginable. He ate them. He was having a mental breakdown now. What he had done was not only unbecoming of a hero, but more befitting of a devil. Was he really a monster? Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt two arms wrap around his waist, and a head rest itself on his back. It's going to be all right, Midoriya. Just let it all out. You don't have to carry your burdens anymore. We're here for you. Midoriya cried. He cried like he'd never done before. He let it all out, finally knowing that he didn't have to fight alone anymore. Knowing that there were more people besides Venom out there to look out for him. He could finally be at peace with himself for once. And with that, he slept. And with that, that's our video, folks. I want to thank you all for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure to voice this series. I'll still be around, but I gotta say, the Deku Venom series has been pretty fantastic. Now, before I go, I do want to let you know a few more things. On behalf of We the Celestials, I want to thank the writer for this video, especially this whole series. It's been a pretty good job, hasn't it? Without the editors, we wouldn't have had some of the cool imagery brought up for this. Their details will be in the description below. Also, if you're a voice actor, editor, or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and reach out to the head of one of our departments. We're always looking for members to join us. So that's it from us for today's video. So once again, I want to thank you all for watching, and please, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested in more content like this, and please, if you like this video, hit that like button. It'd be greatly appreciated. With all that out of the way, everybody, y'all have a fantastic day. I'll see you next time.